go through phases, yeah?
Morning, everybody. Morning. Morning. Morning, morning. Good morning. I gather, the reason I'm repeating it is because I gather we sometimes don't speak properly into our microphones. So if you can't hear me, you really must say, because no point in your being here if you can't hear what's being asked or said. We've got different arrangement this morning, as you will detect. Council are sitting over there, and something different is happening over there. Mr. Sabi, will you explain the position and introduce us?
Mr. Chairman, the morning session today is the joint report of the 5 experts that will give evidence regarding the report. The report starts at page 127 of your pack, and we'll wait for the experts to arrive and then we'll introduce. Experts are coming. Experts.
Is that it? Right. It's 1 inch. Can you hear me now? Let's do a test. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Right. Detention for any who fail to obey. Good morning. Mr. Sabi, will you effect the introductions?
Good morning. Our panel of experts today are Dr. David Tobin, Professor Rachel Harris, Professor Laura Murphy, Dr. Joe Smith-Finley, and Dr. Ryan Thorne. The procedure, as had been discussed and agreed, is that experts are introduced by counsel with a brief statement, and then they will have up to 30 minutes uninterrupted presentation of their report. If need be, the counsel will pose 1 or 2 limited questions to the experts, and the next expert continues. Once all the experts' reports are out, then the tribunal will ask questions. The tribunal have read your report. It's been submitted and it is with the tribunal. So in order to save time, I suggest that to the extent possible, limit the reference to your report that has been already read and put the highlights. First, I ask Dr. David Tobin. Dr. David Tobin is a Halsworth Research Fellow in Political Economy of China at the University of Manchester. Dr. Tobin has several years of fieldwork experience in Xinjiang with peer-reviewed articles on China's ethnic policy, political violence, and Han-Uyghur relations, published in scholarly journals and collected volumes. His book, Securing China's Northwest Frontier, Identity and Insecurity in Xinjiang, analyzes the relationship between identity and security in Chinese policymaking and its impact on Han-Uyghur relations. Dr. Tobin, please.
So the report we produced for today is by 5 UK-based scholars. We've pooled our resources deliberately because we have very different specialisms. As you're hearing yesterday, this topic covers many, many issues, requires different disciplinary knowledge. So we've pooled those skills, but we all have a shared regional knowledge. So this was a decision we made in advance, and we decided to focus on information and analysis. We're not lawyers, we're not legally qualified, we're providing...
I'm sorry, Tobin, it seems there is an echo. Can you bring the microphone closer to you?
Of course.
Perhaps.
So the report we had produced is by 5 UK-based scholars. We've pulled our different specialisms for the reason that we heard yesterday. This issue covers many, many topics, requires a distinct, different disciplinary skills. But we've pulled also, we have significant regional knowledge and experience in the region. But we've focused on providing information and analysis that is relevant for those who are legally qualified. We are not lawyers, so we do not make pronouncements about international law, but we provided information that we believe would be relevant for those qualified. The plain title we've gone with, of course, state violence, rather than conceptualizing the violence, is for that reason. But also, when I interviewed Nairola Ilama, who will be speaking, she told me, while the world debates a word, we are dying. So we decided at this point, we're not going to focus on conceptualizing these actions. We're going to focus on the information that we think is relevant and people need to hear. So the report and research were structured by focusing on key issues of concern raised and highlighted by diaspora interviewees. These were forced labour, sexual violence in the camp system, child separation and coercive birth controls, and repression of religious and cultural practices. We link broad statistical evidence to real-life impact. We present a comprehensive assessment of evidence drawn from official primary sources. These include Chinese government documents, procurement contracts, statistics, internal statements and white papers, and we triangulate that data with interviews with families affected and testimonies presented by witnesses to the US Congress, international media and NGOs. The report shows how China's party state organise and coordinate systematic and interconnected practices of ethnically targeted violence in Xinjiang, which prevent intergenerational transmission of cultural, linguistic and religious practices, the foundations of the targeted groups. The official and explicit intent of these practices is to break their roots. Quote. So the interviews we conducted for the report, we really link policy analysis to impact on people's lives. I conducted the interviews for the report. I interviewed 12 Uyghur diaspora families who all requested full anonymity, so we have not included those interviews in great detail. Most of these focused on issues of trauma and the description of family separation as torture, but these families were too uncomfortable and frightened of being included. So we focused in the interview section on the two high-profile interviewees, Nairola Ilama in Sweden and Cevlan Şirmemit in Turkey, cases that we could verify.
Forgive my interrupting you, Dr. Tobin. It may be that in combination, the speed of your delivery and your strong regional accent is difficult. It's slightly difficult for me. Hands up at the back, anybody who's finding this slightly difficult to follow at this speed. Yeah.
Slow down.
So, would you mind slowing down?
Of course.
And respecting, so long as it may continue, I suppose, the United Kingdom, but I don't want you to do any more than just recognise that some of us have a bit of difficulty with that.
Okay, thank you. So those two interviewees, Cevlan Şirmemit and Nairola Ilama, they have publicly available case details. These are all listed on the Xinjiang Victims Database. They were already verified, but obviously I was able to see the documents that were relevant to Nairola's cases, and including bank transfers and title deeds for a family home. When doing these interviews, the methods of the interview, we ask detailed, specific questions focused on these case details, focused on verifying their interviews that they have already conducted. But I always combine this with broad, open questions. How has your life changed? And how has your family been affected? This is a standard practice we use to enable the interviewee to talk on their own terms and to raise the issues they believe are important to this case. And it also reduces researcher bias so that I am not deciding the issues that they believe are most relevant. So the report shows how state violence targets families, severs contact, and this prevents intergenerational transmission of cultural and religious practices. In the introduction, I used my fieldwork in the region from 2007 to 2010 to address the question, what does counter-terrorism actually mean? This is the question, as we were discussing yesterday with Sean Roberts, this is a long-term issue. This is about history. Before 1949, Uyghurs were simply described generally as barbarians. Chinese narratives described Hua, Chinese civilization, and the outside world as barbarians. So it was only after 1949, when Mao Zedong comes to power, that Uyghurs are reframed as internal ethnic minorities, Xiaoshu Minzu. And the construction of the regional autonomy system, if we look at the regional autonomy law, is explicit that the autonomy system is to hold China together and to modernize Xinjiang. And the phrase Minzu Wenti frames this discussion, the ethnic problem. So Uyghurs in the region have been described as an ethnic problem since 1949. Fast forward to 2017, in the spirit of the 19th Congress that you will have heard a little about, the term Xiaoshu Minzu disappears. It's used twice in Xi Jinping's speech, only to refer to minority cadre recruitment. And now we have an official policy called fusion, that all former 56 Minzu ethnic groups should be fused into one Zhonghua Minzu. So when I look at this term, counter-terrorism, I first of all read the official explanations that are given to the local population, not in English, not to the outside world. I read universal ethnic unity education textbooks that were used in universities and in work units. So almost everyone I interviewed when I was in Xinjiang were aware of specific texts, including the 50 Whys. This is just an example of one. But this text that is used in classrooms and universities, where you chant the text, you memorize it, and you answer exam questions in order to proceed your education, explains policy in the region and adherence to the party state's narrative history as counter-terrorism. So the July 2009 violence, the violence by Uyghurs, was called a life or death struggle versus terrorists, and people were prosecuted as terrorists under the anti-separatism law. Han violence at the same time in Shaoguan was called an ordinary criminal incident, and they were punished according to criminal law. In this text, they're very explicit about identity. Quote, Uyghurs are not an Islamic group. Uyghurs are not a Turkic group. Only the three evils would say this. The three evils being separatism, terrorism, and extremism. So Uyghur identity, its roots, are being framed as a form of terrorism. So it's not about organizations, it's about ideas and identities. For example, the term East Turkestan, Dongtu in Chinese, this phrase is used to mean ETIM, the East Turkestan Islamic Movement. So you cannot say Dongtu, East Turkestan, without implying terrorism in Chinese. Similarly, the 1759 arrival of troops by the Manchu, this is called a reincorporation of Xinjiang into China. Calling it an invasion is an act of terrorism under the three evils. So what we've seen under Xi Jinping, then, is an intensification of these narratives and an intensification of state violence. First of all, he called it the Great Wall of Iron that he would run around Xinjiang in 2012. And then in 2014, we have the People's War on Terror. But the logics are consistent. We were aware of many of the issues we've been discussing for a long time. Many of my interviewees in Xinjiang endured issues of forced abortion, particularly one lady who only had one child but endured a forced abortion under pressure from her manager and then the party state. She was also sacked from her job because she could not prove that she was not involved in the violence. She was guilty until proven innocent. You had to get a piece of paper proving that you were not involved in the violence from your local police station. But she happened to be in another Danwei, and she was sacked. And now, so 2018, we have the Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Regional Government Work Report that describes camps and boarding facilities as defeating the foundations of separatism forever, quote. And this is the three evils, but remember the three evils means Turkic and Islamic identities. So this regional government directive quote, break their lineage, break their roots, break their connections, has sparked an era of family breakups and widespread trauma for those inside and outside the region. The camp system and related practices target and break up families with, quote, relatives in detention, a key indicator determining internment. Families are usually given no official verdicts unless they pressure authorities, and many do, with public campaigns to give explanations. The reasons given do target religious and cultural practices, but of course cadres work with quotas, and we know from history any attempt to round up people is not orderly. It becomes arbitrary. You can't round everyone up at once. So it's targeting identities, but the practices become arbitrary. The reasons that I draw from Xinjiang Victim Database exemplary entries, so these are ones that have eyewitness testimony, document verification, and interviews. These include interaction with the outside world, applying for a foreign visa, wanting to travel abroad, being exposed to foreign thought, staying too long in Kazakhstan, obtaining second citizenship, but also banal everyday behaviours, not watching state television, not greeting officials appropriately, not smoking, being born in the 1980s to 1990s, or contractual requirements to maintain employment, and importantly, disturbing public order by writing letters to gain information on family whereabouts and health. Interviewees describe how not knowing their family's whereabouts while knowing anything could happen as torture, a constant struggle as trauma. Most discuss deteriorating mental health, anxiety, depression, suicidal thoughts, and recurring nightmares. The interviewees were keen to say, this is only one story. We are not suffering as much as many, many other people. But this tip of the iceberg, as they also say, provides enough substantial evidence and testimony to conclude that state violence targets Uyghur and other indigenous families, preventing transmission of cultural and religious practices. Nairola and Jevlin's cases are representative examples of detainment without explanation of highly educated, apolitical, Mandarin-speaking professionals and civil servants who receive no vocational training, suffer deteriorating ill health, and appear to be targeted because their family members are abroad. So in the time I have left, I will introduce you to these two interviewees. Nairola Elema has campaigned from Sweden for a release of her aging aunt, Mahira Yakup. Mahira worked as a Mandarin language teacher, civil servant, and insurance salesperson while raising children alone. In 2018, Mahira was detained in a vocational training centre without explanation. But when pressured, officials referred to her family's 2013 bank transfer to pay for relatives' new home in Australia. Following her release in December 2018, Mahira spoke with Nairola before being detained by Gulja Public Security Bureau in 2019. She looked extremely pale and weak, having lost 13 kilograms in weight during detention, suffering liver damage without access to healthcare, and receiving no vocational training. Nairola's contact with her retired parents, 62-year-old mother Gulbekrim Memtimim and 65-year-old Kasim Tohti, was severed in 2017, and they're held under arbitrary house arrest. Nairola explained she wants no involvement in politics, but must speak for her family. The targeting and breakup of Jevlin Shermimit's elderly family members followed similar patterns. Jevlin's mother, Surya Tursun, was a party cadre and civil servant on the verge of retirement, but she was sentenced to 5 years in a camp with no written verdict in 2019. Jevlin has had no contact since January 2018, at which time she was in poor health. Jevlin continues to press the Chinese embassy and consulate staff in Turkey to be permitted to speak to his family. The embassy have instead asked him to provide information on all his contacts and activities in Xinjiang and Turkey. Jevlin's family, like Narula's, had no prior criminal records until moving abroad. Jevlin moved to Turkey to study law, and his mother visited him for 15 days with an official Chinese tour group in 2013. The only attempt at explanation from embassy staff was, quote, maybe terrorist activities. Jevlin concludes that his family members are being targeted and their connections broken because he's a Uyghur who chose to study abroad. They are trying to break my family, he said. His aging father, Shirmehmet Hudayar, was detained, and his brother, Irfan Shirmehmet, held under arbitrary house arrest. Both were subsequently sacked from civil servant positions. No official explanations have been given. Jevlin wants no involvement in politics, and he says he is targeted because in the party state's eyes, as long as you are Uyghur, you are political. And when I ask him what that means, when I ask him the types of questions that we had to engage with yesterday about intent and reasons, he just says, I don't know. I just want to speak to my mother. The treatment of these two families is the tip of the iceberg. Their experiences illustrate how the party state's coordinated, systematic practices of ethnically targeted state violence arbitrarily target and break up Uyghur family units. Family breakups deprive Uyghur and other indigenous groups of community, and they prevent intergenerational transmission of cultural, linguistic, and religious practices, the foundation of the targeted groups.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Tobin. Mr. Abraham.
Thank you, Mr. Sabi. The next witness is Laura Murphy. The witness, Dr. Murphy, is a professor of human rights and contemporary slavery at the Helena Kennedy Center for International Justice at Sheffield Hallam University. Professor Murphy is an expert on international forced labor and modern slavery, a field in which she has published extensively. She's currently working on three reports regarding forced labor in the Uyghur region, one on the solar industry, one on the Xinjiang production and construction core, and a third on textiles. She has lived in and visited the Uyghur region for significant periods over the last 15 years. Professor Murphy's report on forced labor in the Uyghur region utilizes publicly available information in conjunction with first-person testimony found in advocacy archives and the media to map the supply chain from the Uyghur region to Uyghur and other international destinations. She compiles the data into detailed data sets that document specific industries most affected by the mass forced labor program in Xinjiang. Through this research, she documents the scope, scale, and severity of forced labor in the Uyghur region, and she notes that whilst forced labor has long existed in Xinjiang, that system now operating on a backdrop of systematic and interconnected internment camps and extrajudicial imprisonment that makes refusal to participate a non-option. Dr. Murphy, perhaps I can pass on to you and you can give your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. How do I turn this on? Hello? Okay. Hi, thank you so much for allowing me to speak. I am an expert on forced labor, and I'll be focusing today specifically on that work on forced labor and a bit on how we know what we know about forced labor in that region. So in early 2018, significant evidence began to emerge that the People's Republic of China's government understood its system of detention centers and internment camps as merely one part of a massive transformation of the Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region, or the Uyghur region, into a docile and lucrative economic hub. While continuing to hold indigenous citizens in internment camps extrajudicially, regional and local governments shifted their focus to the creation of an enormous forced labor regime. This system had the explicit goal of employing practically every adult citizen and was accompanied by the justification that the program would increase both the economic productivity and the stability of the region. In that same year, a paper was published by the Nankai University Institute of Wealth and Economics that explicitly stated the intention of the labor programs was to reduce the Uyghur population density and to assimilate them into Han society and culture. We were easily able to identify that these labor programs were discernibly not the same as similarly named programs across the rest of China. While other provinces and regions do have programs called surplus labor programs or labor transfer programs, the ones in Xinjiang are quite different. The one way we were able to identify this was through US Customs records, which, for instance, listed companies that were exporting abroad that were located in the exact same addresses as, in this case, the Lop County No. 4 internment camp, which was already famous because of the photo posted to Weixin by the Xinjiang Department of Justice. In 2018, many companies were still listing their official addresses. I can hear it now. Many companies were, in 2018, many companies were still listing their official addresses as within internment camps, like calling their address on their official documentation. It would say things like inside the Kashgar Vocational and Technical Educational Center or inside the Hotan Re-Education Center. So those no longer are listed that way. They now say inside the Kashgar Cotton Industrial Park. But you can see evidence of those companies shifting their official addresses from vocational educational centers in 2018 before people started looking at it to these industrial park euphemisms, essentially. In this case, I was looking at imports directly from the Uyghur region to the United States and noticed the No. 4 Yulongbei Road address in the Beijing Industrial Park. And I immediately knew what it was because I knew this photo and I knew that Lop Industrial Park. And so this, there were other ways that we found out as well. We needed to look no further than China's own governmental or state media campaigns and propaganda about how the vocational educational schools were working to understand that there was in fact forced labor happening within the internment camps. Chinese state television celebrated the fact that people detained in the vocational training centers were being put to work to contribute to the economy. Some of those media programs even revealed that the people were making goods bound for international markets, and as a result, campaigns around the world started to focus on this issue. These camp/factory co-locations are not unusual. In fact, this week alone, I identified 2 in the course of my regular research, where an address that I located a factory in was within the bounds of a highly walled or high-walled internment camp that had been identified by other scholars, but that when you look closely at it, you can see often gates that lead people with, not in this photo in particular, but sometimes you can see fences that lead people single file from dormitories to factories. You can see, in one case, I think that I've identified a bridge between a factory and an internment camp, and an enclosed bridge. And I identified these kinds of co-locations of factories and internment camps quite often in my research. Satellite imagery reveals hundreds more of these kinds of camp factory locations. It is clear that if a person is in an internment camp, there is no choice but to do what they are told. And so it's clear to me that anyone who is in an internment camp and working is in a situation of forced labor. It meets every definition of forced labor internationally, human trafficking as well, modern slavery. It fits all these definitions. But internment camp forced labor is merely the tip of the iceberg. There are many ways in which, mechanisms by which people in the Uyghur region are being forced to work. One is this situation of internment, but also people who are supposedly released or ostensibly graduated from their training programs are often required then to engage in work in a factory or assigned to a factory as part of their release. There are also state-subsidized satellite factories that are incentivized to be built in small villages so that people can have a factory on their doorstep, quote unquote. There are state-sponsored labor transfers within the Uyghur region, and then there are much further afield labor transfers throughout the rest of the country. This is one case. This is Abdoueli Arish. He was a computer programmer, and he did like GPS. He was a GPS specialist. He was working on a GPS program that was in the Uyghur language before he was sent to the camps in 2017. He was only released under the supervision of his brother, who owned a grocery store and who promised that he would employ his college-educated, highly skilled computer programming brother at the grocery store where he could be monitored. He was not allowed to return. Abdoueli was not allowed to return to his chosen profession or choose his line of work. He was not in need of poverty alleviation, but the government still compelled him to work and determined precisely where he would have to work and how he would be monitored while doing it, even after his supposed release. Even those who have never been to the camp are subject to these labor programs. We have identified many state directives from counties in the southern part of the Uyghur region where government agencies are instructed to go door to door to identify people who can be assigned to jobs in factories that are being incentivized to move out to the region. In some places, individuals are rated on a quantitative point system that determines where or how they'll be able to be placed if they are considered, and we heard the same language yesterday actually, interestingly, but if they were considered dangerous, they're put into a control category and sent for training, which could be an education camp or could be a daily visit from a cadre. Or if they're considered in the medium stage or status, they can be sent to a factory closer to home, and then if they're safer, they're able to be sent to the rest of China to work in factories. The Medine family is a family that had a story told about them in the state media. They were sent 50 kilometers away from home to work at the Hoshine Silicon Industry Company. Only after they were subjected to repeated coercive strategies. They explained many reasons why it was not possible for them to go out to work far away from home, including the fact that they had ailing parents, the fact that they had children, the fact that they were not skilled laborers, and the fact that they had 7 acres of land that they farmed themselves. The Chinese government unburdened them from their worries in order to free them to go and work by helping out their grandparents, or the parents supposedly, and claiming their land for the state for a small rental fee and sending them to work nonetheless. And this occurred by having repeated visits from a cadre to their house over and over and over again until they relented. Similarly, this woman, Buzainab, she also was visited by cadres over and over and over again who told her family that they were holding her back. They told them that they would take care of her. They gave her all kinds of excuses. She could come home anytime that she wanted, that she would make good money. She would be free of her parents' restrictions on her. And they just didn't relent until she did. And so she eventually, despite the fact that she said over and over again that she didn't want to go, and her family said they didn't want to see her go, she was forced to go to work. The thing is that the Non-Kai report tells us that, a government-funded report tells us that there are many more people in the Uyghur region who are unwilling to engage in these labor transfer programs, but who are nonetheless being coerced into doing it. In addition to the legitimate desire to take care of family, be with one's children, take care and maintain the rights to one's land, the investment in community and one's right to be free, oh, there are still, sorry. People are still forced to go to do this work, and they are held in these jobs with iron discipline and on the premise of a very, very basic racist premise that Uyghurs are themselves inherently lazy, slow, idle, and have a dangerous penchant for personal freedom. Yet, according to government documents, up to 2 million labor transfers happen each year, despite the fact that anyone would say that this is not a desirable situation. This is because, as government directives tell us, labor transfers are based in a logic that suggests that people who don't take steps recommended by the state are infected by terrorism and separatism. It is clear that everyone in the region, that the punishment for being associated with the three evils of terrorism, separatism, and extremism is being sent for re-education, and to say that you don't want to go to work is to align yourself with these ideas. I'm afraid my time's probably up. So I'll just say that there are also programs that incentivize people going to work by promising them that their family members will be treated better in the internment camps if they do go. Another version of coercion that is, I think, extraordinary and not practiced in other parts of China, of course. And I think that we need to recognize that these programs meet the ILO's definition of forced labor. They meet the definition of the UK Modern Slavery Act for slavery. They meet the definition of human trafficking in the Palermo Protocol. We've found indicators of the ILO's definition of indicators for compulsory labor, at least 10 of those 11, and that's not to say that the 11th physical or sexual violence is not happening, it's just that I haven't found the evidence of it. And so there are a number of rights violations that are going on here that I think are extraordinary and are not the same as those programs that are happening in the rest of China. Thank you.
Murphy, for your report and your presentation. I have a handful of questions arising. You state in your report that approximately a third of the minority population of Xinjiang may be held in this intertwined system of internment and forced labor. Do you know whether there's a breakdown of that internment by gender or other protected characteristics?
Not that I know of.
And do you know whether there's a statistical breakdown by profession and or education?
Not that I know of.
On page 145 of your report, you state that many of the people who work in the camps are trained professionals and business people. I guess that's from samples that you've received. Is that assessment from samples, or is there a kind of statistical?
Probably page 19, Mr. Abraham.
It's okay, I've got it. Thank you. So the examples that I'm using are from reported accounts of family members taken from the Xinjiang Victims Database, including the one I showed you earlier from Abduweli Arish. Family members have reported that their own loved ones in the Uyghur region have been moved into work. There are also into forced labor. There are also accounts by people who have left the Uyghur region, who are in Kazakhstan, who themselves were forced into labor both in the camps and outside. But there's not sort of a broader statistical analysis yet, in part because the people who are working within these systems are not the people who are leaving, who are getting out. And in fact, since this labor system began, it seems that fewer and fewer people are leaving the region. And so we don't have a broad first-person account. My work is typically about first-person accounts of forced labor, and so this is it's a challenge to our research to do the kinds of worker voice research that we're accustomed to doing and that we think is the right way to do it. So we have to do it from this sort of distanced perspective. But the way we do it is to confirm it is by using the government's own state media, companies' corporate annual reports to document what they themselves claim they're doing.
And you've also identified in your report that people who had professions or worked in professions are interned to do menial work. Is that an accurate?
That's right. There are people who are, who we've seen who are teachers, dentists, restaurateurs, chefs, drivers, small business people, artisans who have been, and in the case of Abdiweli Irish, computer programmers who are highly trained, skilled, Mandarin speaking, highly educated, often educated in other parts of the country, who were successful people before they were either put into the camps or sent to do menial labor like sewing or cooking or agricultural labor.
Can you explain what the forced labor program is intended to achieve on the part of the Chinese Communist Party?
If we look specifically to Chinese government documents that describe these situations, some of what they say, or that are directives as to how to operate the system, they say things like, this will improve Uyghur discipline, this will make them less likely to be lazy. They also say things like they will help us to deplete the population. There are studies aside from the Nankai study that directly say that there need to be more Han people in the region and fewer, more dispersed Uyghur people, that moving them to the rest of China is one way of operationalizing that dispersal of those people. It also says that it will change their way of thinking and their practices, move them away from an agrarian economy and mindset and towards a more industrialized and a Sinified or Hanified way of thinking and way of being. And all along on the side of these programs, they're, as we will hear more in a minute, they're building orphanages and elder care facilities to care for the people who are left behind, and also to provide a Han-based education for the children of these families.
And in terms of dispersal or displacement, do you know what proportion of people are transferred outside of Xinjiang or outside of where they might call home?
I do not. It appears that there are hundreds of thousands at least being sent away. We have documents that are straight from local governments that indicate sometimes as many as 50,000 people being sent away, 180,000 people sent away. They are not all being sent far from their region, but we've also seen photos where people are being put on buses, stories about trains full of people being sent into the interior. The numbers are high, but right now we don't have the kinds of numbers we need to do accurate prevalence estimates.
And is there an explanation or rationale for transferring to a particular place? So,
I mean, there is, in terms of people's the sense of their level of dangerousness or their level of insecurity. So, but no, and there are claims that people are being matched with certain kinds of skills, but I don't, and there are also, I'm just kind of processing as I'm thinking, but there are also programs that are matching certain cities with other towns within the Uyghur region. So that logic is part of what's happening. People from Hotan are being sent to Dongguan or something like that. But otherwise, I can't think of any particular reason people are being sent to particular regions.
Thank you. I've got two final questions, if I may. You've stated that children are forcibly transferred. How long are children separated from their parents, and do they ever get reunited?
So just to be clear, the forcibly transferred, I'm usually thinking of the laborers being transferred. We have not seen evidence of, and I just want to be clear about this, that we haven't seen evidence that there's any sort of systematic child labor going on. We have seen one state media report that actually had a photograph that was captioned children working in a factory, and it looked to be teenage girls. But so I'm talking mainly about young people being sent to boarding schools or to nurseries while their parents are sent away for work. But ostensibly they're away from their parents as long as they are out on transfers. And we don't have any, at this point, the program is fairly new, and we don't have any sort of statistical sense of how long people are on average being sent out to the transfers.
And final question, how long on average is a person subjected to forced labor, i.e. when might they be released or graduated?
Yeah, I think that's kind of what I was getting at a second ago. We don't quite know that yet. There aren't very many stories of individuals who've been moved back and forth. When the Chinese government reports the number of people being transferred, they describe them sort of as people units or labor units. So they talk about people moving back and forth. Ostensibly, some people will go for a 6-month contract or a year-long contract. I've seen 3-year contracts. My sense from lawyers who work with companies that are assigning these contracts is that those contracts are signed by the company, not by the person. So the worker is not themselves agreeing to the contract. The company is agreeing to a 3-year contract with the forced laborers. But it's unclear at this point, like if I couldn't make a generalization or about how long people are staying in these situations.
Thank you, Dr. Murphy. I have
Yeah.
no further questions, but I imagine the panel will have some for you later. So
Thank you.
Thank you. The next expert is Dr. Ryan Tum, Senior Lecturer in East Asian History at the University of Manchester. Since 1999, he has regularly conducted field research in Xinjiang and other areas of China with large Muslim populations, both Uyghur and Chinese-speaking. His book, The Sacred Roots of Uyghur History, published by Harvard University Press, uses historical and ethnographic methods to offer a new understanding of Uyghur culture practices. In his report to the Tribunal, he outlines how, since 2017, the Chinese state has carried out an unprecedented transfer of Uyghur children from their families to the state care. Before 2018, Xinjiang was extraordinary within China for its low percentage of students in boarding schools. However, from the end of 2017, the government expanded the boarding school population in grades 1 to 9 by 382,700 students in Xinjiang. He also outlines how, since 2017, population growth in parts of Xinjiang, primarily inhabited by indigenous minorities, plummeted. These drops in Xinjiang represent a crash in birth rates caused by 2 factors. The first is restrictive state-mandated birth control practices with no parallel elsewhere in the People's Republic of China. The second is the mass internment of adults and childbearing age, which has placed internees in sex-segregated facilities for years at a time. So, Dr. Tum, over to you. Thank you.
Hello. Thank you. So for my section of the report, what I wanted to do was to give a review of the both the phenomenon of separation of children, removal of children to Han-dominated state care, and to limits on births, partly as sort of independent review of some of the scholarship and media reports that have already come out, and partly as an update, because the Chinese government has released quite a number of new documents and statistics on these phenomena. Now, the panel has the report, as I submitted it, is in a narrative form with some analytical claims, and rather than repeat that narrative, what I thought I would do in this short presentation is to sort of tell the story from a different angle and tell it from based on types of sources and where the information comes from. So I'll talk about 3 types of sources. The last one I'll mention only very briefly, so don't panic when I'm at the end of my time and I've only done 2. And the first one is, the first type of sources is reports from the Xinjiang Bureau of Education. And in particular, a 2017 report, which was first reported by the New York Times. Sorry, it's actually a 2018 report on the year 2017, which is interesting for a few reasons. First of all, it gives very specific numbers on the percentage of children placed in residential schools. And it does this for the entirety of the region of Xinjiang, which is the term I'll use because I'm dealing with government statistics that refer to the Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region, administrative unit in the Chinese bureaucracy. And these numbers are particularly interesting because you compare the report with the 2019 report from the same bureau and get change over time. And this increase in the number of students in boarding schools from 2017 to 2019 has been reported elsewhere, but I'm going to give some context to it that I don't think is available elsewhere. And it's a remarkable increase, as you can see, just sort of eyeballing the bar graph here. It's not quite a doubling over 2 years. It's almost 400,000 students placed into boarding schools within 2 years. This is the period of education known as compulsory education in the Chinese system. The second reason that this 2017 report is particularly interesting is because it's very explicit about the goals of the increase in boarding education. As was mentioned in the summary, Xinjiang has for a long time been extraordinary in China for not having very many boarding schools, and that has changed pretty much overnight. The 2017 report takes boarding schools, increasing boarding schools, as the #1 planning item for the Xinjiang Bureau of Education for 2017 and 18. And the first reason that it gives for doing this is the overall stability of Xinjiang security. And it goes on about 1 sentence or 2 later to explain why a boarding school increases stability, and that is that it, quote, creates a stable and peaceful learning environment for students, blocking the influence of the family's religious atmosphere on children to the greatest extent, and reducing the occurrence of teaching science in school, listening to the scriptures at home, with thinking and ideas suffering the shocks of moving back and forth. So this is an explicit statement that the goal is to interrupt the transfer of knowledge and customs from the parents to the children. The last thing I would like to point out about what's interesting in this report is that it's actually published in a larger report over 200 pages that includes reports from every provincial level education bureau in China. And it shows the distinctiveness of the educational policies in Xinjiang. The other provinces do mention building boarding schools, but they mention them with a very different purpose, which is to extend the reach of education. This is the reason that China as a whole has a large percentage of boarding is the economic transformations of the last 30 years, which have seen a lot of migration from the countryside to the city and have required consolidation of educational resources in towns that would be too far for students to commute to, and so boarding schools are built. This is the logic that's described in all of the other reports from educational bureaus, but they don't really focus on boarding actually all that much. And in fact, the unfortunate part about that is that they don't give percentages of boarding in their regions because it's simply not a priority. It's simply not worth reporting. But in Xinjiang, this is the the main thing. One of the reasons that I wanted to focus on this is that much of the international media discourse on the separation of children from their parents has focused on orphanages. But I think, as you can see here, the boarding schools are an equally and perhaps even greater mechanism for this kind of separation. And I forgot to mention, this has resulted for middle school students in 49.5% by 2019 of all students in Xinjiang being in boarding schools. It's a remarkable percentage. 77% of compulsory age students in Xinjiang are from minority groups. Okay, the second kind of document that I looked at in this, and by the way, I recommend looking at the full 2017 report. It's linked in my report, and it has a lot of other statements about intent, getting more Han teachers, teaching teaching Chinese, having it as a language of operation in the school, not just a language of education, involving the home visits, which we heard about yesterday, as a way to push parents to send their children into these boarding schools. The second kind of document that I focused on was related to the orphanages. We don't have the same kind of government statistics for orphanages in Xinjiang. I have not been able to locate a document that gives raw numbers of students in orphanages. So what I did for this section was to follow in the footsteps of a report by the Associated Press, which looked through construction tenders, government calls for bids from construction companies to build new orphanages, and sort of repeated the research that AP did to actually provide you with the raw documents, which are in an appendix. And I located 44 construction calls for construction of orphanages. It's a slightly smaller number than AP found, probably because some of them have been deleted since then. These are posted on a semi-public database in the Chinese internet. And I also compared this to other regions, specifically to Gansu, which is a neighboring province, similar population, similar economic profile, where there were only 16% as many calls for orphanage construction. All of this orphanage construction boom is happening while the Chinese government says that in the rest of China, there has been a nearly 40% decrease in the numbers of orphans. So clearly something different is happening in Xinjiang. One of the things that's different, of course, is the mass internment program. And there are numerous documents linked in the report, many of which were first brought to light by Adrian Zenz, which show the Chinese Chinese government bureaus at the local level dealing with the children of people, children of people who've been put into internment camps. The other kind of document that I looked at is the one I'll only speak about briefly, which is local economic and social development reports from county level and prefectural level governments about birth rates and natural increase rates. And I did this because we have a very extensive report by Adrian Zenz that brings the data up to 2018 using a wider set of documents. But as this tribunal was approaching, the documents were starting to come out for 2019. And so I was able to both kind of double check the Zenz numbers and extend some of them to the more recent past. I won't talk too much more about this because the work I've done here has been completely superseded by the report by Nathan Ruser and James Leibold that will be discussed later. What I've done here for 5 units, they did for 30-something units as more reports came out, and they also spent more time and had better better luck than I did a better job. So there's no need to talk too much about that. Just to look at things a bit from another direction, I also had to look through the most plausible, or I should really say least implausible, response from the Chinese government to claims about birth rates, and that is a study from an Urumqi academic, a Xinjiang Daxue academic, Lin Fangfei, who wrote an almost journal-length article attempting to pick apart the Zen's study on birth control, and I don't want to give too much time to it, except to say that it operates by omitting any response to major claims by the Zen's reports, manipulating data, making invalid comparisons, for example, saying Zen's claims that the population growth rate is higher among Han Chinese, but there are more Uyghurs in this region. You can't compare growth rates to raw population rates. So it uses these kinds of things. Finally, I just wanted to point out that on their face, high boarding rates and compulsory birth limits exist both in the mainland of China and in Xinjiang. But the way that they operate, the goals through which they operate and their effects are quite different. In the Han regions, boarding schools are theoretically not fully compulsive because you could go for a private school, but of course most people can't afford that. In the Uyghur region, of course, they're compulsory. But the more important thing is that for the Han students, these residential schools are teaching them in their mother language with instructors of their own culture. And of course, for the Uyghurs, it's in the language of the dominant group. The reasons I've already mentioned are different. For compulsory birth limits, the state messaging actually differs. The state is telling Han people to have more children, and they are telling Uyghurs to have fewer children. The penalties are different. The maximum penalty for Han people are fines and lack of social services. Of course, the maximum penalty for Uyghurs, and there are many Uyghurs in internment camps for having too many children, is arbitrary internment. And then there's the actual deviation on the ground from the policies in Han regions. They tend to deviate from policy by allowing more births. In Uyghur region, they tend to deviate from the rules by allowing fewer births than the regulations say. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that, Dr. Tum. I've got two questions, if you permit, Chair. We heard from you how Xinjiang moved from being a region where there was a relatively low percentage of students in boarding schools to, from the end of 2017, a huge expansion of students in boarding school. And we also heard from you that the government's stated reasons for expanding residential schools in Xinjiang are notable both for their divergence from policy goals in the rest of the People's Republic of China and for their explicit assimilationist intent. And it is about this that I'd like to ask the first question. Could you say a little bit more about how the government's reasons for expanding residential schools in Xinjiang and the assimilationist intent diverge and differ from what it is doing in other parts of China?
Yes, as I mentioned, the boarding schools, of course, are not expanding as quickly in the rest of China, nowhere near it. But in the documents where they talk about boarding schools in the rest of China, the reasons presented are to improve quality of education, to improve the reach of compulsory education. These are accessibility is actually not mentioned in the report for Xinjiang. Quality is mentioned. They do use some of the same language. For example, poverty alleviation is mentioned. It's mentioned in almost any policy report for Xinjiang. But as I said, the primary reasons are assimilation. And this fits in with larger ideological positions that the state has promoted, notably what Dr. Tobin mentioned, the turn toward official promotion of assimilation, often framed as a melting pot approach, which is a stark divergence from official approaches to ethnicity in China before, say, 2010, when there was a kind of careful curation of ethnic difference and promotion of ethnic difference and at least lip service to equality. There's been a turn in the sort of top-level discourse toward assimilation.
Thank you for that. And my second and final question, in fact, relates to the other part of the report about birth rates. And it's a similar kind of question because I'm trying to understand whether what is happening in Xinjiang is similar to what is happening in the rest of China, or how is it different and why is it different from what is happening in the rest of China? So with respect to birth rates, your report states that the draconian state-mandated birth control policies in Xinjiang have no parallel elsewhere in the People's Republic of China. And my question to you is, why do you think that is so? Why are birth rates in Xinjiang different and having different policies from what is happening in the rest of the PRC?
Well, the state gives numerous reasons. Some of them are cultural reasons. They frame, as so many things are framed, they frame having too many children as the road to extremism and terrorism. I personally suspect that this is more of a concern with population, with managing the ethnic proportions in Xinjiang. We've seen, for example, from the Nankai report that there is an explicit interest in diluting the Uyghur population. This, I think, needs to be seen alongside a promotion of migration to Xinjiang by Han people. There are explicit policies of, quote, move to the south. The south is a kind of a catch-all term for the Uyghur-dominated areas of Xinjiang, and many of the policies we're seeing, including the boarding schools, it says this is part of a pivot to the south. So there is a new interest in moving Han people to the south at the same time that we see this birth rate change. And just to put that in a bit of historical perspective, in the late 1940s, less than 5% of the population of Xinjiang was Han. And over the following 3 decades, there was a massive program to move Han people out there, so that you go from less than 5% to around 40% by 1980. Interestingly, in the 1980s, the proportion stops moving. It hovers around 40% Han, 40% Uyghur in Xinjiang, all the way through up until, say, 2015, 16, 17. We don't know where it is now. I suspect it's changing. That hovering at one spot required a kind of balancing, because Uyghurs were having many more children than Han Chinese. So how do you maintain that? You maintain that by incentivizing migration of Han people to Xinjiang. So what we're seeing now is a simultaneous cutting of the Uyghur birth rate and continued promotion of Han migration. And it will be interesting to see whether those proportions change. Sorry, I went a bit long.
Sure. Could I come with just one final quick question? You may be able to answer it or maybe not. And my question is, and why is the policy therefore to dilute the Xinjiang population, the Uyghur population and indigenous population? What is the final purpose? Why are they wanting to dilute it?
We do have some historical evidence of the central government considering the settlement of the region to be crucial to the security of the region. And we see echoes of that in the documents. I would want to reread those before giving you a firmer answer, but that's something I'm happy to submit to the tribunal later.
Thank you. So with that, I will introduce the next expert, Professor Rachel Harris. Professor Harris is an ethnomusicologist at SOAS, University of London. She has conducted fieldwork in Xinjiang, Kazakhstan, and Kyrgyzstan over a period of 20 years. She has researched and published extensively on expressive and religious cultures of the Uyghurs. Since 1995, she has conducted extended periods of ethnographic research in urban and rural areas of Xinjiang. In 2009, she began a research project on religious practices among Uyghur women and spent extensive periods working with rural Uyghur women in southern Xinjiang. In her report, Professor Harris makes use of primary and secondary sources to outline the construction of a massive system of detention camps, officially termed concentrated educational transformation centers, in Xinjiang. She also reviews several reports which indicate the use of widespread and systematic torture and sexual violence in these camps. Professor Harris, over to you.
Thank you. Am I mic'd up properly? Bring it forward a bit. Right, lovely. Okay, thank you very much for that. So let's see. Good. So you've had a chance to read my report, which is primarily a survey of available testimonies, and of course we've been listening to quite a few more in the course of this this event over the past few days. So I'm going to limit my remarks here to just a few reflections on my readings of the testimonies. So we know that women have been detained in numbers which are certainly in the hundreds of thousands. And these women detained in the camps range from village women to highly regarded academics, my own colleague, and her postgraduate students are among those detained. From these large numbers of women detained, we have just a handful of testimonies, and they come disproportionately from Kazakh and Uzbek former detainees. Of course, this speaks to the uneven possibilities of escaping the country. Each of these revelations, of course, comes at serious cost to those who dare to speak out. And I have to say here how much I admire their courage. They have to overcome notions of shame within the community, and they've been targets for Chinese agents who accuse them of lying, of corruption, or being paid US agents. I should also comment that male detainees also, of course, experience some terrible violence in the camps, torture, and even sexual abuse. We know that from some testimonies. And men, of course, are detained in larger numbers than women. So I just wanted to note why perhaps we, are focusing particularly on women's experience. And I think, of course, there are particular aspects of violence against women, gender-based violence, what I've read as systematic sexual violence against women, which are relevant to the discussions that are ongoing in this tribunal. So just a quick word on background then. For years, we academics have been writing about the position of minority women generally in China and the practices of objectification, sexualization against them, these ubiquitous images of dancers that we see always smiling, always welcoming. Currently, of course, we see young women used in the same way in Xinjiang as window dressing I would say, for the current Chinese policies in that region. And we can see that from camp inspection visits, and of course, very prominently, we see the use of these young women dancers as entertainment for the planned over 200,000 mainly Chinese tourists who are expected to visit the region in the coming year under the new tourist drive. So just to state that given the hidden violence, these images are highly problematic. So I would like to trace a line then from that to the processes of dehumanization in the camps. And this is a theme which is shared across the various testimonies that we've seen. So just to mention a few names here, Gulbahar Hajiwati, for example, now resident in France, who spent 2 years in a camp near Karamai. And she describes her experience in terms of dehumanization and brainwashing, detailing things like having to memorize long tracts of political literature, to the forced sterilization, violent interrogations, and public self-criticism. So this language of dehumanization is also used in interviews and testimony given by Gulbahar Jalil. You're going to hear from her later, I think, in this tribunal. So she talks about the experience of crowded cells, hygiene, the constant surveillance and drugs, again, using the language systematic dehumanization. So across these reports, I would say I see a high level of consistency. Many of the details in Gulbahar Jalil's account, for example, accord with testimony given with Mihragul Tursun. She, of course, has spoken prominently in the US. She's detailed her own experience of torture and spoken of the deaths of fellow inmates. So if we're speaking then specifically about sexual violence, the reports have been relatively slow to emerge. I think that this is consistent with what we understand of the reporting of sexual violence in conditions of conflict in other contexts around the world. So from the Xinjiang context, we have important testimony from Tursunay Ziawudun, an ethnic Uyghur now in the US, and she's recounted her personal experience of gang rape and sexual torture, including many disturbing details. Like Saira Gul, who we heard from yesterday, she notes that women were removed regularly from the cells every night and raped. This testimony is also supported in interviews with Guzira Aulhan, a Kazakh detainee. She's spoken of how she was forced to strip and handcuff female detainees before leaving them alone with guards and camp officials. So her account struck me because it underlines the way that inmates of the camps are placed in positions of complicity with the system. They also share the guilt. Guzira also details a financial aspect to the abuse. So something we hear from several testimonies is this aspect of guards or officials paying bribes for access. We've also heard in the tribunal testimony from Kelbinur Siddiq, again, very shocking details. I'm particularly struck by two aspects of her interviews. The detail on methods of torture used, the 4 kinds of electric shock. This, again, is echoed by accounts from, for example, Tursunay. I would also note Kelbinur's comment, which I don't think came out yesterday. She cites one of her own interlocutors, a Chinese policewoman, who comments that rape had become a culture within the camps. So I thought that was striking. And one last mention of an interviewee then, a young Uyghur woman called Rukiye, who's based in Germany, who's given a very harrowing account of her own experience of rape and torture. She speaks of being held for long periods in an underground room filled almost to the roof with water, and we heard examples of that from Umar Bakali yesterday. Again, Ruqyah talks about bribery. She was released only because her family paid a large bribe to get her released. And again, this question of the difficulty of speaking out. So Ruqyah has claimed that 99% of women have experienced rape, but they wouldn't talk about it because they feel too ashamed. So just a few comments then. These descriptions, which range from daily life inside the camps, the nature and methods of the abuse, I do find them to be broadly consistent across different counts. These are provided by women who have spent time in different camps and who are speaking from different countries. So I consider these accounts to be broadly credible, and sadly I do think that they are likely to be representative of the experience of large numbers of women detained in the camps. So in our joint report, we've suggested that China's party state organizes and coordinates systematic and interconnected practices of ethnically targeted violence. So you've heard the testimony from my colleagues there already. I'd just like to make explicit what I think are the direct links between these various forms of gender-based violence. So the culture of rape inside the camps, the sterilization of women within the camps and outside the camps, and also I think we could make a link then with the reports of coerced marriage with Han Chinese men that we've been hearing about. So I would also suggest that the sexual violence in the camps is an integral part of the planned transformation of the Xinjiang region into a hub of the Belt and Road Initiative, and part of that drive for development. I believe that sexual violence plays a major role in the creation of a climate of terror, and that underpins the production of a large and passive labor force, which is being used, as we've heard, to populate the new factories which have sprung up alongside the camps, which are filled by so-called graduates from the camps, as well as transfers from rural areas. How am I doing for time? You think I'm done?
No, I think you're fine.
I'm fine. I'll make a couple more comments then, if I may. Ooh, a bit of feedback. So, as we've seen in other contexts which have been designated as genocide, sexual violence is both an attack against the individual woman and also an attack against the ethnic group. In Yugoslavia and Rwanda, in the case of the Yazidis and the Rohingya, sexual violence against women has been used to humiliate, subordinate, and emotionally destroy entire communities. Violations against women's bodies and their reproductive capabilities have been dubbed a weapon of war against the whole ethnic group. So I would link that comment then to the testimony of women who have come out of the Xinjiang camps. They talk about the experience suffered by many former detainees of extreme trauma after release, feeling dead inside, being a shell, suffering from memory loss, insomnia, suicidal thoughts. There are also reports that many of those released into the community in Xinjiang are turning to alcohol or other forms of addiction. So just to quote Tursunay Ziauddin, it is designed to destroy everyone's spirit, she says, and I think that is significant. So just one final point. We've had quite a few questions about the question of intent and the level at which these policies are sanctioned or deliberate. I've ventured in the report to suggest that this widespread practice of gender-based violence must be at least condoned at very high level. So we know, for example, that the use of torture in detention centers right across China is well documented. Common methods employed accord, for example, with Omar Bakali's account that you've heard. And we also have reports of rape in detention employed specifically against other groups of women, so Tibetan nuns specifically and Falun Gong followers. Certainly, I would say in the case of the Xinjiang camps, the leaked internal documents shared with the New York Times in 2019, for example, do demonstrate the direct leadership of Xi Jinping in the development of the crackdown. We can trace those back to that series of speeches he made in 2014, this explicit call for a people's war on terror, and the specific call for the educational remolding and transformation of criminals. And we also know, of course, we heard from my colleague Sean Roberts yesterday, the direct role of Chen Quanguo, also, of course, a member of the Central Committee or Politburo, if you like, and how he is the direct architect of many aspects of the system in Xinjiang, the grid social management system, and so on. So I'll leave it there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Harris. I've got 3 questions, if I may. In your report, you survey a number of secondary reports and testimonies, but mainly from 2017 onwards, more or less. Now, you have conducted fieldwork in that region for a period of over 20 years, and you premise your report by stating that over this period, I have observed incremental levels of repression of the indigenous peoples. And it is on that I wish to ask you, could you just tell us a little about what you mean by these incremental levels of repression against the indigenous people?
Yes. So already in the 1990s, I was observing a series of crackdowns against religious practice, for example. My focus at that period in the 1990s was more about cultural production, and so I certainly saw high levels of censorship in that time. So in the 2000s, certainly things began to get more difficult. I think a real turning point in terms of my personal experience of the region and the increasing securitization would be 2009. So I had the interesting experience of actually being in Urumqi at the time of the the demonstration, the police crackdown, and subsequent interethnic violence which occurred in the city. And then was able to actually get down to the countryside in the south and saw the rollout of very high levels of securitization across rural Xinjiang at that time. So the mobilization of local police, checkpoints, arrests going on. Yeah, and then as I began to work with rural women, I conducted a lot of interviews with religious practitioners who already, in that period of the 2000s and up to 2012, were speaking of being arrested for these everyday practices, these kind of normal community practices of teaching children to read Arabic lettering and to recite the Quran, so they were already talking about arrest, violence being inflicted on them by the police. So that kind of thing was already going on in the period before 2012. Also, in general oral histories that I conducted with these women, the question of reproductive rights was very prominent. So many of the women were talking about their experience, going back to the 1990s, of coerced abortions, I would say. Yeah.
Thank you very much for that, and I'm sure the panel will have further questions on this at a later stage. But now, moving on to the core of your report, where you speak, amongst others, about sexual violence. And this is something that Dr. Tobin and others have also mentioned, and especially the stigma surrounding sexual violence for Uyghur women, but for other women of other ethnic groups too. In your opinion, would the stigma inhibit the reintegration of the victim of a sexual violence into their Uyghur community, and or would reduce their ability or indeed desire to reproduce?
I think undoubtedly there would be difficulties in reintegrating for women who dare to speak out about this. I mean, the shame is a problem for the family, the wider family, of course, and so that would be a very powerful restraint on women's willingness to speak out about these things.
Thank you for that. And the final question is, as mentioned, the report is primarily based on secondary sources and testimonies, and you conclude by saying, on the basis of your long-term experience in the region, you have confidence that these accounts are credible. And I guess my question to you is, could you elaborate on what basis you have that you consider that those accounts are credible?
Well, we've seen Chinese official sources and media attempting to discredit these witnesses, these testimonies, on the basis of the lack of reliability of the women, their lack of education. I think that there is a very widespread tendency in China. Of course, these problems are not unique to China, but there is a very widespread tendency to regard minority women, and especially Muslim minority women, as unreliable, ill-educated, baby-making machines, to quote one recent comment from a Chinese official. So, on the basis of my experience working with these women, I have the greatest respect for their clarity of thought, the richness of their culture, and I would like to give credit to them as witnesses who have, an equal validity to any other person who could sit up on a panel like this.
No more questions from me. Thank you, Professor Harris.
The next witness.
Yes, absolutely. And then I think it'd be a convenient moment to break for coffee.
Great.
Yeah, thanks.
The next witness is Dr. Jo Smith-Finley, who is a reader in Chinese Studies at Newcastle University. Dr. Smith-Finley has conducted ethnographic fieldwork in Xinjiang for nearly 3 decades, publishing extensively on Uyghur identities and ethnic relations, Chinese state securitization of religion, PRC counterterrorism measures, state terror, and also political re-education. Her monograph, The Art of Symbolic Resistance, Uyghur Identities and Uyghur-Han Relations in Contemporary Xinjiang, is a seminal ethnographic study of evolving Uyghur identities and ethnic relations over a period of 20 years. She is a frequent commentator to the media, serves as expert country witnesses in Uyghur asylum cases, and also advises law firms, government departments, NGOs, and think tanks. Dr. Finley has produced 2 reports for the Tribunal, the first of which is on the destruction of religious practice and heritage, and the second of which is on cultural destruction, respectively. In the first report, Dr. Smith-Finley explains the impact of the stated goals of the 2017 JOA regulations on de-extremification and how Uyghurs are treated as a result. She notes the severe restriction in religious practice, both within and outside detention centers, destruction of mosques, graveyards, and other cultural symbols in Xinjiang. In addition to summarizing secondary source material available from the public domain, she draws on interviews and observations conducted during her 2 recent research trips to Xinjiang. In her second report, Dr. Smith-Finlay catalogues the various practices employed by the CCP to ostensibly destroy cultural bonds of Uyghur Muslim society. These practices include homestays of CCP agents and officials, extensive behavioral monitoring trying to determine religiosity as a sign of disloyalty, and arbitrary internment for infractions. She notes that internment disrupted Uyghur reproduction, prevented intergenerational cultural transmission due to separation of spouses, children, or coercion into marriage. She also explains Uyghur linguistic dilution and ultimately its intended elimination. Finally, she sets out the intensifying drive to sinicize minority culture in all spheres of life. Dr. Smith-Finlay, we hand it over to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, so thank you for reading my report. I'm going to just summarize, hopefully fairly quickly, the main ideas. As you know, the report focuses quite significantly on my own ethnographic fieldwork, so particularly my 2 most recent field trips to the Uyghur region in 2016 and 2018. I'm going to bring some more photographs. I couldn't put all the photographs in the report, so I'm going to bring some more photographs today to show you, but the bulk of my evidence from there is from snatched conversations, the only way to have interviews at that time, photographic evidence and video evidence. We don't have time to watch any of the video evidence, but I can provide that at a later date if necessary. So, yeah, it all begins, the most recent intensification of religious repression begins from 2017, 7 months after Chen Quanguo came to power as the regional party secretary. So we have the regulations on de-extremification, which ostensibly aim to halt the penetration of extremism. So we see things like making religion more Chinese, the sinicization of religion, establishing correct beliefs, correctly handling the relationship between law and religion. And this refers to a long-standing division in China between official and unofficial religion, legal and illegal religion. And the notion of correctly handling the relation, no, I've done that bit already. So as my colleague André Klimesh has written in 2018, what the party seems to be doing here, in fact, is seeking to solve the problem of to whom to listen, whom to trust, and whom to follow. So here the party is wanting the Uyghurs not to be following an alternative authority in the form of Islam, but to be following the CCP and CCP ideology. So in practice, what's happened is that Islam has been targeted as a virus, as an addiction. We've had imams referred to as parasites in state discourses, and piety referred to as parasitic, in the sense that Uyghur individuals who are spending time praying 5 times a day cannot possibly be useful economic producers for the Chinese nation. And we've seen these medical analogies used, analogies of virus, addiction, malignant tumors, and so on, poisons, used to justify mass internment using population targets and arrest quotas. And actually, if you look closely at the regulations themselves, you can see straight away in Article 5 a direct reference to an annual target responsibility evaluation system, which refers directly to the targets and quotas that have been used to intern individuals. And in Article 14, a direct reference to educational transformation, which is, of course, a reference to transformation through education or political re-education, which consists of combining ideological education, psychological counselling, there's a euphemism, and behavioural corrections. You'll notice that the word correction appears a lot in state discourses in the last few years with regard to the Uyghurs. So what the state purports to be as a targeting of extremism is in practice what Darren Byler, our colleague Darren Byler, has referred to as a carpet bombing approach. It has been completely arbitrary. And this internment campaign has targeted anyone really who displayed a high level of piety or a high adherence to daily religious practices, everyday, ordinary, peaceful religious practices. The state itself has referred to it as an indiscriminate use of weed killer. So the state itself uses the term weed killer. You can't just pull out the weeds. You have to spray the entire field, I think is the rough translation of what the state has said. So during my last trip to Xinjiang, to the Uyghur region, conversations with both Han Chinese residents and Uyghur residents brought the same notions out. So these detained people, said one Han taxi driver, they're just there to have their thinking changed, and then they will come out of the camps again. Although everyone I spoke to during that trip told me that very few people were coming out of the camps. A Uyghur businessman, said to me, some people were given medicine to change their thinking in the camps, medicine for their minds. And this made them ill. And when they became ill, only then were they allowed out. And I've seen other reports from human rights defenders, Chinese human rights defenders working on the ground in China, that have referred to these people actually being transferred to mental health facilities from the internment camps. So what are the eligibility criteria for internment then? Not terrorist acts as you and I know them, but in fact everyday religious practices. Growing a beard, regular prayer, inviting too many people to one's wedding, giving your children names of Islamic origin, looking too religious, reciting an Islamic verse at your funeral, at someone's funeral, washing bodies according to Islamic custom, holding strong religious views, allowing other people to preach religion, teaching the Quran to your children, asking an imam to name your children, attending the mosque regularly, studying or teaching unauthorized forms of Islam, praying at a mosque other than on the traditional prayer day of Friday, attending Friday prayers outside of your village, making the pilgrimage to Mecca, or possessing illegal religious content on a mobile phone or computer. And this can simply be a picture of a woman wearing a niqab or a hijab. So what does this look like? What does this religious repression campaign look like inside the camps? It has been a campaign of coercive secularization. So internees have been forced to renounce Islam, to disavow their Islamic beliefs, to make self-criticisms. The most religious internees, the ones who perhaps were Islamic scholars or who were much more pious than others, have been singled out and forced to eat pork as punishment or to drink alcohol. Internees have not been allowed to wash their hands and feet because this was seen, this sort of regular washing of hands and feet was seen as extreme or labeled as extreme. They were lectured about the dangers of Islam, and in some cases they were tortured. And as reported in The Guardian in 2018 from one camp survivor, they would say to us, there is no religion. The government and the party will take care of you. Yeah, so the government and the party as benefactor, wanting to switch off internees' authority from Islam, from God to the CCP. So there's just one slide about my trip in 2016. There's a lot more data. If you want to know anything more from 2016, I can tell you that at a later date. But this is just to say that trouble was already brewing very significantly in 2016. So just a couple of quick snapshots there. Restaurant staff who had fled from Kashgar and Aksu to Urumqi, saying, we've come to Urumqi because there's no freedom in the south anymore. A man can't even grow a short beard or a moustache. Only older men can grow a longer beard. Women are not allowed anymore to wear the niqab or the burqa. and a migrant taxi driver who had also fled from Khoten to Urumqi. A lot of people have been put in prison down south for very, very small things, like wearing a veil or growing a beard. So to my 2018 trip, and lots of photos from here on in. So I did a lot of walking during this trip. I walked around the city for hours and hours, and observed everything, and photographed everything as well as I could. Had a lot of snatched conversations in and around, around mosques, and in different places, and took video footage. So all of the mosques, without exception, were completely deserted. I never saw anybody go in at any time of day on any day of the week whilst I was walking around. This was a 3-week visit, during which I was mostly unmolested by the state. I had two arrests, which I can tell you about later if you're interested. Brief arrests, 2-hour arrests. So we have the PRC flag in the forecourts of the mosques, barbed wire, razor wire coiled all over the perimeter fences, digital running slogans against religious extremism and so on, but nobody praying. So in my conversations, I found that people were saying that only between 10 or 20 elderly men go into the mosque at prayer times, although I never saw one single person go in myself. Most other retired men, they explained, were too afraid to go in because the state would stop their retirement benefit if they did. People who were still employed in state work units said they could not go in because if they went in, they would lose their jobs. If you work for a state enterprise or a state organ, you're not allowed to be religious. And everyone else, they said, even the independent businessmen who used to go in droves prior to 2016, and even still in 2016 actually, are now too scared to go in. No one is going in. Why? Because of these security checkpoints set up at all of the mosque entrances with iris scanners. So people said, we want to go in the mosque, but if we go in the mosque, they will take us to prison. They look at our identity cards and they will mark us for internment. So moving to Kashgar in the south, this is probably the most important mosque, one of the most important mosques in the Uyghur region. This mosque was turned into a museum when I visited in 2018. So you see a Uyghur ticket seller sitting at the counter there on the right. Just to her right is a riot policeman asleep on the desk with 2 riot shields in front of him. And I was allowed to go in as a tourist only. So this is what happened when I went inside. So I'll just let you read this by yourself. It gives you a sense of the atmosphere. Okay. So moving to the Kashgar Old Town, we have a similar situation. All of the small neighborhood mosques are padlocked, without exception, razor wire, barbed wire, framed posters of the de-extremification regulations on the outside walls, CCTV, and in some cases the mosques have been desecrated. Not in this case on the left there, but in many cases crescents removed from the domes, a desanctification. So again, through conversations, I asked people, where has the crescent gone? Did someone take it away? Sometimes people were too scared to speak out loud because the CCTV camera was right above their head. So they would nod and say yes, they took the crescent away, but they would not answer verbally because they were afraid of being recorded. Others were less fearful and said yes, they took it away, they took the crescent away. What was really noticeable, I'll just go back a second, what was really noticeable, if you look at that slogan across the door here, this slogan says, love the country, love the party, love the country. And this has replaced the earlier slogans which said love the country, love religion. Okay, so it used to be okay to love religion as long as you loved the country a little bit more. But now it's no longer okay to love religion. You can only love the party and love the country. These are the only options. And some mosques, unbelievably, I couldn't quite believe my eyes when I walked into this place, have been turned into cafe bars and are now being frequented by Han Chinese tourists who are drinking beer inside. So, yeah. So here's another little story, little snapshot. I spoke to a Hui man and his Uyghur wife, who said that the school, the Islamic school on the right-hand side there, had been closed for many years already, closed down lots of years ago. Whereas the mosque on the left had been closed down almost exactly around the time of the publication of the de-extremification regulations. And they said, oh, some foreign Muslims came the other day and they wanted to go in the mosque and we had to redirect them to the Hate Car Mosque. I just looked at them and I said, I'm so sorry, the Hate Car Mosque isn't open either. And I explained what had happened and they looked absolutely dismayed and shocked. His wife asked me, what do you do? I said, I'm a university teacher. She looked at me for a moment and then went, so you know then? You know all about it? I said, yeah, I do. And she burst into tears. She squeezed my hand. I tried to comfort her. And I said, look, everything changes. And she said, when? When will it change? When will it get better? That's just one example, but there were lots of examples like that. And then the defacement and removal of halal signage. This was all over Urumqi. It was already complete for the Uyghurs by the time I got there in 2018. All of the Uyghur restaurants already had no halal signage when I got there. But it was still in process for the Hui. It had spread to the Hui communities and the Hui restaurants as well, and it was still in process. You can see the mosque, picture of the mosque insignia, and the halal signage has been removed from the top left corner there on the sign. I have hundreds of photos like this showing various stages of defacement. And on to other reports. These are not my reports. These are reports from other scholars, from my colleagues, Dr. Harris, Dr. Thum, and also from the Australian Strategic Policy Institute, ASPI. So we began to hear then, in around the time April 2019, of the systematic destruction of religious-built heritage. This included mosques and shrines. So first of all, we heard from Sean Zhang, who is a Chinese PhD student at UBC, about the North Gatehouse of the Keria Mosque in Hotan having been demolished. And the satellite imagery came out to show how this had still been visible in November 2017 on satellite, but by April 2018 it had vanished. This gatehouse had vanished. And this is an example, as Dr. Harris has written, of what UNESCO calls strategic cultural cleansing, the deliberate targeting of individuals and groups on the basis of their cultural, ethnic or religious affiliation, combined with intentional and systematic destruction of cultural heritage. Also, while I was in Kashgar, I visited the Buve Maryam Khenim Mazare at Bashkirem on the instruction of Dr. Thum, who said that I must go and see what was the current situation with this shrine. When I got there, it was still intact, but it was deserted, it was padlocked, all of the votive offerings had been removed from the garden, and there was a massive convenience police station built right next door to it. Huge police station, probably about 10 times the size of the shrine. I couldn't photograph that, I hope for obvious reasons. I still got arrested. This was a 2-hour arrest with 3 levels of interrogation from 3 levels of police in 3 different languages. So I won't go into the details, but I can tell you about it later if you're interested to hear more. So Guardian Bellingcat also came out with a satellite-based survey, satellite imagery analysis, which documented in May 2019 more than 24 Islamic religious sites partly or completely demolished. One of them was the Imam Asim Shrine, which showed that the shrine was empty. The mosque and the Hanukkah and other buildings had been torn down, and only the tomb remained. As with the shrine I visited myself, pilgrims' offerings, flags and pilgrims had all disappeared. And this is what the shrine should have looked like at a pilgrimage, on a pilgrimage day. So just to sum up on the shrines, again, I quote my colleague, Dr. Thum, "Nothing could say more clearly to the Uyghurs that the Chinese state wants to uproot their culture and break their connection to the land than the desecration of their ancestors' graves, the sacred shrines that are the landmarks of Uyghur history." And to quote our colleague, especially Rachel's close colleague, Dr. Harris's close colleague, Raila Dawood, who was disappeared in 2017, "If one were to remove these shrines, the Uyghur people would lose contact with earth. They would no longer have a personal, cultural, and spiritual history. And after a few years, we would have no memory of why we live here or where we belong." So moving on to culture, of course, culture and Islam are entwined in Uyghur society to a large degree. But when I was walking around in Kashgar Old Town, there were a lot of padlocked homes. The parent generation was conspicuous in its absence. There were a lot of children around, there were a lot of grandparents around, very few people in between. Which suggested immediately to me that those parents had been interned. And what we saw were signs that these families had desperately tried to prove allegiance to the state. They had desperately tried to prove a patriotic allegiance to the party before being taken away, in the form of, New Year couplets pasted on either side of their doors, Chinese New Year lanterns hanging on either side of their doors. And the propaganda tells the same story too. The posters all over Urumqi in 2018, like this one. It says, 重视传统节日, 传承中华美德, right? So respect traditional Han festivals, hand down beautiful Chinese virtues. But where we talk about Chinese virtues and traditional festivals here, we are talking very much about Han traditional festivals and Han traditional virtues. And we can see this in the picture, which shows very clearly Han traditional architecture and traditional living setup. So a Uyghur female bookseller in the Xinhua bookstore at this time said to me, "We don't have any festivals now, we Uyghurs. No one dares even to say Assalamu alaikum, peace be with you, anymore either. It's just too religious." So on to language, very quickly. Coercive Chinese medium education is happening inside the camps and outside the camps. So outside the camps, as my PhD student is documenting now meticulously, we are seeing a slow linguicide, which has been taking place since 2002. In 2018, this was becoming very, very clear. You could see it everywhere. Most particularly in this picture I took of a poster outside the #1 Urumqi primary school, in which this is a textile poster. You can see it hanging down the wall there, and the Arabic script has been literally cut out and then blacked over in that rectangle you see there. This should have been the Arabic script for Yakshimusis, for the greeting hello. Almost like a cancer being cut out, I would suggest. So, and then children of doubly detained parents have been placed in securitized national education boarding schools, as we've heard from my colleague Dr. Thum, and we hear psychologically tortured. So in one report from ethnic Han Chinese human rights defenders working undercover, these are religious Christian human rights defenders who are working undercover for Bitter Winter magazine in China. They wrote about how children in classrooms were showing extreme caution when trying to speak and write in Chinese, almost as if they were skating on very thin ice. And in my most recent research, together with Dilmurat Mahmud at McGill University in Canada, who is a Uyghur scholar, Uyghur folklorist, we have been very closely analysing a set of textbooks that were revised and republished in 2018. And in these textbooks, all Uyghur cultural and social characteristics have been erased, completely erased. The word Islam does not appear once in 6 books. The ethnonym Uyghur only appears once or twice, and then only as a part of the name of the region, Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region. All of the pictures of human characters are showing Han facial features, not Uyghur. All the names are typical Chinese names, no Uyghur personal names. Han Chinese and Western literatures are highlighted, but no Islamic literatures, no Turkish or Middle Eastern literatures, and definitely no Uyghur literatures. And the same is true for poetry. And Mahmud and I argued that this is a deliberate intention to invisibilize and eventually to eradicate the Uyghur people as a separate ethnic group or nation. And I've put these 2 pictures up here because this was a quite stunning thing we discovered, which didn't fit the pattern I've just described. We found one picture, just one picture, the lower picture, which clearly shows Uyghur children. Yeah? We think this was left in the set of textbooks by mistake. And if you look at the top picture, this is the same picture doctored to make the children look Han, ethnically Han in appearance. So in the bottom picture, we have shadowed eye sockets to show the deep set eyes. We have Uyghur braids on the girl in the pink dress. In the top one, all of the children have magically become Chinese, Han Chinese, and we have regular pigtails instead of the Uyghur braids. So these changes are causing significant mental harm, I would argue. So the controls on religious dress and facial hair. A colleague of mine was in Ghulja, in the northern oasis of Ghulja in 2018, and interviewed a Uyghur taxi driver. He got out a picture of him when he used to have a moustache and began to cry and said to her, "Today it's not possible to grow a moustache. It's not officially forbidden, but everybody knows the consequences of doing so." I spent 2 hours talking to this young man in Kashgar, and he sang the Chinese national anthem to me in perfect Chinese. He also sang me a song in perfect Chinese that helped him to learn the Chinese tones, the 4 tones, the pitch in Chinese, in Mandarin Chinese. And then all of a sudden he got some white sticky labels and began to recreate a beard on his face. Now, he's not aware of what's happening to him yet at age 6, but there is a significant psychological trauma, I think, in this community resulting from these restrictions. There was also the campaign to cut women's tunics and dresses, which was going on when I was in the Uyghur region in 2018. I didn't see any of it personally, but it was being reported at the time by Radio Free Asia and some Taiwanese news outlets, where women were having their long tunics and skirts cut in the street, cut short in the street, because wearing a long tunic and hiding your behind was supposedly a sign of religious extremism. And of course, this has been described as an attack on Uyghur women's dignity. Also, Dr. Harris made reference to coerced intermarriages. The PRC has been aggressively incentivizing intermarriage since 2014 by offering couples money and material goods to encourage them and persuade them to persuade Uyghur women to marry Han Chinese men. And indeed, we've had a recent report last year in June 2020 from the Associated Press, where a mixed couple report receiving such incentivized goods. However, our colleague Darren Byler has published analysis of PRC state narratives which suggests a significant level of coercion. So we have Han male migrants and security workers choosing a Uyghur woman in the region and then working with various arms of the local authorities to convince the families to agree. And when this is happening in a context where refusal will be labelled as extremism and will result in you being, or your parents being interned in a camp, it is very difficult to refuse such an intermarriage. We've also seen the detention, the targeting of famous cultural figures, or killing the chicken to show the monkey, to use a Chinese phrase. So this is the deliberate targeting of celebrity and cultural figureheads. Again, it's a way of inducing terror in the community, inducing fear. It promotes the state project to eradicate local languages and cultures, but it also warns everyone, all of the broader masses, that nobody is safe, not even the Uyghur elites. And this practice has reached beyond the realm of high culture. So, for example, we see a celebrity footballer interned. We see a philanthropist businessman sentenced to life imprisonment, and so on. The pictures you see here are of a very respected, highly respected musician, Abdurrahim Hayat, a long-term friend of mine and Dr. Harris's. And these are pictures of him before and after detention. He is now out of the internment camp, but we believe, under house arrest in Urumqi. And just very quickly, just to say that everything I was describing from what I saw with my own eyes in 2018 is still happening now. And we know this from a recent Reuters report, among others, in which Reuters investigative reporters visited around 24 mosques across 7 counties during Ramadan and found that most of them were either partially or completely demolished. You see a picture here of part of a minaret broken off from the Shinchu Mosque in Changji. And you see here the same mosque with the minarets removed. There. And in this picture you see a mosque that has apparently been destroyed altogether, and reporters were prevented from entering the site, and a Han Chinese resident told reporters there are no Muslims like that here anymore, meaning there are no Muslims who pray publicly in a public place, in a public mosque here anymore. Okay, so I'll stop there. Sorry, that was quite long. Yeah.
Dr. Smith-Finlay, I have a few questions arising from your report and your presentation. You've mentioned that the Chinese Communist Party sees Uyghur Islam as a virus, and you've also referred to the fact that the party uses medical analogies to describe how to deal with it, with reference to cleansing and treatment and so forth. Mm-hmm. Is this a reference to cleansing the people of their religion, or is it something more than that?
I think it's something more. I think it's a hollowing out of the entire identity, and religion is targeted, among other things, because it's a central component of that identity, but it's not the only component of that identity. I think it's a hollowing out, an emptying of the Uyghur identity, so that in the end the Uyghur group, as we know it, will not exist anymore. In the same way that the Manchu group have already intermarried to such a level and been Sinicized to such a level that really the Manchu group doesn't really exist anymore in China. And Uyghurs actually often refer to the Manchu group when they are voicing their fears about eradication, about disappearance.
You've stated that infractions in the community lead to detention, mm-hmm. And you've discussed in your report that within the detention facilities there's forced secularization and de-extremification. Mm-hmm. What are the consequences for those who refuse secularization?
In the camps?
In the camps, yes.
We don't have very much information about this. There is a report called From Camps to Prisons by Jean Bunin, an independent researcher. He is also curator of the Xinjiang Victims Database, in which he has described how the most the most unreformable in Chinese authorities' eyes internees have been transferred from internment camps into formal prison situations. And in those situations, there have sometimes been like a kangaroo court held within the internment camp, and those internees who were sort of perceived to be unreformable or unrepentant have then been handed a sort of very arbitrary summary sentence of 10 years, 15 years, or 20 years. And there are some statistics in that report that show the kind of proportions and backgrounds. But it's usually young men, it's usually young, very pious men who refuse to renounce Islam in the camps, who end up being treated in this way. But yeah, apart from that report, I'm not aware of other information. Yeah.
You stated that when severe restrictions on religious practice were put in place in South Xinjiang, that people were then leaving to go from the south to the north.
Yes.
Could you tell us how common that was, and whether that could be construed as a forced displacement or not?
To a certain degree, it was a forced displacement, because those people were migrating to Urumqi, to the north, because they were no longer able to practice their everyday religious beliefs unmolested in the south. And because if they tried to continue practicing Islam in a normal, peaceful, everyday way in the south, they risked being interned for being extremists or imprisoned. And so those people were moving to Urumqi because there were much greater freedoms there. And this has been happening for quite some time already. So I've been going to the region over a period of 30 years. So if I think back to the first time I was there in 1995-96, at that time, all of the people going into the mosque on a Friday in Urumqi were elderly men, local Urumqi residents, and very few of them actually, not very many, just a handful of elderly men going in the mosque every Friday lunchtime. By 2002-04, as the local Islamic revival was picking up pace, it was very different. In Urumqi, the mosques had been rebuilt. They were 4 or 5 times the size, 2 or 3 story, with huge forecourts before them, and thousands of men of all ages going in and out. And a lot of those people at that stage had already begun to start to come up from the south, I think, but this intensified very, very much after 2009. After the demonstrations in Urumqi in 2009, and we began to see by 2016 when I was there. By 2016 we were already seeing restrictions. Sorry, I'm trying to get my dates right. We were already seeing restrictions in Urumqi whereby the women who had been wearing niqab and hijab and so on in 2002-04, in the 2000s when I was there, were no longer wearing those. What we were seeing that replaced by a sort of halfway hijab, a permissible hijab that the authorities would allow, and also a turban. We were seeing the women wearing a fashionable turban by then, especially the young women, which seemed to be allowed at that time. But by 2018, all of that had completely vanished. In Kashgar in 2018, I saw one lady with a very irregular sort of chiffon, lightweight headscarf during the whole time I was there, and even she was asked to take that off as she passed through a security checkpoint, and no other woman was wearing any kind of head covering at all.
The severe restrictions you've referred to, of course, are now obviously have extended, as you've stated in your report, to Urumqi and the rest of Xinjiang.
Yes.
Has that led to a consequent pattern of displacement or movement of people in Xinjiang to elsewhere or within Xinjiang?
I did in recent years interview several Uyghurs who had moved to inner China from the Uyghur region, ironically, because it was easier to practice in inner China than it was in the Uyghur region itself. However, by 2019, even the Uyghur migrants in inner China had come under significant scrutiny. So, for example, in Shanghai, when I was interviewing Uyghurs in restaurants in Shanghai in 2019, they had removed all of the Arabic calligraphy and all of the sort of Islamic pictures from the walls inside the restaurant. They explained how they were no longer able to go in the mosque. The mosque was just across the street, and the Hui Muslims were happily going in and out of the mosque without any problem at all. But the Uyghurs said, we cannot go in the mosque. As soon as we go in the mosque, we will be rounded up and sent back to Xinjiang to be locked up. And they said they had Han Chinese political cadres coming into the restaurant once a week and checking up on them, coming to eat in the restaurant, but clearly coming for surveillance purposes. Yeah.
Just two final questions, if I may. You've stated in the report that Uyghur cultural leaders have been detained. And
Yes.
I think at page 189 of your report, you refer to artists, writers, poets, academics, publishers, singers, comedians, and athletes.
Yes.
It might be that there isn't details about this, but essentially how widespread is the detention of Uyghur cultural leaders?
It's hard to gauge that, and as with everything, we know about what we know, but often it may just be the tip of the iceberg. So in the case of celebrity figures, the most recent report I've seen numbers about 435 known celebrity figures known to have been disappeared or detained or interned. Yeah. But how representative that is across the whole, it's hard to say.
And does the detention of these figures, is it accompanied by publicity in state media?
Sorry?
Is the detention accompanied by publicity in state media about the fact that they have been detained or not?
I don't think so. No. It's everybody knows the person has disappeared, so everyone in the Uyghur community knows the person has disappeared, and so the fear is instilled, but it's not lauded publicly in the press. No, not that I've seen.
And my final question, which in one form or another has been asked of your colleagues, what would you say is the logical conclusion, if any, that could be reached in respect of the policies you have mentioned being essentially the policies you've mentioned relating to cultural destruction?
I think that what we're seeing is an identity castration. I think that's a term I used recently that I think really resonates. It's like an identity castration, or it's like an absolute emptying out of the Uyghur linguistic, religious and cultural identity. It's leaving a physical shell. Yes, we are not seeing mass killings, no. But we are seeing a mass killing in the sense that we are seeing a mass killing of an identity. And we are seeing a physical shell of a people left without the cultural substance left anymore in any recognizable form. And we are seeing that people being deprived of the ability to transmit that life force, that cultural life force from one generation to the next, being deliberately, intentionally deprived of the opportunity to do that by the state.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Smith.
Thank you all very much. Is this a convenient moment for a break, Mr. Sabi?
Yes, sir, that would be appropriate moment.
And 20 minutes. Can you just, so that'll be 11:40, reconvene. There's an internal document that's being produced. Has that been made available to the experts in case they have an interest in looking at it? This document here.
Okay. Yes, sir.
They've got it. Okay, thank you. 20 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. need to stop asking all the questions you want to ask. Is it slavery? What's the test for slavery? Yeah, exactly. So what's the difference between, I was thinking, what's the difference between door knocking and wouldn't use it to get people to go to work and Jehovah's Witnesses? But I wouldn't say Jehovah's Witnesses, but what is the difference? Yeah. Just something like that, but I probably won't ask anything.
No, you got me confused with something I was going to ask.
They should be on the, yeah, so they should, yeah. Well, I mean, I haven't had anything to do with it, so. Now we just sit back and relax.
Mr. Chairman, we are at your disposal.
Well,
The rest of the session would be for the questions of the panel to the experts.
Thank you, David Parveen.
Thank you, Sir Geoffrey. Thank you very much indeed. We enjoyed your presentations earlier on. Could I just ask Professor Murphy just one or two questions, if that's all right? So in your statement, you started by saying voluntary. I mean, what do you think is the use of the Chinese use the word voluntary? What do you think they mean?
Is this working? Hello? Okay. In many of the documents I've seen in just the last year or so, the Chinese government has, and local authorities have turned to using the word authority, I think, in a defensive, using the word voluntary in a sort of defensive posture against claims against forced labor, claims that they're using forced labor in these programs. When we see sort of corporate publicity about it or state media reports about the labor transfer programs, the celebration is of the ideological readjustments of the people who are being subject to the labor transfer programs. And so while the stories tend to be or are often about people who are explicitly unwilling to participate in a labor transfer, the success story being told is that through the concerted efforts of cadres and other government agents and private labor agencies as well that are subsidized by the government, that people who were previously unwilling to go to work or previously unwilling to accept the government's largesse, quote unquote, that they have been transformed, re-educated, and are now voluntarily joining. Those efforts seem to me to be quite clearly coercive and so consistently going back to people's houses and telling them they need to be re-educated if they don't, and the constant threat that to resist these state-sponsored programs are tantamount to being affiliated with terrorists, means that people that what the Chinese government is calling voluntary and celebrating as a process of creating voluntariness is in fact a systematic program of coercion.
Sorry, I beg your pardon. So the words enforcement and enslavement, what do you think are the pointers to slavery?
So when we talk about slavery as either a sociological or a legal definition, there are kind of different ways of thinking about it. So if you think about it in terms of a sociological definition, say perhaps what Kevin Bales talks about, Professor Kevin Bales at Nottingham talks about slavery being the process of a person's experience being that of being compelled to work against their will, under threat of violence without the ability to walk away. And I think all of those markers are there for this case, that the people who are being subjected to these programs are going unwillingly. They are being subjected to forced work. They're working. That's an important aspect of it. And that they are, that there's under threat of violence, the camps, of course, and that they are unable to walk away. Some of them are actually behind fences and walls. Others of them are so extraordinarily isolated that there would be no way to get out of it unless someone were to transport you. And so these programs meet that sort of sociological definition that is about the experience of the enslaved person. At the same time, we have definitions that are, you know, say the UK modern slavery law, or the Palermo Protocol on Trafficking, or the ILO Convention on Forced Labor. Well, some of those focus on, not the ILO Convention, but the others focus on the criminal act, the program, the state, or the person who inflicts slavery on someone. And typically those definitions hang on 3 categories or 3 characteristics of slavery, and that is force, fraud, or coercion. In the UK, it's often called deception instead of fraud. But in this case, I think that all 3 of those characteristics are met. There are many cases in which people are being forced by being held within the fences of the internment camp or in the fences of the factory. Fraud, they're being promised that they can go back. They're being promised that they'll be paid. And in some cases, people are paid, but in other cases, people are not. And then coercion, they're being coerced through these systems of agencies that go after them time and time again. So all of those possible definitions of trafficking, slavery, and forced labor seem to be met. All the characteristics seem to be met, in my opinion.
And in terms of that, I mean, China did sign the Palermo Protocol. How do they explain what they're doing?
I can't possibly fathom how they would do that.
Yeah, okay. And also, when you talk about forced labor, do you refer to slave labor as well as the low-paid, in inverted commas, labor?
Yes, so most definitions of slavery, there's a lot of debate about what constitutes slavery. And some people would suggest that the definition of slavery hangs on whether or not a person is paid. There are testimonies to the effect that there are people who are in these systems of labor transfers who are not in fact being paid or being paid a pittance. There are testimonies to the effect of people being in what we would call debt bondage, that is, that they are told they owe money for transportation or for housing at their place of work and therefore never make the money that they're promised. But I would also say that most definitions of slavery do not hang on this question of payment. They hang on the question of voluntariness of labor, and the ILO definition, for instance, of forced labor is like this, that it is an unwilling coercion to work, and so, or a compulsion, a compulsory work. And so, so the question of pay is not as relevant because even if the person is paid, they don't have the right to spend it as they like. They don't have the right to come and go as they please. They don't have the right to choose their work, which is a right given to humans by the Universal Declaration of Human Rights.
Apropos the money, does any of it ever reach the family who presumably wouldn't have any money to survive on if they were detained?
Chinese government reports suggest that people are sending money back home, and that's sort of you know, a method of poverty alleviation. However, we don't have any first-person testimonies that would suggest that that's happening, and in fact, we have very little ability to know anything about what's happening to workers there because no auditors, no researchers are allowed to go into the factories, no journalists are allowed to get close, and so we can't independently verify whether or not people are getting paid or whether or not they're sending, what's the word I'm looking for, money back home to their families, so we can't know.
Okay, thank you very much. Just going back, you just said that you can't go back in again. I just wonder how you corroborate the evidence that you've given us. Is it, because a lot of it is secondary, a lot of it is got from articles. How do we know that's true?
Well, a lot of what I'm using to describe the systematic nature of these programs is drawn directly from government directives, government documents. And so these are typically local level government documents that instruct labor agencies on how to operate the labor transfers, and that instruct them to systematically ensure that everyone who can be employed is employed. And so these directives, I often locate them by, and I should mention that I work with a team of incredible researchers who are people from the region who do not live in the region at this time, who speak Uyghur and Chinese and Kazakh, and I work with a supply chain analyst, and this is a team. When I say I really mean we, and it's a team of people doing a lot of different kinds of work to verify this. But when we locate a media article about these directives, those directives are typically celebrated or promoted through many different media sources, and then we track down the original government directive that comes from some regional government. This is the public regional directive. There may be other ones that we don't know about, but these are the claims that they want the public to know, the operational systems that they expect people to understand and implement on the ground, and that ostensibly they have no concerns about hiding because they are open source online. And so the main contours of, or what we understand about the main contours of this system is drawn directly from government evidence.
Thank you. So have any of you actually been into a camp to have seen what goes on within the camp?
No, I don't know anybody who's done that. No.
Not the last
well, not a
Smith-Lindley,
camp.
Professor, have you been into a camp? And seen, so nobody in the team has been there, so it got it all secondary. And you were talking about having been arrested a couple of times. Is there a problem about seeing anything? Presumably since 2018, has anybody allowed to go in and look, investigate?
I do know of one person who, a social auditor, who in 2016 or 17, she says before the wall came down, was allowed to inspect a factory in Xinjiang. But since then, they have not had any access to that region.
So I know my time's almost up. One just last question. You mentioned quantitative point system in your talk. Could you just explain that to us?
Over the course of the last 4 years, I've seen, and these folks probably know more than I do about this, but I've seen a number of different kinds of quantitative point systems. Early on, there was a form that was found online that was, showed like different practices that would determine the status or outcomes for people who were of ethnic minorities in that region. The one that I'm speaking of specifically is one that's about assigning people to different forms of labor transfers or to education if they're deemed dangerous. But there are a number of different ways that those points are amassed, and apparently working in a labor transfer is one way to gain points, which of course again is a system of coercion, because to lose points could mean going into internment, to lose points could mean worse treatment for your family members. But there was one other thing I wanted to say about the points. Those points are also accrued or lost through these incredibly invasive visits of Han people, which are often implemented by companies themselves. So we've investigated several companies that have programs within their company where they move Han workers out to the Xinjiang region to do the more technical parts of the jobs because they have, the educations that they have, and then those people are required to go into the homes of Uyghur people in that region to educate them on Chinese thinking and ideology, to gear them up towards working in factories, and to monitor them and assign them these points.
But just following the really last question, the Xinjiang Production and Construction Corporation, is that a government or a commercial organization?
It is a paramilitary corporate conglomerate that runs its own cities, owns 14 publicly held corporations, and has probably 4,400 additional entities under its investments portfolio. It is, I think, what you might call an archipelago government. It runs satellite cities across the vast region of Xinjiang, but it is also the local government in those places, while making tons of money on the labor transfers and the people they govern.
Professor Osler.
Thank you. Dr. Tum, could you please explain the difference between orphanages and boarding schools in policy documents and in practice?
That's a very difficult question. The orphanages are obviously aimed at children who are thought to not be able to return home. Boarding schools, we don't have a lot of information about how boarding schools are operating in the last 2 or 3 or 4 years, but if it's anything like previous periods and like the situation in other parts of China, some boarding schools would allow the children to return home on weekends, others would allow them to return home only during holidays, whereas an orphanage is conceptualized as someone being permanently raised there. The orphanages are also they're considered a part of social services. So they're often paired with elder care institutions, and in a large number of the construction bid documents that I've submitted, they're actually soliciting bids for simultaneous construction of an orphanage and an elder care facility, which hints at the possibility that the internments and the forced labor, the forcible population movements of the labor program are leaving not just children without family support, but with the elderly without family support, and that these are seen as linked issues by the state.
Thank you. And is there a link between the 2017 policy document from the Xinjiang Education Department, the one that set out to isolate children from their families, and any documentation you're aware of from the Ministry of Education in Beijing?
Yes, that report is actually published by the elementary level education division of the Education Bureau in Beijing. It is a collection of reports from each of the provincial level education bureaus published by the Beijing Department of Education.
And do you know the extent of children's placement in residential care when only one parent is interned?
That is a difficult question to answer that we don't have, I think, systematic data for, and would probably be best asked to Dr. Zenz when he presents, because he's done quite extensive research on the question.
Okay. And the language of correction, of the derogatory language relating to infection, is that found in policy documents relating to children?
I have not seen that language in those documents.
Okay. What is the nature of, you talk about parental consent. What is your data suggest that this is, that transfer of children is taking place without parental consent, or indeed children's own consent?
That's a good point. Well, first of all, this is compulsory education, and when the state changes what type of school you are compelled to go to, of course, compulsory education is common around the world, that families would be compelled to send their children to school. But what we're seeing here is that the nature of the schools is being changed. So the families are still, once the schooling is changed to a boarding system, the families are still compelled to send their children to those facilities. We have just a kind of a handful of first-person testimonies. Actually, they're family testimonies from people who have escaped the region. Those are found in the Xinjiang victims database, but they're not particularly numerous. Here we face the kind of usual barrier of access to data.
Thank you. Given that Chinese is used not only as the medium of instruction but also of communication, do you have any evidence from parents or children of communication difficulties between the generations?
Yeah, absolutely. This is something that the last time I was in the region was December of 2017, and the goal of changing the medium of education and administration in the schools to Chinese, the goal of 100%, has been around for quite a long time, sometime before 2008, and it's moving slowly at first. But you could already see the effects in periods when I was there doing field work, and people would complain that they had trouble talking to their children, or that their children didn't know their mother language well. And I believe you can find some, this was not the goal of my fieldwork at those times, so I didn't keep notes on those conversations, but I'm pretty sure I've seen them on media reporting, quotes from people talking about this as well.
And given that children are separated from their parents, that they are using a different language of communication to one they are familiar with, and experiencing a curriculum, as your colleagues have explained, that is not reflecting their own culture and experience, do you know of any evidence on children's mental health and psychological well-being?
There is some talk about concern for mental well-being of children in some of these state documents, particularly when they're talking about the so-called hardship students, which can be a range of, can refer to a range of hardships, but is often specified as a product. One subset of hardship is having your parents in one of the indoctrination camps. So mental health is a focus of some of these state documents, particularly for the so-called hardship students. But of course, this is a very recent policy, and we don't really have access to information about what has happened to children in the last 2 years who have been are being raised and educated in these schools.
And if you had to respond to the argument that, what would you say to the argument that the increase in boarding provision, let's leave aside orphanages in the region, constitutes a kind of leveling up of provision with other areas of China?
I would say that there was no need of boarding in order to give educational access. Xinjiang, and especially the south of Xinjiang, where the Uyghurs are the majority, has not seen the proletarianization that the rest of China has seen with the concurrent hollowing out of rural areas. The population until, I mean, it's hard to tell what's happened in the last 2 or 3 years, but until then, the overwhelming majority of Uyghurs were small, independent, small farm operators. So there was really no problem of needing to concentrate educational resources in light of closing schools in the countryside into the towns. There's no evidence of any need for it, and in fact, it's counterintuitive, and it's actually a major unnecessary expensive resources. So that's what I would say, is that it doesn't fit the needs of resource provision that they're talked about for the interior of China.
Thank you. Turning to coercive birth control, you referred to Uyghur women being allowed fewer children than the official entitlement, and we've heard that from witnesses. Are there any statistics on this phenomenon?
I don't think we have any comprehensive statistics. It's not something that the government would measure, and we're really dependent on the state statistics for these comprehensive numerical measures of things. And it's also something, I think, that happens within a drive to meet quotas rather than a drive to meet regulations. There are apparent quotas for birth rates in various local regions, and those put pressure on people on the ground to sort of bend the rules against sort of national policy. Those quotas seem to emanate from either the region or Beijing, but what that means is that they're not keeping track of these things that go sort of against the official policy.
Okay. Was there a 2020 census?
There was a 2020 census. I don't believe the data is out yet. I think there's a preview or something.
And was Uyghur a category in that?
I don't know. There's I think more relevant would be the 2020 Xinjiang Statistical Yearbook, which generally provides more fine-grained data for Xinjiang. And in that, they have eliminated ethnic categories in much of the data. So things that we used to be able to get very clearly, for example, birth rates and natural increase rates at the county level. Well, that's not elimination of ethnic. They have eliminated the birth rates at the county level, and they've also eliminated ethnic categorization in some of the data sets.
Thank you. That's.
Professor Harris, could I just start off asking you, or perhaps other members of the panel, for a little bit of quick background information to help provide the context in which torture and sexual violence to women is occurring? And first question is, how many female camps do we think there are in Xinjiang?
Sorry, is my mic on? Yeah. No, I'm sorry, I don't have those kind of statistics at my fingertips. I'm sure we can find the info.
Does anyone have any idea?
The number of female camps.
Yeah.
I would say that Adrian Zenz will know the answer to that question when he speaks.
So
the number of camps, the range of estimates on number of camps is from 150 to over 500. And I've seen estimates of the sort of gender balance of camps being somewhere, 60-40 or something, maybe 30-70, 70-30 women.
Okay.
So 30% of those, of that number roughly, because after an initial period of improvisation and turning schools into camps and things like that, where there were some mixed gender camps, it quickly was settled out into separate gender camps. So I think you could, if you want a rough estimate, 30% times 250 or 300, 400 camps.
About 100, say. So, and how many camps do we actually have reports of torture rooms being present within them?
Well, that's not on, is it? Oh, yes, it is, sorry. Yeah, so we have quite a limited number of accounts altogether. And this, of course, is due to the extreme levels of secrecy which are surrounding the whole system.
Sure.
Yeah.
No, I'm just trying to get at, obviously, if there are torture rooms created in all these camps, it absolutely implies central organization and by design, whereas, so I'm really trying to ask whether you think it's reasonable to generalize from a very small number of cases to the generality of all of the camps.
Of course. No, I mean, I understand that this is a big problem. So all of the researchers working in this sphere have had to be extremely creative with their forms of evidence. And if you want that kind of hard evidence, then I think, again, Adrian Zentz's work on procurement documents is probably the closest we get to some kind of sense of what has been ordered, what has been built. And that kind of evidence, of course, has to be read in tandem with the experience of the people who've come out of them. But of course, very small numbers we have because of the difficulty of people leaving the country, the impossibility of speaking out while you're inside. All of that.
No, I fully understand that. With regard to the rape culture that you referred to within the female camps, do we know whether a similar rape culture exists in the prison services in mainland China, in both male and female prisons?
Yeah, no, that again is an interesting question. On the comparative look that I've taken at the evidence, I've only come across suggestions of a practice of rape against female inmates occurring against Tibetan nuns in particular, and Falun Gong practitioners. So these are, special groups. So not a widespread practice across the mainstream population, no.
Okay, thank you. I don't know whether you can answer this, but I'd like anyone who has more information about the drugs that are being forcibly administered. Do we have any idea what these drugs are?
We believe that they are designed to halt menstruation.
And why do you believe that?
Well, I mean, this is what has come from testimonies. Yeah. So women who have come out of camps and given testimony have, on several occasions, independently stated that they believe that these medicines, these drugs, were being given in order to stop their ability to have children, to sterilize them.
I mean, I don't doubt that that's what they believe, but stress and weight loss are two major causes of cessation of menstruation. So I wonder how you get beyond that. Is there any procurement data? Because these are massive amounts of these drugs that are being administered. Is there any procurement data on drugs from pharmaceutical companies within China?
I haven't seen any data like this, and I know that there's been a lot of interest in it, and there have been efforts to find it. And to date, we don't have any knowledge of really what precisely these medicines are. As far as I know, we're reliant entirely on the testimony of survivors for any picture of what's happening with this.
And we've also heard that drugs are being forcibly administered to men in the camps. Do we know any idea whether they're the same or different drugs?
Again, we don't know exactly which drug it is, but we have some reports, some doctors' reports from the Xinjiang Victims Database, where former internees have had medical checks after coming out of the camps and have been found to be sterile after exiting the camps. There are a limited number of such reports linked within the Xinjiang Victims Database. Yeah.
That was after medical examinations in Kazakhstan.
I'm not quite sure what sort of examination would tell you someone was sterile beyond the fact they weren't menstruating, but we'll leave that for the moment.
This was regarding men, was it not?
This was men, sorry.
So aspermic, presumably, is what you mean.
Weather reports, he interviewed a number of Uyghur men who claimed to be impotent after taking medicine, but there is no medical examination.
Okay, thank you. And with that rape culture in existence, one would anticipate that there would be massive outbreaks of venereal disease. Do we have any evidence for that?
No, again, that's beyond. That's not information that I have.
Okay.
It'll be interesting.
We might also expect there to be massive outbreaks of pregnancy, and we don't see that either.
Fine, thank you. And just my final question is, do you think that the placement of Han's so-called relatives into Uyghur households is a major source of sexual harassment?
I think there are a lot of accounts now. It seems intuitive to me that it's going to be a very problematic practice, and I think we have quite a good number of accounts. You've heard one from Kelbinur, right? So yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Vetch.
Thank you. Thank you very much for all your input. Dr. Smith-Finlay, is there any evidence that religion, given that it can't be practiced openly, has been driven underground?
Sorry.
Given that religion cannot be practiced openly, is there any evidence that it has been driven underground?
Sorry. I think that was originally the case. I think originally, because it became harder and harder to practice religion in the public spaces, that pious Uyghurs retreated into the family space, into the domestic space. So, for example, through the 2000s, I was interviewing a lot of Uyghurs who were talking about many of them taking up Islam in a very pious way for the first time, teaching themselves how to pray at home using pamphlets that they had bought at the market, at the bazaar. And Uyghurs who I had known for a long time, who were very pious, practicing religion, praying 5 times a day within the home, even though they were state employees and not allowed to do so in public. So that was happening in the 2000s. I think that since the Becoming Family campaign, where you have cadres visiting and then homestaying in Uyghur homes, that has become almost impossible, because the cadres are sent into the homes with a manual, with an instruction manual, which Darren Byler, our colleague, has written extensively about, and they are told to look out for for Qurans in the house, to look out for Arabic calligraphy on the walls, to look out for any indication that the household might be following religion in a pious way. So, for example, going into the house with pork dumplings, offering them pork dumplings, and if they refuse the pork dumplings, interpreting that as a sign of religious extremism, and so on. So I think in that context, it's become really, really hard to practice religion, even in the domestic space, compared to before.
Thank you. And on a similar theme, but not quite the same, and it's not reasonable to expect you to give an empirical response to this, but is your sense that the repression of the religious activity of this group is more aggressive than the repression of other groups, for instance, house Christians?
Very, very much so. I mean, clearly, we have to recognise that the CCP has a problem with religion in general. This has been ongoing for decades and decades. It sees religion and God as a rival authority. So that's clearly there. And you know, we are seeing Christian communities persecuted. We are seeing Falun Gong persecuted. We are seeing even Buddhists being persecuted to a greater degree in the last few years. But it is nothing on the scale of what is being done to the Uyghur Muslims. And the Hui, yes, we're beginning to see sort of rub-off effects on the Hui, yes. For example, I have an anonymous Han Chinese contact, who is sending me pictures from Wuhan right now of the same halal signage defacement occurring in Wuhan on Hui Muslim eateries in Wuhan. So it's spreading across the country. The Islamophobia, the general sense of Islamophobia, is spreading across the country. However, we are not seeing Hui interned in internment camps for re-education in the massive numbers that we are seeing Uyghurs interned. That simply is not happening. For the Uyghurs, it's much bigger than just religion. It's about their whole identity. And the difference between the Uyghur and the Hui, also, I think it's important to note, is that the Uyghurs have always been concentrated in this border region in the northwest. And they have a history of recent independence and recently independent republics in the 30s and 40s. And they are concentrated. You know, the state, and we've heard how the state is trying to dilute their population density in that area by transferring Han migrants in and transferring Uyghurs out into forced labour situations elsewhere. This is a concerted effort to try to reorganise the population composition in that region. And we don't see this for the Hui, because the Hui have always been widely distributed all over China. They have had a completely different population distribution, and the Hui are much less suspected than the Uyghurs because they have intermarried extensively over the centuries, and they have adopted the Chinese language. So they are already Sinicized to a very large degree in the way that the Uyghurs have never been until forced to be in the last few years.
Thank you. Could you shed some light on there are a number of different ways of destroying a society, and one of them is an internal fragmentation by creating fear and division, and so children reporting on their parents and so on. Do we have any evidence of that?
Oh yes, yeah. Sorry, my hearing's not so great. Yes, we've had reports from Associated Press investigative journalists, for instance, about how children in boarding schools and in schools have been asked about their parents' religious practices. And so Han Chinese teachers in those schools have been trying to find out, for example, whether parents have been on the pilgrimage, whether any of the extended family members have been on the pilgrimage, on the Hajj, whether their parents are praying at home, regularly at home. This is another way in which they prevent religious observance at home. And in one case reported by the Associated Press, a sort of an innocent child informed on their uncle, and the uncle had been, without realising, mentioned that their uncle had been on the Hajj, and it was an unofficial pilgrimage, and he was subsequently arrested and taken away to an internment camp. That's just to give one example.
Thank you. Could you, do you think the characterization of certainly recalcitrant people within, as the state sees it, within this group, as viruses, illnesses, and so on, is that commensurate with descriptions used elsewhere in other cases, such as Rwanda, cockroaches, rats, and so on?
Very much so. Very much so. We have seen, since the onset of the People's War on Terror, so-called, in 2014 in the Uyghur region, we have seen extremists, but of course extremists here just means pious Uyghurs, described as rats since 2014. We've seen a progressive dehumanization, really, of the Uyghur group, whereby so they're now being described as people who have ideological illnesses, mental illnesses, people who have viruses. In a state discourse, a state media piece, sort of official state media piece, long essay that I analysed for an essay I wrote a couple of years ago, we see a horrific, a really terrifying discourse describing imams. Well, so-called wild imams. By wild imams, they mean unofficial imams, imams not trained by the state. We see them referred to as parasites. We see pious Uyghurs referred to as parasitic because they are not active, economically productive citizens, because they can't be, because they spend too much time praying. We see discourses of the infiltration and penetration and contagion of Islam. It's all in this discourse of halalification. So within the de-extremification regulations, you see a lot of talk about halalification. The state seems to be very scared of what it calls halalification, the spread of halal practices beyond simply abstention from pork into other areas of life, and then infecting the rest of Chinese society. And I think this dehumanization, this has been discussed in great detail by Dr. Roberts, who spoke yesterday. He speaks about this in a lot of detail.
Thank you. My last question is, if you destroy the language and the cultural base of a group such as this, correct me if I'm wrong, but in shorthand as you described it, identity castration, can that group survive, in your view, as a recognizable group?
It's very difficult. That's a really good question, isn't it? It's very difficult to eliminate a group permanently and for good. As we've seen, groups can recover at a later date. We've seen this with certain Native American groups, First Nation groups in Canada. We see new policies allowing the indigenization of education in universities in Canada. We see groups in Australia regaining new rights to a certain degree, not to a great degree. So it's very hard to eliminate a group altogether, but I think the Chinese state appears to be going about that goal in a very orchestrated, systematic, concerted manner.
Thank you. That's it, John.
Dr. Tobin, before I let us all embark on the last 30 minutes of questioning, I think a couple of things should be said. First, on behalf of all my colleagues, without expressing any conclusions, thank you for a presentation that is remarkable in its clarity and in its power to illuminate. Second, as you in charge of this, and having heard contributions and questions, is there anything you would like to add, correct, interpret, particularly on matters of intent?
Thank you. The question of intent, when I engage with that in my work, I do not, when I discuss intent and when I discuss continuity of intent, it's not to suggest policy has not changed. It has changed frequently throughout Chinese history. So what I try to do is show the underlying narratives of dehumanization that are present in each era. What we see in 1949 is obviously the establishment of the regional autonomy system that's framed as holding China together and modernizing the region. Of course, this is after promises of independence. Now, of course, Mao Zedong and most Chinese academic work during this period, and till quite recently, would call itself historical materialist, in the sense that drawing the idea that cultures and identities are strictly related to economic development. So the idea was that modernization means those cultures will disappear naturally. Obviously, in practice, that's not a natural process, but the narrative was that ethnic disappearance was natural. So in 2012, for the first time, we had a formal debate about ethnic policy that was called the intergenerational debate, where you had those historical materialists saying we need to preserve the regional autonomy system to hold China together, and people will naturally assimilate. But then you had the second generation that consisted of people like Ma Rong, a historian and anthropologist, Zhu Weichun, who worked for the United Front Work Department, and Huang Gang, who was a political economist. They drove what they call a second generation of ethnic policies, essentially responding to the 2009 violence, saying that these policies do not work. China's Great Revival, as they call it, will fail if we do not secure the region. And securing the region meant shifting to the types of policies that we're discussing today. And with this, obviously now this is taken up in formal policy, fusion policy, where when I started working on this subject, every document was structured around the notion of 56 Minzu. You have the Han and you have the non-Han, the barbarian that maps onto the barbarian and civilization binary, if we call it that. But now this is formal policy to shift towards one Minzu, Zhonghua Minzu, to mean the Chinese nation. Ma Rong, who was an historian and anthropologist, now writes articles celebrating this policy. This is a very different tone. This is more classic, speaking to the leader, thanking him for his contributions and thanking him for revolutionizing this policy. When we read regional government documents, their tone speaks to the party. The party state announces the policy. Most regional government documents just run through those policies and explain how they have achieved them. So the regional government documents celebrate Xi Jinping as resolving those tensions, the tensions between how to include. Essentially, how do we include Uyghurs? So inclusion was always violent in the sense that it was to lead to ethnic disappearance. But of course now we see much more physical violence that is there to police Uyghur identities. So this is, when we look at any situation that is comparable, there's decision makers that matter, that we can talk about, but it is a long-term historical process and a multi-layered social process that involves society and the state.
Thank you very much. Anything else that's been said by your colleagues or questions that have been asked that you particularly want to put right or correct?
No, I think my colleagues have spoken wonderfully. I suppose the one issue, the camp question about the structure of camps, the number of camps, types of camps, Darren Byler's work on the camp system, the three layers of camps that are often within one facility, for the most dangerous areas that we would assume is where we hear the stories of the black rooms, where the intellectuals and public figures disappear that we have no contact with. Most of the testimonies we have don't come from those layers, they come from the more safe layers. And that Darren Byler's work, that does map on to the description in regional government documents about the 3 types of people being put away. They're all called terrorists or would-be terrorists, but those 3 layers are there.
Thank you. I'm going to turn to those of my colleagues who have yet to ask a question, and they'll be allowed 1 or at the most 2, otherwise you'll be here until tomorrow. Mr. Clark, do you have anything you'd like to ask? No? Professor Kaur.
Thank you, everyone. Can you hear me? Okay. So I'd like to examine the President's declaration, People's War on Terror, which Professor Harris raised, and its link to this grid of state or social management and policies that were mobilized to go with that. Would I be correct in assuming in the Mandarin, People's War could be interpreted as state violence?
Yeah, that's interesting. Do we have? Yeah, we do. Yeah, revolution is not a tea party, you know. So I mean, there is a long history of, you know, an embrace of violence and necessarily violence in the social change necessary to bring about socialism. You know, I mean, so that is the socialist tradition of propaganda. The People's War on Terror, could that be interpreted as state violence? It's a very interesting question, isn't it? And it brings in a question around the relationship between the people and the state. Yes, of course, the party assumes leadership over the people. So yeah, I think, you know, you could very easily make that link. Sure.
So if we are to assume that it is a version of the state, you have an organogram there, right, in front of you?
Mm.
And there are 3 areas. One's the state, one's the government, and the third's the party. So you've talked about the party as representative of the people. So can we say that this tripartite area is the state in terms of People's War?
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting and complex diagram. This I'm not an expert on the structures of Chinese governance. I would probably refer you to a colleague such as André Klimej, perhaps, who has studied this, or Dave Tobin, indeed.
We use the phrase party state because there isn't really much separation between party and state. So obviously we study these types of diagrams when we do sort of level 1 Chinese politics, and when we show how the party state presents itself. So it is actually important because, I mean, in my teaching I take diagrams from Xinhua News, the ones that are used in China, and we discuss those institutional frameworks. And usually I would involve Chinese students in the conversation to ask, what, do you think it works like this? Does it? And the answer is no, of course not. The answer is either it's guanxi, relationships. This is just formal, and then you use your guanxi to work through the system. But also, people would say there's not really a distinction between party and state. Like I said, the regional government, I mean, the autonomous regional government responds directly to the state council. It does not have as much autonomy as the provinces. The provinces have some economic autonomy, but the autonomous regional governments do not. So I suppose when we go back to the Hu Jintao era, so this is 10 years ago when we taught those diagrams, usually when you then go to talk about formal decision-making power, which I think would matter here, you would point to the Politburo Standing Committee, and that would be it. Now, under Xi, not so much. It's really Xi Jinping because he has centralized power to such a great extent. The Politburo Standing Committee is obviously very influential, but he has centralized power and, of course, increased his term limits. That means that no longer performs that same function.
Dr. Smith-Finlay, you refer often to normal and everyday Islamic practices. And I take those to mean the practices that would be regarded as normal and everyday in all Muslim countries, Muslim majority countries, and by Muslims and Muslim minority countries, and also by the Hui Chinese. Are you aware of anywhere else that would regard them as, systematically regard them as those practices as signs of extremism or radicalization? And secondly, could you just tell us a little bit about the tradition of Islam amongst the Uyghurs?
Well, you probably won't be surprised to hear me say that it's diverse within the Uyghur community. There are a lot of things that are shared with other Muslim communities nearby in Central Asia and in India. Usually people, when they answer this question, will first go to say that it is from the Hanafi legal school of the Sunnis, which is an overemphasis on law because there are not really a lot of decisions being taken by most Uyghurs on narrow questions of legalistic, literalist Islamic law. Until this recent turn, after which there's not much public practice, you know, I would say that Islam was very much seen by a lot of Uyghurs as just something integrated into daily life, not as a separate religious vocation, but just a sort of normal pattern of life and correct knowledge. So it involves, for example, visiting your parents' graves on a Thursday. It involves making the proper gestures before you eat, like people might say grace in many Western countries. Greetings, like when people say in English, bless you after you sneeze. All of these things are part of Uyghur Islams. But it's also important to note some very distinctive elements that you find among Uyghur Muslims. One that I've done a lot of work on is shrine pilgrimage. The landscape is dotted with places that are seen as extremely sacred and as a point of connection and communication with God via the mediation of saints who are buried there, and there are a lot of very particular traditions associated with that. Often they're called Sufi, although they have a local flavor, but there's also a lot of Sufi sort of meditative practice that until recently was common. So.
To Dr. Thumb on that because he's an expert on shrine pilgrimage. This is why I passed over. On the first question, yeah, sure, we see differing degrees of potential criminalization of Islamic everyday practice elsewhere, but nothing at all on this scale that we see in Xinjiang at the moment. If you speak to some British Muslims, for example, they will make comparisons with the PREVENT programme. On that, I would say, yes, certainly we under the PREVENT programme in the UK, we do see a heightened surveillance of Muslim communities, which has been very unwelcome for many of those living in Muslim communities, for sure. What I would highlight as a key difference between PREVENT and the preventive internment and re-education that we're seeing in Xinjiang is that with PREVENT in the UK authorities are asking communities to flag up potentially people who are could potentially be being radicalized, but then those people are monitored by social workers and they're asked whether they would like to voluntarily submit to a de-radicalization program, and they're given the choice whether they join that program or not. This is the major difference between the two. And in the Uyghur region, you are not given a choice. If you are identified by the system as suspicious or problematic in some way, then you will be taken for internment involuntarily. So this is one very big difference between the two. Another example of where we see partially comparable restrictions is France, where of course we see certain restrictions on religious symbols as part of the sort of the secular bent of that nation, and we've seen increasing restrictions on different aspects of veiling and so on. But I think I can't think of an example anywhere else in the world where peaceful everyday religious practices are being criminalized in the way that they are being criminalized in the Uyghur region right now.
Before Professor Manji asks you a question, one very short question from me. Did the interrogators at the various arrests and interrogations at different levels you'd experienced have a common line in what they said to you? Did what they say to you indicate a common approach to their effective condemnation of your being there?
Yes, but it was very basic. I was very surprised. If we just talk about my arrest at the Bashkirem shrine, the shrine in Kashgar prefecture, I was first arrested by the local Uyghur policeman who came out of the giant convenience police station that was located next to the shrine. He came and asked me who I was, what my profession was, what country did I come from, was I traveling with anyone else? These were just very basic questions. What was I doing there? What was my purpose in being there? Then he held on to me. He tried to wipe all my photographs off my phone, but he only succeeded in wiping them into my recycle bin, from where I was later able to reinstate them, which was great. Then he held on to me, took me to a restaurant, invited me to eat lagman, which was an interesting variation on being invited to have a cup of tea, which is what normally happens in Han China. If you're in trouble with the authorities, you get invited to have a cup of tea, jing he cha. So in this case, it was qing zhi la mian, come and have some noodles with me. So I was held in the restaurant until the district Han Chinese policeman came. He asked me all of the same questions again in Chinese. He was still very nervous about letting me go, so he phoned the kind of undercover policeman in Kashgar, back in the city where I'd come from, ironically, out into the countryside. He called them out. They drove all the way out in a car. They were Uyghur, plain clothes, English speaking with American accents. And they asked me all the same questions again. They took my passport away, took it into the local police station, photocopied the personal pages, still didn't realise who I was, although, obviously my profile is all over the internet, and they ought to really be able to just do a quick Google search, you would think. Still didn't know who I was, and believed the story I sold them, and then let me go 2 hours later.
So no policy statement by any of the interrogators?
No.
Thank you.
I mean, if I may just chip in there, I think that story is really very indicative of the way that power works in that region and the extreme nervousness of people at the lower level to act with any autonomy, and this successive, referring the problem up. Yeah. So that says a lot, I think.
Professor Manji.
Thank you. I have 2 questions. The first, I think, is probably for Dr. Thum, and the second perhaps for the panel as a whole. And the first question is really to ask you to say a little bit more about your understanding of and I note that you refer to Uyghur Islam's. So Uyghur Islam's jurisprudence. Is there a notion of taqiyya, that it's valid to conceal your religious practice for a time when being persecuted, and that we're in the expectation that at some later time it may re-emerge. I understand that that's, as I've studied it, that's a notion common amongst Shia Muslims. Is there any such notion that might inform people about how it's acceptable to stand back from your religious practice for a while until it's appropriate to practice it again? Because this goes to the question of whether or not there's a sense amongst people of whether their religion is being destroyed.
There's really not a lot of education in the Islamic legal sciences that's been available to people over the last 70 years. There's not a lot of discussion of that. More recently, there is in the last 20 years with a little bit more access to the outside world. So one does not encounter these kinds of attempts to make legal decisions, say, based on hadith or based on compilations of previous decisions by Islamic judges. And there is not much in the way of informal Islamic, say, muftis, people who make sort of informal opinions on things. So this is really not a part of the discourse, and I've not met many Uyghurs who have been concerned about those kinds of things, like, is it permissible to do this? So the idea of taqiyya, I would be surprised to meet someone who would be familiar with that term. Nonetheless, there's a kind of you frequently encounter people who have their own informal understanding and rationalization. I mean, that's just quite common. Well, I will say this out loud, but in my head, I will say the opposite, or something like that. And in fact, there's a foundational sacred history of a king who's considered is considered the first Uyghur Muslim, Sultan Satuk Khan, who was commanded by his father to build a Buddhist temple, and then with each brick that he laid, he said, "I am actually building a mosque," silently to himself. So there are models for this. That's a very widely known story, but it's not framed in terms of Islamic law.
And it's certainly not within the people as an understanding.
I'm sorry, I don't understand.
So the notion of taqiyya isn't, I understand that it's not taught to the people because there aren't schools of jurisprudence, but it's not in any way indigenous to the people's way of understanding themselves, not necessarily through jurisprudence, but perhaps through folklore.
Right. Well, that's what I meant to get at with the Sultan Satuk Khan, is that through folklore, as you might call it, histories, things like this, that it is something that people
we
have
could derive, or could be derived.
Yeah.
Thank you. That's really helpful. My second question is really for all of you, and that is a question relating to the census question. And you say that the data sets have eliminated the ethnic categorization Uyghur, and I'd like very much for us to understand why.
I would relate that straight away to the fusion policy. It maps straight onto that. Like I say, when I first arrived in Urumqi, I was using those statistical yearbooks, and I was shocked that I could walk into the shop that is essentially for cadres and wander about and ask what are cadres reading. And they would tell me, oh, you need to read this and so forth, which speaks to what we're talking about, the way power and policy were very ad hoc and have been centralised recently. But yes, so at the same time, you have this fusion policy where the concept of ethnic minority is disappearing out of official narratives, official speeches. Then we have the census data that's suddenly changed, and this is shocking for someone who has all their knowledge was structured around those categories when we study this subject, because everything is divided by ethnicity, and now it is not, and it seems to it comes from above in terms of the narrative. And just to mention the question that relates to the question on the People's War on Terror, that these are grand narratives, as it were, that the leader pronounces, and then that's used to explain these policies.
So I'm trying to square in my mind the fact that the category has been eliminated in the data collection, but on the other hand, we hear the policy in the language because we hear break their lineage, break their roots, break their connections, and who is there?
It's the Uyghur people. It's when the phrase People's War on Terror is used, a Uyghur knows that refers to Islamic and Turkic identities. And of course, party state leaders must know this. I know this, why would they not? So there's been an ambivalence. One reason the case confused the world, as it were, was because of the notion of including minorities in the types of images we see, where people are dressed up in artificial nylon, authentic clothing and so forth. So that exists alongside the violence that we're discussing.
Thank you. If I can chip in.
Reflective of Professor Harris's comment about the inability of subordinates to make decisions and the fear around that. And this is a question for all of you, and I'll leave it to you to respond. In your view, is it possible for the policy, if I can describe it as that, of dehumanization by the destruction of the religious base, by the destruction of the language, through the detention system and the torture, and all the other things that you have talked about in that regard, could that happen, in your view, without the implicit consent or direction of the most senior people within both the state and or the party?
No.
No. I think it would be almost impossible for a lower level of government or official to go ahead and operate on that basis without the explicit approval of the central authorities. That is how the structure works, the vertical structure. This is how the vertical structures work, as seen in your diagram here in China. And as Professor Harris just highlighted with my story about the arrests, those lower level officials were absolutely terrified in considering what to do with me and how to deal with me, and they had to refer it all the way back up to the sort of highest level in that part of Xinjiang before they would even consider letting me go again. And Sir Geoffrey, I remembered something important in regard to that story. You asked me if there was anything indicative of policy. Yes, there was actually. The plainclothes policeman who came from Kashgar city, who came out, repeatedly said to me, "You do understand, don't you, that this area, this shrine, is not open for foreign visitation? That's very important. 不对外." Right? And the district Chinese policeman said this as well. 不对外 means not open to foreigners. It's a phrase that's been around a long time. You used to have hotels where foreigners could stay and then ones where they couldn't stay decades ago. It's the same phrase. So yes, it indicated a sort of the idea that those rural areas and those religious sites that had not been flagged up for touristification, for Disneyfication, for tourist visitation purposes, were completely out of bounds for foreign researchers. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I've got two questions. The first one's medical. To follow on from what you were saying, Dr. Smith-Finlay, you said all the detainees have medical checks. I just wonder, are there any data or indeed is there any documentation of long-term medical problems apart from the mental side?
Well, I mean, this is not a long-term phenomenon yet. The earliest testimonies we have from people coming out of detention are really from 2015. You know, I think your questions on the medical side are really very useful, and I think that there's obviously need for some research to be done on this.
Well, I wish you would do some, because I've asked these sort of questions before. One of the problems, obviously, is the mental side, which is ghastly. But you know, taking on what you were talking about, men are sterile. Well, are they sterile because they've got aspermia, in other words, no sperms, or are they impotent because of depression? And clearly, depression is going to be one of the major causes of what happens. I mean, it must be.
You know, I mean, you have to understand the extreme difficulty of conducting any kind of research that would have scientific validity through your understanding of methodology, because of the problems of access.
Yeah.
And
no, I'm sure, but
so,
you know, in terms of you know, disabilities, in terms of what they've done, and fractures, or have they mutilated, amputated, have they done other things?
And again, you know, so
we
the very limited number of people that we are able to engage with outside of China, and the extreme difficulty, obviously, of asking those questions through official channels within China. So, I think we can go some way, perhaps, to running a project that looks into procurement orders, perhaps. Again, that kind of very careful combing of government data that's freely available on the web. But,
thank you. The other question is really about religion, really. Do we know what the reaction has been worldwide, of the worldwide Islamic community, to what's going on to really taking away religion in Xinjiang?
This question is quite commonly asked when we give presentations. It's interesting. I'm not sure about the idea of the worldwide Islamic community. You know, I mean, I think we should distinguish quite carefully between Muslim majority countries and their governments, and then communities and groups and people. So, you know, obviously there's quite a big problem with the response from the governments of Muslim majority countries. Many of them are themselves, of course, quite abusive regimes, you know, with their own kind of human rights issues to mask, and many of them have very direct relationships now with China through the Belt and Road Initiative. So there has not been a kind of massive outcry from those governments. In terms of communities, you know, I mean, just speaking of the Muslim communities in this country, you know, there's been fantastic support.
Sorry, this is my ignorance, but the Muslims in Xinjiang, are they Sunnis or Shia? Sunnis.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Right, well, I'll have a quick glance to see if anybody's not going to forgive me if that I thought as much. Mr. Clark, one last one.
Since I haven't asked one before. I was just going to ask, in thinking about the personal testimonies that we heard yesterday, and in fact the ones that we are going to hear in the future, I'm not sure immediately coming to mind that there are any that talk about the forced labor aspect. A lot of them talk about, obviously, the detention centers, their treatment inside that, and their departure from the country, but not those who've experienced forced labor. And I wonder whether any of you had come across personal cases where there is witness statements about the forced labor regime.
One reason we don't have so many testimonies on that is that often the forced labor sections are for those considered safest. So they're not people who've escaped. So many of the people who have escaped have not been doing forced labor. The accounts I have of forced labor are from people discussing their family members.
There are several, maybe about 10 or 12 that have been collected across various different journalists and databases of direct first-person testimony of people working in factories through these forced labor programs. But they're not enough for us to make broad generalizations. And one of the things that I think we should be very aware of is that in the process of asking questions about first-person testimony and its availability, what we're really doing here is interrogating the question of why we don't have access to more people, why we don't have more access to data, why we don't know the medical outcomes of the people who are there, why the Uyghur ethnicity has been erased from the data sets that are coming out. I think the more important question here is why can't any of us see what is happening there? And what we do have is a number of people who've been extraordinarily brave to come out and talk about their experiences, knowing that their experiences are being erased by the minute. And so what we can do is rely on those as best we can to understand what's happening. And these few people who've talked about their experiences of work suggest that they were unpaid, that they were unwilling, and that they were only able to leave because of some special dispensation, and that other people remained in those factories. And I think we need to take that evidence and the other evidence of the first-person witnesses very seriously.
Right. Dr. Tobin, thank you all very much again. You will appreciate that the panel is composed, amongst others, by several academics whose expression, as well as the expression of the lesser members of the panel, are very genuinely made. And Mr. Sabi, can I thank you and whoever else on your team was responsible for negotiating with Dr. Tobin and others to put this on for us. The tribunal is much indebted to you. 2 o'clock?
2 o'clock is fine. Thank you very much, all of you. It's a great performance. Thanks.
It says it's on, yeah. Sir Geoffrey, hello. My name's Ivor Bennett from Sky News. First of all, what is the outcome you would like to see from this tribunal? What is the purpose, in your view, and what would be considered a good outcome?
A good outcome would be that the judgment, whichever way it goes and whatever it says, is accepted as something that people should build into their decision-making in their interactions with the People's Republic of China. That is what we would seek, nothing more. We do not want to make recommendations to other people. We do not want to change the law. We will apply the law as it is. We want to provide a factual legal conclusion that others can and should use.
And why do you feel this is necessary? I mean, what do you make of the fact that the lack of investigation by the international criminal courts?
Certainly there's a lack of investigation, but it's a bit deeper than that. This is a factual issue with legal consequences that it would appear all governments and all international bodies and courts are either unwilling or perhaps it's and/or unable to deal with. But the public wants an answer to this question, and therefore, if nobody else will provide it, we will.
And just finally, what would you like to see come out of the G7 summit? Surely this should be a matter on the table.
Didn't fully hear the question, but
let me re-ask it then. What would you like to see come out of the G7 summit? Presumably, you think this should be a matter on the table there for discussion.
No, I think that would again be overreach by me. It must be understood that we believe our value is in having a narrow focus and not straying into other people's areas of responsibility. In that way, we will have a better chance of contributing. Occasionally I say, and you don't need to value this as something to put in your program, but occasionally I say we are a bit like a jury. And if you think of what happens when a jury delivers its verdict, it walks away. And everyone else in the court and in social services and everywhere else picks up on the responsibility. If you don't like the analogy, don't use it.
No, that's fine. I do have one more follow-up then. Do you think the international community will pick up on what you find? Do you have confidence in them?
I think there's a reasonable chance, better than usually with such tribunals, and particularly because of the very considerable general public interest in the Uyghur problem. But Mr. Vetch may have a different view. I don't know.
No, not at all. We simply seek the truth and make a judgment based entirely on the evidence and nothing else. We are an impartial body, and we're not going to overreach any further than that.
Thank you.
Hello. I don't think you can see me, but you hear me. My name is Iveta Vancakova. I'm from SGG organization from Prague. I just wanted to ask you, how did you choose the testimony? And my second question is, if there is any possibility you could include some more testimonies on September, because I'm also in contact with the Uyghur, Australian Uyghur. I think you've heard about her. Her husband was sentenced for 25 years into prison. So I think maybe she could be also a good testimony.
I'm afraid I didn't hear all the questions, so I'm going to ask Mr. Vetch to deal with it. And if there's anything you want to add after he's finished, I'll come back.
Yes, the reason why we're having two sets of hearings is because there is the opportunity for additional witnesses, both fact and expert, to come and give their evidence. And the result of this set of hearings may stimulate, may draw out further information and further witnesses and further evidence.
And if I can just add to that, one of the duties under the rule of law, as very generally understood, is to hear the other side. So far, the People's Republic of China hasn't cooperated and hasn't done anything except fail to answer our several letters that have invited them to be a party to these proceedings. So it's very difficult for us to find the other side, to know what the other side is. But in the gap between June and September, there's a better chance that someone, if not the PRC, if they wish to, will be able to inform us of what the arguments against what we've heard may be.
Thank you.
Hello. Hi, I'm Brett Lee. I'm from the Demographica Network. What has the reaction been from the People's Republic of China since the beginning of the tribunal? And is there any likelihood of a representative of the PRC giving evidence in September's hearings?
The reaction of the People's Tribunal has been in part simply to pay no attention to us. Then after a time, it appears it did pay a little bit of attention to us, and occasionally negative things were said about us. And then it imposed sanctions on several bodies and individuals, including on this tribunal. So that's as far as it's gone. At all times we've said, well, we actually haven't said anything to the ordinary press commentary. I think the only time we've said anything was when the sanctions were announced, and we simply said, well, that is not going to have an effect on us. It won't permit us to make adverse inferences against the PRC simply because they've imposed sanctions to the extent they have. And we repeated our invitation to them to take part. And all of that is a reflection of the fact that we're working in accordance with the principle, sort of general principles of the rule of law, that if allegations are made, then it's appropriate to deal with them by evidence that is presented, not to make easy and improper inferences against the other side, the party named as culpable of whatever it is alleged. So that's all part of the same thing.
And in terms of hearing from a representative from the PRC in September, is that likely at all?
It's a bit of a guess, but if I were to say, I don't think it's going to happen, that might encourage them not to come. I would encourage them, if they happen to see your output on this, to come and to explain if they have particular criticisms of either individuals or if they have particular criticisms of theories that have been advanced by experts, come and present them. See what Mr. Vetch thinks.
No, nothing to add to that.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Eloise Bishop from Yet Again. What will the process be for putting the findings of the tribunal together? How will they be announced?
Well, the tribunal members are put together already, and they are the 9 people you saw on the dais today.
Hello, I'm Zahid from CNN. Just one question. What protections are in place for the witnesses after they give their testimonies? Because they're giving it on such a public platform. I don't know if there's anything in place for them afterwards.
If there are, it would be inappropriate to say what they are. You can rightly assume that we've been mindful at all times of safety of those participating in this tribunal being an absolute priority. You will have heard from at least one or more, possibly 2 witnesses yesterday, how if their testimony is accurate, and of course we've made no assessment of anyone's testimony so far, but if their testimony is accurate, then they have themselves made made firm decisions about where their inclination or duty to ensure that things are related in public stands in contrast or in balance with other duties that they have, either to themselves or to others. So to some extent, individual witnesses have made their own security or safety decisions. But, and I think Mr. Vetch can add to this probably, we have at no time overlooked the safety of any individual.
Nope, again, nothing to add to that.
Thank you.
Anyone like to ask any follow-up questions? All right, thank you all for coming. Thank you, Sir Jeffrey. Thank you, Nick.
We done? Where did I put my papers? Oh, they're there, are they? Those are my papers there. Good afternoon, everybody. We're only 5 minutes late. We'll make up on that. Mr. Sabi.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. This afternoon we have 5 witnesses. All of them will give evidence remotely. And the first one, Tursunay Ziauddin. Mr. Abraham would deal with that matter.
Bugün 5 şahitlik dedi, bunun içinde birincisi Tursunay Ziauddin.
Sorry? I'll go. I don't think I took them out.
The witness, a female Uyghur, was detained in 2 camps over a total period of 2 years. In one of the camps, she, as well as others, were severely and repeatedly beaten and raped under interrogation by policemen. Policemen inserted bars, electric batons, and other equipment into the witness's genitals. The witness and others were forcibly sterilized. The witness and other detainees were forcibly injected and were required to take 2 pills. Many women had their periods interrupted as a result of taking this supposed medication. The witness saw girls being disappeared during the night from the detention facility. Men from outside wearing suits, accompanied by policemen and guards, raped women detainees, including the witness at night. In the second camp, the witness saw detainees being separated from children, thousands of detainees being brought to the camp by armed policemen, and detainees being kept in extremely poor sanitary conditions with very little food, causing severe hunger. She witnessed categorization of prisoners, with those in red uniforms suffering the most, and some being known to die of starvation. Detainees who were skilled in a profession were put on a list and transferred for forced labor. The witness was aware of the deaths of numerous detainees. She estimated 100 women died during her time in the second camp. The camps imposed forced indoctrination on all detainees. Ms. Ziauddin, I have a handful of questions before I ask the panel to take over. I'll begin with my first question, if I may. Can I just check that you that the interpreter is listening and you're able to understand the interpreter?
Yes, I am, sir. I am an interpreter. Yeah, I'll begin to interpret now because I didn't want to interrupt you. Tursunay Hanım, siz bugünkü şu sot mahkemesideki birinci şahit, hazır birinci şahit. Ben sizinki yazma materyalınızı koygan asasda sizden birinci sualını başlayman. Elbette başka bir yerdeki sot mahkemedeki kişiler sizden soraydigan sualları var. Ben birinci sualını hazır sizden sorayman.
Assalamu alaikum, rahmet. Assalamu alaikum. Bugünkü bu sot guvalıq beriş üstüge iyi boğalamdan şuna tasarlandım. Hem bu bugünkü sotun Uyghur sot kongresine hanımlar efendiler, sotçu efendim, hem ona köp rahmet etmem. Hem vatanımız Şarkı Türkistan'daki tayının cezalarında türmelerde beyguna yetip kıyırımdaşlarımızın avaz bulup muş fırsat iyi boğanlığımdan aşla üçün aşlanın namıdan yani bir dedim hem ona rahmet etmem.
Assalamu alaikum. I am Tursunay. I am very excited and very emotional to be here today. I just wish to thank Honorable Judge and the Tribunal team for giving me this opportunity to testify and be the voice of the millions of people that are suffering in the camps as well as in the prison in East Turkestan. Thank you.
Ms. Ziauddin, you've stated in your witness statement that you were forced to take medication and pills. Can you tell us how many of the detainees were forced to take these pills?
Siz yazma materialınızda depsiz, sizlerge müştaq soğlanğan şerde qamalğan kişilerge nisbeten kişilerge mecburi doğrulan işkizgen dep. Sizin bilişinizce qancha kişi, qancha adam şundaq mecburi doğrulan içki mecburlanğan?
Asası hemmimiz muhtemelen. Ben bu şu kadar da üzerime şu doğru ne? İşte ben şu okullarını silindim ama.
All of the detainees took that pills, medicine, including myself, and had injection too.
You've mentioned in your, forgive me, I think the witness would like to continue.
Davamlaştırmakçı mısınız?
Fakat aşı 60'tan ötken kişilerge asası anca iş kızılmaydı, onun olduğu tören yaşlıklarına annesi.
The over 60 years old detainees are not took the medicine, but under 60 years old, all of them took the medicine.
In your statement, you've referred to other contraceptive measures. Could you tell us how many were forced to take these other contraceptive measures?
Siz muş yazma materyalınızda depsiz toğut çekleş usluplarını kullanğan toğut çekleş eslihelerini işletken dep. Sizce qancha kişi aşındaq toğut çekleş esvapları yoki toğut çekleş usullarini qo'llanishga mecburlanğan?
Men turgan kampının içinde 50 yaştan tüven ayollarning hammasi mecburi tug'mas operatsiyasi, tug'mas uzuk selish, men guvoh bo'ldim. Men hatto u ustalga menmi chiqdim, lekin men ig'ir darajada tayoq yeganligim sababini qon to'xtamay men operatsiya qilish mumkinchiligi bo'lmay men operatsiya qilmay qoldim, lekin o'zim ko'zim bilan 3-4 kun butun ayollar ochdim.
The camp that I have stayed, I have witnessed all the women under age of 50 had either sterilized or inserted IUDs into the women. I have personally witnessed it 3-4 days. Those measures were implemented towards all the women.
You've stated that there was a bus for medical examination. Can you tell us how many people were taken for medical examination?
Ondan siz yazma materyalınızda depsiz eşedeki yani soğlanğan kişilerini doktordan tekşiriş kılınıp aşında kılınğan hemisi doktordan tekşirişlerden ötken dep sizden bilişinizce qancha kişi aştaq doktor tekşirişlerden ötdi?
Asası aşına açıda bir çoğun abduzunu ekip koyup məxsus aşına açıp hemmimizde aşına açıda tekşiriş kıldı. Asası hemmimizde gidek aşı tekşirişten öttü. Olup mu 50 yaştan tüvelde çoğunlarda hem de ondak tekşirmek desin oldu aşıda. Ben aşının üzerime aşı tekşirişten öttü.
Almost all of the detainees have been through that medical examination. They used to brought a big bus, and we used to get onto that bus and through that bus, and they did undertake that medical examination. Those examinations specifically targeted the women under 50 years old age.
Thank you, Ms. Ziawuddin. I have no further questions, but the panel might have some questions of you. Thank you.
Rahmet Ziyavuddin hanım, hem de başka mahkemedeki kişilerden sizge sualları bala. Thank you.
Thank you, Shirasa. Thank you very much. Nice to meet you. I've got a few questions, and I'll go through it chronologically. Are you happy to answer questions on everything that is in your statement?
Mening bir necha sualim bor. Rahmat Tursunay xonim, sizni bu yerga ko'rganimdan mamnun bo'ldim. Men birdan sualni so'ray. Dastlabda siz shu o'zingizniki yozma materialda bizge tapşırgan degan sözleriңiz hakkının hemmesine sual sorsak cevap bere alamsiz. Yes, I do.
Thank you very much. Can I just ask, what's your occupation and do you have any children?
Sizningki xizmetiңiz, kasbingiz nima? Nima xizmat qilgan? Ballarınız barmı?
Mening kasbim yek tijorat bo'ldim. O'zim kiyim tikish do'konim bo'lgan burun. Lekin keyin kasbimni almashtirib, sestralik kasbida o'qib, sestra bo'ldim. Qozog'istonga chiqqandan keyin 5 yil. Lekin o'zimning balam yo'q.
I originally a private business person. I used to own a clothing shop. Later, I have changed it to my profession to nursing. After I went to Kazakhstan and stayed in Kazakhstan, I became a nurse. I don't have children.
Thank you. At your first detention, what was the reason the police gave you to take you into the camp?
Sizni birinchi qitim shu jazo lageriga so'lgan vaqtda ularniki shu jazo lageriga sizni so'lashdiki sabab nima ekan?
Sababi mening Qozog'istonga borganligim.
The reason I was detained because I went to Kazakhstan.
The person who gave the order from the top, who was he?
Shu yuqoridan shundaq buyruqni bergan kishi kimdi, ismi nima?
Men uni yuqoridan qandaq buyruq berganini bilmaydim. Lekin bevosita o'sha bizning mas'ul Wang Pian degan saqchi o'sha kelib hujudidan ketib ketdi, meni olib lagerga oldi. Shu chaqda o'sha borganda meni Qozog'istonga chiqqanlik sabab ekanligini shu yerga borganda bildim. Men u yuqoridan qandaq buyruq berganini men bilmaydim.
I don't know about the person's name who gave the order from the top. But I know the person, the police who's particularly responsible for me, his name is Wang Ping. And that policeman told me after they arrested me, and after they took me, that the reason that I was arrested because I went to Kazakhstan.
Thank you. The food that gave you food poisoning, you said it was bad. What did you eat?
Siz aytibsiz shu bergan tamoqlarni aytib nachar deb, nacharlikdan hatto tamoqdan zaharlanish ahvoli bo'lgan menda deb, qanday tamoqlarni berdi sizlarga?
Suyuq bir qari guruch o'xshash bir narsaning suyini beradi. Unimkin bir mo'ma deymiz yerda, bunday to'mroq mo'ma bu yoqda men buni ashib qattiq bir mashina pishagan ashtaq bir namti uning o'zi bek kichik. Lekin ba'zida beradi, uni ba'zida bermaydi. Shu ochlik sababidan birida ashtaq bo'lib, men ig'ir dard ash qozon yonlig'ida shu bir oydan keyin o'shimga ketib chiqilgan.
The food is very watery black rice kind of soup and also a very small steamed bun. So that was the food, and it's very little as well, and it's very hard. It's just like kind of cooked in the machine. That's why I had digestional problem, and I got sick, and later I got fainted.
Thank you. You were then sent to hospital. Can you tell us what the hospital was like, and did you see a doctor?
Ondan keyin sizni doktorxonaga buyuribdi, doktorxonaga akitibdi. Siz shu doktorxona, siz borgan doktorxona qandaqdi? Shu doktorxonani tasvirlab bera olamsiz? Unkin o doktorxonada siz bir doktor bilan ko'rishdingizmi? Doktor sizni ko'rdimi?
Shu doktorlar ko'rishdi. Meni shu ashadagi cho'ng xalq doktorxonasiga olib bordi, cho'ng doktorxonaga. Shu doktorlar bilan ko'rishdimi?
They took me to a people's hospital, which is one of the biggest hospital in that area, and yes, I did see doctor.
And how did he treat you?
Sizni qanday davoladi doktorxonada?
Bir hafta davolash jarayonida men ashlarning yana nemisda bo'ldim. Bir hafta to'xtamay o'qilsib, ashlar davoladi. Undan keyin bir haftadan keyin yeni lagerga olib apatib bir kun qondim, ertasi chiqarib etdi. Shu davolash jarayonida shu okul silip, işte ağır derece açlıktan yalnızlanan bu fakat tamaktan zehirlengen şunun için fakat demelip yaştama yumuşak tamaktan yemek bunda nem kılmasa bu ölüp ketişi mümkün diye işte kağıt çıkarıp verdi doktor.
I stayed in the hospital for 1 week. I got injections and treatment. The result, the diagnosis by the doctor is I had food poisoning and I had digestional infection. I had infection and the doctor told me that I need to have proper soft food and proper rest. I may recover if I do that. And after a week, I was taken back to camp, and then from the camp, I was released.
After you were released, you didn't dare walk on the street. How did you get food into your house?
Sizni gerçi demeden lagardan koyup etken bolsunmu siz koçuda meňişgimi bir jüret kılamyda kaldı ekensiz. Aşındaq ahwalasida qanday qılıp tamaklarni, nemelerni özüňizge aldyňyz? Qanday qılıp bularni özüňiz üçin?
Aştaq boldy. Ben çıqqandan keyin fakat bir ýer meňiş üçin bir paç kagaz ile baş sakçyny bir sorak hatta tuqqanlarymyň öýüne baramaydım. Fakat öýüniň içinde ýetip tamak ýap aştaq kütünüş nimem bilen kaldım. Lekin o kütünüş bolmady. Şunuň zaratyn hazırgacha mana kesel bolup kaldım. Keyin kadar işkidan işine kirdim. Onundan ýygar boldy şu.
Yes, it's correct. It is correct that without police permission, it was impossible for me to go anywhere. So I had to stay at home and rest and have food at home as well. Because of that kind of condition that I am unable to get proper treatment and I got worse, and this condition of mine, it got worse second time as well.
Thank you. So the second time you were put in detention, you said there were 4 big buses at the gate to take children away. Do you know where the children were taken away to?
Siz aşı yazma materialınızda depsiz. İkinci qitimnim qavaqtıda siz şundaq bir näsege şahit boldum ki şu 4 avtobusda balalarni selip şulan bir ýaqa eketken dep. Ulan näge eketilgen qandaq ahwaldy?
Men birinci günü aşı ikinci qitimning birinci günü aşı lager ilip biringan günümde meni kirwatqan wagtymda men aş 4 avtobus qatar turup adam eketken lagerge. Şu çağda uýag ata-anasından oýak ektirdi. Şu avtobusda balalarny yani başga avtobusga silip eketdi. Näge eketkenini onu bilmeýmen men. Lekin ularni ata-anasından çykyp aşağı arıp biz bilen bir ata-analarny biz bilen bir eketip balalarny eketkenini öz gözüm bilen gördüm.
It was the first day that I was taken to second time to the camp. It was the first day, and when I came, I have witnessed that there were the buses brought people into the camp, and also I have witnessed that there was different buses. In one bus, they took out the parents of the kids, and the other bus separated the children from the parents, and then the children were put in another bus and taken away. I have seen that kind of tragic separation scene, that separating children from the adults. But I'm not sure where they have taken to those children. Yes, that's what I have seen.
Keyin lekin biz bilan kirgan bir ayolning balasyny 2 aýdan keyin, 1 aýdan keyin balasy bilen görüşemedim dep jygylganda aş balla lageri barken şu ýerge bir balalar görüşüp gelip şu günü balasyny alıp ketken bir ayolning balla lagerden berip balasy bilen görüşüp gelgenini bilmem.
After 1 month or 2 months, there was a lady detained where I am, and she was telling me that she was crying that she was unable to see her child. And later she said, and she found out that her child was taken to another children's camp. So, and she was telling me that she has seen her child at that children's camp.
Thank you very much. So you were interrogated. Can you just tell us how long the interrogation lasted and what did they do to you?
Siz yana aytibsiz sizni so'roqqa chiqib ketgan deb. Ashta so'roqqa chiqib ketgan vaqtlar qanchalik vaqt davomlashdi?
U aşı kirip 5. aydan keyin 6. ay aralığında başlandı sorak sual şu mezgilden keyin. Ben sorak jarayanda 15-10 qitimga yaqin chiqdim. Lekin bunun hammasi da o'xshash emas. Ba'zida qattiq tayoq yedim, ba'zida ig'ir darajada nafsanchilik uchirdim.
The questioning began from May, I think June, and then I was personally taken to 5-10 times for questioning, and each questioning is different, and it happens different things. In some occasions I was beaten, in some occasions I was abused. Each time it's different.
Thank you. I'd like to now just go on to where you were raped. Are you happy to answer these questions?
Men sizni basqınçılık uçurgan ahvalını hakkında sormakçı, şu hakkındaki so'allarga cevap bere alamsiz?
Berme.
Yes. Thank you very much. So you were raped 3 times and then artificially raped a few times. Can you tell me... Sorry, just the noise coming by. Can you tell me what happened?
Siz aytibsiz, siz 3 qitim basqınçılık uçurdunuz, hem şundaqla şekli cihetden cismani emas, başqa sun'iy usul bilan ham shunday basqınçılıkqa uchirdim deb siz shu haqida so'zlab bera olamsiz?
Shundaq bo'ldi.
Please take your time.
Yes, that's what happened.
U ben için bir hayatımdan cismimden ölgen bir günü ben değiştim o. Hatta oylaştım o korkulan bir nerse başta beni sorak et çıkanda birinci gittim. Çıkış gittimde kattık sorak jarayanda ulanı ben ancak enda eğer anladım. Meni fakat deydiğini rast kep kıl deydiğin. Fakat Қазақстан turgan vaqtında qandaq tashkilotlarga aloqang bor deb ashta so'roq qilib bir qitim qattiq darajada urib etdi. Mening hech qanday tashkilot bilan aloqam yo'q, hech nimani bilmayman desam, bir saqchi kelib tepib urib qo'saqlarimga ashta qon ketadigan darajada ashta bo'ldi. Bir qitim kech soat 12dan keyin
it's very difficult for me to even think about that night. It's just a horrific. It is a day or time that I am dead. It is very difficult. I was taken to interrogations. In one occasion, I was questioned just as usual. They keep telling you that tell the truth. What did you do in overseas, and what kind of organizations have you communicated or connected? And that kind of things. And if I say, I don't know, I don't have any connection, the result is I face beating, kicking, and that's the kind of process all the time that I faced interrogation. And that's what I thought that going to happen that time as well. And it was midnight. Tamamlaştım.
Bir günü keç saat neçe olduğunu bilmeymen. Devamlı kızlarını açta keç saat çıkıp gidip bazıları qaytib keledi, bazıları kelmeydi. Açta devamlı şatkan bir mezgilde. Mening açta qismim chiqdi. Mening yenimde bir qiz bilan ikkimiz de chiqdi. O 20 necha yoshlik bir qizdi.
It was the thing is, the situation that the girls taken away always happens during the night, and it was that kind of night for us as well. And one night they called my name as well, and also another girl that stayed with me, and she was a young girl, just over 20 years old, and they called our names.
Ola açta forma kiygan, birisi kostyum buril kiygan, ağzı maska taqıgan bir aştaq adamlar davamlı aştaq kelgan. Meni aşqıs bilan birga ep mangdi bir sora ep badi.
The people who called us is one was wearing a suit and also wearing the mask, and also another people, the police who has uniform. They took us from our cell and took us to a interrogation room.
Bir çağda aş sorak uyunan endi bir qarang uy batdi. O uyunan lekin va bir qizil chiraqning yo'riq uçup turibdi, lekin aniq bilma uyda kamera yo'qdi. Balışda akirib bir uyga tekshirib, ashta qildi bir ayol bilan bir artmayak uyga bütün badningda bundaq tömür asvab yoki bo'lmasa bir nimalar bormi istab bütün badnimni kim yashtirib ashta tekshirib qildi. Uni shu vaqtda meni yonimdagi qizni oyoqdagi uyga akirib ketdi.
There is one dark room just next to the interrogation room. They took us to interrogation room after they took other girl to that dark room, the next to the interrogation room. And in other room, I was gone through checks, kind of checkups. And also I know that that dark room is definitely there is no camera. It looks dark.
O kızını kirketip lan bir men tekşirip açıp çıkıp aş uydan avaz çıktı değil mi? Anlattı.
While I was going through the checking in that room, I heard that screaming sound of the other girl from the dark room.
Men onu sorak qılıp urvatqan oqşaydı dep oylaptım. Onun kendinden iş saqçı aşta kirip ketken harbiy forma kiyganlar. Lekin bir çağda benim ayak qarang uyga kirdi.
When I heard that screaming sound from the dark room, I thought she's been tortured and she's been beaten, because I have seen 2-3 military uniformed men gone into that room. I simply thought that she's been tortured and just beaten. Then I was, after my checkings has completed, I was also taken to the other dark room.
Menim uyga kirgan çağda berip men o kızның nim bolganını bildim.
Then I realized what has happened to her. The personally myself, I was in another dark room.
Thank you. Can I just ask whether she got any injuries when she was artificially raped?
Siz manda sun'iy holda bosqinchilik qilgan vaqtda siz jismoniy tarafdan ziyonkashlikka uchradingizmi? Siz o'zingiz
ne şu kini açta asfalt işletti. Onu diken bosqinchilik uchirdim. Başta asfalt işletken o asfalt pek korkunçluk şu asfalttan keyin mening açta kan to'xtamay, aldıdım tayaqdan kan to'xtamay açta ağırgan. Şundan keyin ağır derecede kan to'xtamas kelishlik qaldim men.
That equipment is just horrible. They used that equipment first. When they used, and after, and also I also physically raped as well. But because of using the equipment, I had bleeding. The bleeding was non-stop.
Thank you. Was she injured anywhere else?
Yani başka yerleriniz mi işte ziyan, zahmetke uçurdu mu? Başka bedeninizin başka yerleri mi?
Ona işte kanı süzdürüp urup hatta bedenlerimizden işte okşaşla kalmışlar. İşte horlayıp lekin takatlamını basıncılıkta to'xtatib ketdi. Ular odamni qo'rqsiz turg'usiz holatda o'shdan ketgan holatda so'rab akib tashladi.
The thing that the horrific thing that happened to is just not only just a simple rape. It's just extreme inhuman torture. Not only they just rape you physically, they will also kick you, put you on the wall, hit you on the wall. They bite your body just like dogs. And I'm really sorry. It's just horrific. It's not something just simple rape. It's just absolute inhuman torture.
Thank you so much for telling us about that. I'm very sorry to have asked it. Can I just go on to perhaps slightly happier times? When she was released, she rented an apartment with a man and a woman who lived with her. Why was that?
Sizni kechiring, bu savolni so'rab sizningki yuragingizning og'ritganimdan sizni qo'yib atgandan keyin siz bir yerda ijara qilib o'tiribsiz, keyin o ijara o'tgan vaqtida yana ikki kishi siz bilan birga turibdi ekan, shu ahvollarni so'zlab beramsiz.
Ben lagerden çıkan günüm aslında sakçılar kelip şu köyden başlayıp sonundan konup başlap kıldı. Şu günü aytdım başlap beni başka bir uy ijarep oturuş mecburladım. Uy taptı otladım. Şu günü başlap bir ayal men devamlı ben burada turgan konudan ulaştırıp koydu.
After I was released, I stayed with my sister. However, every day the police would come to the house and question, and also the people from local authorities should also come daily basis and question and monitor me. And later they said that I have to move to different place. And they rented a place, and I moved out there. But when I moved out, another two officials, a man and a woman, stayed with me.
Well, thank you very much. I'm sorry to have caused so much pain. Is there anything she wants to tell us that I haven't asked?
Bek özür, bek kechiring sizga yana qaytadan yuragingizni og'ritganligim uchun. Sizning yana boshqa bizga qo'shimcha deydigan, men sizdan so'ramagan savollarga javob bormi? Men sizdan so'ramagan ahvollar bormi?
Rahmat. Asas mening men sudga bergan deb o'ylayman.
Thank you. I have submitted all my statement, everything, to the tribunal.
Thank you very much. We're most grateful to you both. Thank you.
Köp rahmat.
Ahırda deydiğim bir gibi. Bütün aşağı Türkistan'da bunun deyin aşağı mening o'xshash yana tepkilarga qilib qarindoshlarımdek qizlarni o'z men chiqib ketgan chog'da ularning hech qanday menga chet elda eri yoki chet elda tuqqanlari yo'q, guvohlik berib qildigan cho'qinma shu sudning adil bir taraf qilib ashlarni qutqizishiga hamda unda Aştaq zulmlarning bo'lmasligi uchun butun dunyoning yordam berishini umid qilaman.
Lastly, I would like to tell the tribunal that there are millions of girls like myself who don't have any supporters like myself. For me, I had my husband who can speak up on behalf of me and campaign for me, and which is be able to save me. But there are millions of girls like myself who is still in the camp in East Turkestan, which needs to be saved. I really wish from the tribunal to serve justice and to save those suffering girls. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Could I just ask, sorry, me, you, me? Okay. Could I just ask a question about the interrogations that you were done to you in the internment? What kinds of questions were they asking you about? I noticed that they asked you at one stage questions about your connections with Uyghurs in America, and I don't know why they felt that America was a place. And then ultimately, at the time of your release, you said you signed confessions, and I wondered what those confessions were at that stage.
Ben sizden sizden sual sorak kılgan ahvallar hakkında bir sual sorsam deyme. Birincisi sizden soraydıgınım siz yazmanızda aytipsiz. Sizden ularning so'rig'ini sizning masalan Amerikadagi Uyg'urlar bilan aloqang bormi, Amerikadagi organlar bilan aloqang bormi degandek savollarni so'rdi deb. Ular nemishki u Amerikadagi Uyg'urlar yoki Amerikadagi organlar ular haqida sizden undaq savol so'raydi. Bir. İkincisi ondan keyin sizni jazo lageridan qo'yib atgandan keyin ba'zi bir o'zingizning tövbenamelarga qo'l qo'y deb, shu qo'l qo'ydirib olgan deb. Shular haqida menga deb bersangiz. Başta birincisinde.
Turli men emas, uning ichidagi faqat chet elga chiqib kelganlarning hammasi shu savolni so'raydi, to'xtamay. Deydig'ini chet elga chiqqandan keyin sen qanday Uyg'ur tashkilotlarla aloqang bor, masalan, Rabiya Qadir bilan qanday aloqang bor, Amerikaliklarni quturtib bizni bo'lib nima qilyapti, terrorchilikqa hammalarning nimasi bor deb butun shu savol uning ichida faqat chet elga chiqqanlarga faqat shu savolni to'xtamay deydi. Meningdim shuni o'xshash so'ragan.
The question of asking Uyghurs about the connection with the Uyghurs outside and especially the Uyghurs in the United States it's very common. It's not only just myself. Any Uyghur who has traveled overseas after they detained or arrested, that's the question that's been asked by the authorities. They always ask. They think that the U.S. government is instigating the kind of issues, and that they are doing, kind of supporting Uyghurs kind of stuff. So that's the question, always saying that whether you have any connection with the U.S., you have any connection with the Rabi'a Qadr in the U.S., or you have any connection with the Uyghur organizations. That's the question for every Uyghur who has traveled to overseas.
Keyingi sual
keyingi savol, undan keyin siz chiqqandan keyin nimaga tövbenamega yoki Allohga qasamnomaga qo'l qo'yganingiz.
Ular shuni u aniqlab, u lagerdan chiqmay turib, chiqma degan kunni butun to'g'mani bir 2 soat nima qilish burunqidagi buni urib so'qmay so'roq qilib turib hamma narsaga bundan keyin chiqqandan keyin lagerda hech qanday narsani unutib ketdi. Lagerda bo'lgan narsalarning hammasini faqat umringda ko'rmagan narsa bo'lsa, bu shikdan chiqqandan keyin bütün narsa mishada qoldi, sen boshqa odam bo'lsa, degan narsalar qo'yib, hatta Qozog'istonga chiqib ketgan vaqtimda ashtaq narsalarga bütün video qilib meni so'zliga so'zib yaxshi yashayapman, degizib ashtaq qilib yasab ashtaq oldi. Hatta mening tuqqanlarimga ashtaq qilib qo'l qo'yg'izib majbur hammasidan uyga birdan meni olib mangdigandan 5-6 kun burun Qozog'istonga. Agar sen chiqqandan keyin lager to'g'rilib yaqsang bütün narsani, bütün tuqqanlaringni mush jazoga tortildi deb ashtaq aytib qoldi. Ularning u birdan bir qilgan ish.
That confession, the signing on the confession letter or promise letter is implemented to every detainee who would be released from the detention. Like just a few hours after I leave from the camp, after my decision was made to release from the camp, and they would bring you in and they talk to you, not like before, like with the torture. This time they become a bit polite and nice, and they say that you have to sign this paper, and this paper is you're never gonna talk about the camp after you leave from the country, and you promise that you have seen nothing, and you promise that you didn't hear anything about the camp and what's happening there. So you have to completely promise. If you don't promise and if you not sign on the letter, they won't let you leave. And not only just myself, and even before I leaving from the country for Kazakhstan about 5-6 days earlier, they also asked each of my relatives to also sign on the same confession or promise letter. They're saying after that, and then they told me that if I talk about the camp after I leave from the country, and that they will punish my relatives if I do so. Like if I spoke out, and my relatives and all family members are hostage for the Chinese authority.
Thank you. There are some accounts out in the media which the PRC have also picked up on that you claim no direct rape or abuse or harsh treatment in some reports, and in others that you do. Can you explain why we have these different accounts?
Xitay Xalq hökümetinki bəzi bir sözləri var siz haqqınızda degan, məsələn sizning uçurğan basqınçılıq, işte yaman muamele, ağır muamele, hem şundaqla sizga qaratqandaq qanday tuğut çəkləş degəndək şunday ahvallar nəsədə bundaq mövcud emas o ahval, sizning deganlaringizning hammasi yolg'on deb shundaq degan ahvollar. Siz bunga qanday qaraysiz?
Bununla hech qanday qarmayman. Xitoy hech qanday narsani rost demaydigini aniq bilaman. Mening uningdan qo'rqadigan hech qanday Xitoyning paketim bor. Mening u yerda begunohdan sotlangan butun lagerlar o'zim yotgan lagerni bilaman. Agarda xalqaradan cho'qim odam boshlab berish to'g'ri kelsa, men hozirmi o'zim qo'rqishdan, men chunki jismim, ruhim, hamma narsamni o'ltirib bo'lgan Xitoy. Men faqat hayot ishga ko'zim bo'shab taqirab yashayotgan bilan dunyoda bir umid uchun kichkina bir bo'lsin haqiqatning borlig'ini ko'zim ko'rib o'lib ketsam deb yashayotgan odam. İşbunlarda bunun ki insanların bizga o'xshash qo'lliq ko'maslik uchun hayot yashashni bel bog'lab yashayapman, lekin mening butun jismim o'lib bo'lgan, shuning uchun men o'limdan yana bir Xitoydan qo'rqib qolmayman. Men borman, lagerni ko'zlayman, beguna muddatsiz qamoqda solinib ketgan qizlar nomi, ismi bilan bilaman. Men butun hammasini birdan so'rab chiqa olaman. Men hech nimadan qo'rqmayman. Chunki Xitoyning yolg'onchiligidan men hech qachon uningdan baribir men uchun nima desa, uni men hech qanday uningga nima qilmayman.
I don't surprise because PRC always lies. Whatever they say is always lies. Especially if you tell the truth, the lie even. I mean, the agitation gets even more, and I don't surprise of that one at all because I am not afraid of anything. Although you can see me physically, I'm standing, I'm talking, I'm speaking, but in reality, I am dead already. I am only living. To see a justice to be served, to see that people are saved and many people not suffer what I have been through. That hope keeps me alive, and that's why I am alive. I'm not afraid of doing anything. If international community interested in to investigate and interested in knowing the truth, I am happy to go there and to show the camps that where I was detained, and to show or tell the people that who were sentenced for life, sentenced to prison innocently. I know everything, and I can show the world if you take me to where I come from.
In your statement, you say a teacher said to you that you shouldn't have children and that it was punishable by law. Which law is she referring to?
Siz aşı yazma materialınızı depsiz, o'qituvchingiz depti, sizlar undaq bola tug'sanglar bo'lmaydi. Agar ashunda bola tug'sanglar, qonun bo'yicha jazolansizlar deb. Bu davatgan u yerda sizga aytgan o qonun nening qonuniga? Kimning qonuniga?
Xitoy hukumatining hozirgi Xitoy kompartiyasining aniq chiqargan qonuni, u faqat lagerning ichida emas, butun odamga ashta sirtdimi? Men borganda men sirtning o'zida ikki ayolga guvochi bo'ldim. Qo'sig'ida tug'ay deb qolgan bolalarni majbur boshqalarga berib etishga yo'shirin ashta majbur bo'ldi. Chunki ashbalni tug'sa yo'ldishi 10 yildan sotlanadigan buyruq ashta bir bolani ashta ortiq o ayolning ikki bolasi bor. Masalan, ashta buyruq aniqlab chiqarib qo'ygan edi.
That law is Chinese Communist Party's law. It's Chinese government's law. It's not only exists in the camps, it's everywhere, even outside of the camps as well. If anyone has any kind of more child that government designated, those people get punished. Personally, I have witnessed it. Two people, one lady was almost having a birth, almost due birth, but she has to give away the child. She has to abort, and another one has to give away her extra child to other people. Otherwise, that family get punished. Like I know clearly, if that lady gives birth to her own child and keeps the baby, and her husband will be sentenced for 10 years prison sentence. So it's China's government's law, it's everywhere, applied for Uyghurs.
Sorry, just to clarify, she's saying this to you and you have no children, right? Your uterus has been removed now, hasn't it? So I'm just trying to work out which law she's saying that's referring to you.
Sizga nisbatan aytgan vaqtda manda aytganda siz o'zingizning bolasi yo'q, sizning bolayotganingizni ilib ashundaq ahvolasida u o'qituvchining sizga degan u qonuni, u qandaq qonunni sizga davatidi ular.
U qonun o'qituvchining degan qonuni ashning ichida maxsus dars o'tadi bizga har xil. Masalan, dinni to'g'riliq, din yog'an, islom diniga ishonmanglar. Kommunist partiyaga ishlaysizlar, butun narsa yog'liq chekmaysizlar, Qur'on o'qimaysizlar degandek ashta dars o'tgan bir muallim keldi, uningga yana balliq bo'lmaysizlar degan bir kelib ayrim o'tadi, Xitoy darsi ayrim shuning ichida bir muallim kelib ashta maxsus planliq tug'ut degandek nimada ashta hozir burun pul to'lab unda qilib ashta bola olsanglar bo'ladi, hozir endi mutlaq unda qilishga endi ortiq bir bola tursanglar cho'qim 10 yildan 6 yilgacha sotlasizlar degan nimani ashta dars o'tgan.
What I'm talking about, that law is in the camp there's a classes, like one class it's specifically about planned birth policy of Chinese government. Another class is about religion, you know, that we have to denounce our religion, and we said we promise that we don't believe in any religion or God. And especially the statement that I was talking about, that it's the class that we learn about Chinese government's birth policy. And in that class, the teacher taught us about the Chinese law, saying that, you know, previously, like if you have any extra child, you know, it is beyond the planned birth policy, and you can pay the fine or you can just pay the money, you can get away with it. But nowadays, and from now onwards, it's just impossible, and it's punished by law. If anyone have more than, the baby is more than what government designated, and those families get punished. That's the law. That was the law that the teacher was teaching us in the class.
At paragraph 11 of your statement, you describe an elderly or old woman being badly treated, forced to take off all her clothes or nearly all her clothes, instructed to do so by a policeman. Who gave that instruction to the policeman?
Sizniki yazma materialingizning 11 paragrafda siz bir yaşangan ayolninki nayti depsentlik muamelesiga uchirganligini depsiz, ya'ni saqchilarning o ayolni majburiy holda kiyimlarini sep tashlab deb ashundaq qilganligini yozibsiz. Mushu buyruqni kim shundaq qilishga, ashundaq ishni qilishga kim shu buyruqni bergan? Kim buyurdu ularni shundaq qil deydiganga?
Bu buyruqni kim berganini bilmayman, lekin o saqchilar ixtiyorsiz u yerda hech kimning qo'rqmagan holda, u lekin men kirayotgan chog'da bo'lgan ish, men eshikdan ash birinchi kuni ib kirgan vaqtimda ash qatorda tizilib turgan bir yosh ayol, men uningki bo'lmay ashta uchimiz minimum shu qatorda kirgan chog'imda kiyimlarni yechib bunda ratlab ustingizda bir qo'l kiyimlarni ib qoldi-ku, shu chog'da mo'mayni kirgan chog' uzun ko'ylak bor-ku, shu yashtirib ko'z oldimda ashta qilgan. Lekin o saqchilar ishlamadan qo'rqmagan holda ashta qildi. Uning kimning buyruq qilganini bilmayman. Ash turgan saqchilarning bu yerda qilganini men o'z ko'zim bilan ko'rdim.
I don't know who ordered those policemen to do such a things. I'm not sure, but I have witnessed that incident when I entered the camp through the gate. We were few women there, and I saw that elderly woman. She was wearing long dresses, and the police are very powerful. They do whatever they want, and I have witnessed that, you know, those policemen was forcing her to take off her dresses.
In paragraph 26 of your statement, you describe how between May and August 2018, you had to put your head out through the food flap to have your hair cut. For whom was the hair intended? Do you know?
Sizning yazma materialingizning 26 paragrafda 5 ay bilan 8 ayning o'rtaligi 2018 yili siz chichingizny tushirib shundaq nemidan chiqirib mundaq qo'y deb ashundaq nem qilibdi, ashda bir ish bo'pti. Sizlarning shu chechinglarni tushirib ularni kimga berdi ekan, uni nega ishlatdik, nega qo'ydi ekan, kimga berish uchun, kimga nem qilish uchun undaq chechinglarni tushagizibdi ekan o chog'da.
Men onun içinde biz onu herkes mi bilmeyimiz. Onun içinde çağda işlemini bilmeyimiz. Biz fakat buyruğunu nem kılmaz. Nem kıldıysa şunu kılmaz. Meyli çiçeğine düşerdemdi, meyli kestemdi, meyli. Şu jarayanda men 5. aydan 8. ay 9. ay aralıkta bolgan çaş düşürüş, 3 gün toxtamay nem qilish operatsiyasi qilish narsalar davomli bo'ldi. Biz onun hech qanday narsani bilmaymiz. Chiqib xaltaga silib chichimizni eshikdan chiqib turib kesib xaltaga silib aketganini ko'rdik, undan boshqa bilmaymiz.
I don't know because we were not told and we are unable to question in that camp and we just follow the orders. Yes, I have. Yeah, that's what has happened. Yes, during that time. Yes, our hair was shaven, and the hair was put in the bag and taken away. But I'm not sure where they took the hairs. And I mean, in that place, we just follow orders. Whatever they told us to do, we will do. But for example, within that 3 days, in one occasion, within that 3 days, and every woman had to have IUDs inserted. You know, the birth preventive measures were implemented. That's what happened. And suddenly they will order say that everybody has to shave the hair. And that's what has happened. And they took the hairs. But I'm not sure who's ordering, who did it. But we just followed whatever they want us to do.
It is said that in an interview with a French radio or television program on the 30th of October 2019, you did not refer to being tortured and gang raped. Do you remember the interview? Do you remember whether you did or did not mention being tortured and gang raped?
2019 yılı 10. ayının 30. gündeki Fransa'nın bir radyosuga bergen sözleşişte, intervyuda siz unda köpçülük birleşip sizni basqınçılık qilgan hem qiyinqistak uçurgan basqınçılık uçurmadım, qiyinqistak uçurmadım depsiz. Muşu esingizde barmı?
Kaçıncı ayının neçisi?
2019 yılı 10. ayının 30. günü.
İsimde var. O Kazakistan'da turayotgan vaqtimda hem o çağda men dunyoga bo'lgan ümitlerim var diye kichkina bo'lsinmi endi bu yerdagi qiyin qistoqlarni endi oilam bor diye yo'ldoshimning tuqqanlari bor diye u yerda men jiq narsalar tarafdan nima bo'ldi ham xitoyning qismimi bak chiqdi u yerda qozog'istonni har vaqt men chiqirib yetmadim qashqa u chog'larda men mumkin emas undaq Bekçik kısımlar uçurap giderdim yerde onu men inip men hazır hemmedim cinimden vazgeçken adette bu paratikip bu adam.
Yes, I do remember. At the time I was in Kazakhstan, and while I was in Kazakhstan, I have to think of the security of my family, and also at the same time I was facing pressure by the Chinese government to deport me back to China. So, yet right now, I don't afraid of anything, and I don't concern. So, that's why I am speaking.
Were you in custody in March 2019?
Siz 2019 yılı 3. ayda tutuqluqdan undaq nima demitiniz ilqi? Sizni qo'lga olganmidi? Siz 2019 yılı 3. ay.
2019 3. ayda yo'q, men lagerdan chiqib bo'lgan vaqtim, lekin Xitoy hukumati menga pasportni berimiz deb pasportni qilib yasab berayotgan vaqti. Men 2018 12 ayning 25 lagerdan chiqqan.
I wasn't in the camp. At the time, I was released, but the Chinese government was helping me to issue my passport.
Thank you very much. Anything from Council?
Right.
Thank you very much for coming to the tribunal, being at the tribunal to give your evidence.
Sizga köpden köp rahmat şu sot mahkemesiga kelib şahitlik berganingiz uchun köpden köp rahmat.
Sizlarga köpden köp rahmat.
Thank you very much to you too.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Our next witness is Zomrat Duat. She was giving evidence remotely, and Dr. Zamit Borda would be handling this witness.
Thank you. I will begin with a short...
Microphone.
Hello. I will begin with a short description of the witness statement. This witness, a Uyghur, was placed in an iron tiger chair with her arms and feet chained, and she was beaten during an interrogation at a police station. The accusations against her were about certain money transfers from Pakistan and that she had traveled abroad. She was later taken to a detention camp where she was regularly beaten. In the camp, she was also forced to take an unknown medicine, and her blood was taken every 15 days. I'm not sure if there's an interpreter who would like to cover that bit.
Orundukka idi, jaza orundukka otağızıp, ve yol bas orunduktan da taygırçı. Otağızıp, kolları, putlarını zincir bilen bağlagan alda, kıyın kıstak uçurganlığı, Pakistan'dan bir pul sağan aşındak münasebet bilen keyin yana tayak egerligi muşu hakkıda kıyın kıstaklar uçurganlığını bayan kılan.
Within the camp, she was also regularly interrogated about her religion, and she was beaten because she refused to say that Allah did not exist. After her release, she was forced to share her family home with a family of 4 Han Chinese. She was also forced to undergo sterilization, which continues to cause her long-term medical complications. I have 3 questions for the witness. And the first is this. Could you speak in a little bit more detail about the kinds of medical tests that you were forced to undergo before you entered the camp?
Zümrət xanım, sizin aldığım şu sualdan başlayayım. Birinci sualım, siz neymi ceza lagerda vaxtıda mecburi halda iş güzgen doğrular hakkında. Şu hakkında cevap verip başlasanız.
Salam.
Beg your pardon, can you just repeat last part of the question as well? Sorry, I was...
Yes, I'll repeat the full question. So, could you speak a little bit more about the medical tests that you were forced to undergo before you entered the camp?
Jazalarga kirishdan burun sizning majburiy holda doktordan o'tadigan ahvollarni shular bo'lgan debsiz, ya'ni doktordan o'tkazish, doktor tekshirishidan o'tkazish. Shu jazalarga kirishdan burun shu elib borgan doktor tekshirishlar haqida tafsilot, bir qor tafsili so'zlab bera olamsiz?
Rahmet. Ben Zümrət Davud, bütün Uyghur Sot Kollegiyasındaki bütün advokat sotçularga menden otuq salam.
Thank you. I am Zumrat Daoud. I would like to thank everyone within the tribunal. Thank you.
Saqçıxanaga elip berilişten saqçıxanadan meni lagerga elip berişten burun meni aşındaq bir harbiy işçiga saqçı kiyim üstüge harbiy kiyim kiyip doktorning xaltini kiyip algan bir doktorxanaga elip berildim. U yerda şu yüzümüzde skanerlash, anadan keyin qon elish, 10 ta barmog'imizning izini oldi, anadagi ovozimizni oldi, bir mikrofon bor. Anadan keyin ko'zimizning nurini oldi, anadan keyin bir tal narsani tutqizib bizni shunday o'zimizning bo'yini o'lchaydigan keynimizni bitirib olgan, shuni turg'izib bizni rasm tatdi. Anadagi ayollar tekshirishi qildi.
Before I was taken to the camp, from the police station, I was taken to a hospital. In that hospital, the doctors or hospital personnel was wearing the white gown, the doctor white gown, top of the military uniform. And we were undergone a medical examination. That medical examinations include face scan, blood sample, fingerprints, voice monitoring, eyes check, and also with some kind of equipment checking our heights.
Barmog'imizning uchidan qonni ilib DNA deydigan menchilik bir qog'ozga mushtala surtdi ekanmiz. Uningda ustida DNA degan xat bor.
And also they took blood from our finger, they pricked our finger and they took out our blood and checked and put that blood sample into a market writing saying DNA into the tube.
Ovozimizni elish uchun 20 minutlik bir varaqqa yozilgan xatni qayta 20 minut so'zilgandan keyin anadagi ovozimiz to'liq holda ularning kompyuteriga kirdi ekan.
And in order to get voice sample, we had to read again and again a writing on the paper for 20 minutes. After that 20 minutes, the computer completes a voice recording or voice sampling test.
Yaş olsun, küçük kız olsun, ya yaşangan ayol olsun, kar yok ula, ayollar tekşürüşü kıldı. Yani aparatni ayol kişinin cinsi azasından kırgızıp durup onu tekşürdü.
And also, regardless of a young or older people, they also did female checking. And they inserted some kind of equipment into female vagina, and then they did such a checks, female checks.
Elip kelingen ayollarning jıqlığıdan ücret mi nait test geldi. Yani ettigen bağı adam kes saat karanğı düşküçülük, birden aşı tekşürüşüne qıp boğuçuluk pek karanğı düşüp ketdi. Şunçuluk edemcek.
There were so many women, and we were a long line, and they had to do the checks one by one on each woman. By the time we have completed our checks, it was already very late, very night time.
Thank you. Thank you for that. And once in the camp, you also underwent some further medical checks regularly. In fact, you had blood drawn regularly, and you were also given unknown medicine. My question is, first and foremost, can you describe the kind of medicine you were given? Was this pills? What color, if it was, and how many?
Onun kısmı lagerga ekirgenden keyin yani aşında oxşaş aştaq neme tekşürüşlerde bolup dikensizler, mesela kan tekşürüş degendek, ondan keyin sizler bilmeydigan bir dorilarni işkizöş degen aşta ahvallar bolup dike. Şu sizlerge işkizgen dorilar qandaq dorilar dey, mesela onun rengi qandaq dey, qancha tal dorini işkizatdi sizlerge?
Ak tablet dora kunde bir qatım işkiz bolgandan keyin uni çoqum galdan ötdimi ötmedimi uni qo'liga bir mushu qo'lga keldigan bir palayni kiyib og'zimizga uni tiqib tekshiraydi.
It was a white tablet, and we had to take it every day. And in order to make sure that we swallow it, the camp officials will put a gloves on their hands and they insert their hands into our mouths to check whether we swallow it.
Doğru işkenden keyin bu doğru xuddi insonni xamosh qilib qo'ygandek hech bir ishlarni o'ylab qololmaysiz. Hatto oilangizda kim bor, kichik bolangiz bormi, yo ota-onangiz, yashangan ota-onangiz bormi, yo yo'ldoshingiz, hech kimni o'ylamaysiz. Faqat bugun bir kunim o'tsa bo'ldi degandek endi. Xamosh qilib qo'ydigan doğru u.
After taking the medicine, you don't think anything, like, you know, whether you have a family, you have parents, just anything. You just kind of think that how this one day pass, how this one day gonna pass, like that. You know, you feel kind of hallucinating. You don't feel anything.
15 günde bir ben 62 gün yattım. 62 gün jarayonida 2 qatim vaksina deb urdi. O vaksinaning endi nima ekanligini vaksina dedi, lekin nimaning vaksinasi ekanligini bizga tushuntirishmadi. 2 qatim belikim qildim. Lekin qon elish 15 kunda bir qatim bo'ladi.
I stayed in the camp for 62 days. Within that 62 days, I have vaccinated twice, but I'm not sure what kind of vaccine it is and what it is for. And also, the blood taking happen every 15 days, once in every 15 days.
15 günde bir qatim qon olgandimi bizga qarshi tarafda u kolniki ishpresleri, olgan potolkalari hammasi sirtda biz faqat shu xo'zining ishigining kichik bir ishigidan qo'limizni chiqarib beramiz, o tarafda qanchalik qon olganligini bilmaymiz. Jig'nining uzun turgan, qisqa turgan vaqtidan o'ylaymizki bizdan jiq oldi, bizdan oz oldi deb o'ylaymiz.
And also, we don't know how much blood they're taking out from us because we are inside a cell and we just to pull out our arms through the hole of located on the cell door, and we don't see how much blood they taking out and what are they doing it. We only kind of guess that the time that they took to take out the blood and it stopped. We said if we stay longer and we think that, I mean, they took more blood from us, and if we stay short and we believe that they took less blood this time.
Thank you for that. Now I'd like to understand the beatings that went on in the camp and the reasons for which detainees got beaten. You say in your statement, for instance, that you met an old woman who had diabetes and you felt sympathy for this woman and gave her some of your food, and for this reason you got beaten hard. What kinds of behaviors in the camp got detainees beaten?
Sizni tayoq yegan ahvollaringiz haqida bir ahvol egallamoqchi. Siz o'zingizning yozma material debsiz bir yashangan ayolniki diabet kesili bo'lganligi uchun shuningga o'zingiz hissdoshlik qilib o'zingizning tomog'ini shu ayolga berganligingiz sababidan sizni qattiq urib yetibdi ekan. Siz qattiq tayoq yegan ahvolda, masalan, u jazo lagerining ichida qandaq ishlarni qilsanglar yoki qandaq bir nima ahvolda sizlarni urdi, tayoq yeysizlar, qanday ahvolda sizlarni tayoq urish jazosini berdi, nima ish qilsanglar.
To'g'ri, men kirib aytsigila bo'lgan ish bu. Men bilmaydim u yerda o'zimiz yemagan tomoqni boshqalarga o'tinishning gunoh ekanligini, hatto ularning qonun qoidasiga rioya ekanligini bilmaydim. Men shu o'zim u opash yaşangan 67 yaşlarda bor. Saudi Arabistonga haj qilib borgan opash ekan. Shu haj qilgan, shaxsiy haj qilganligi uchun tutib kelingan.
The incident happened just the next day that I was in the camp, because I didn't know that just the sharing of food is also crime, or also punishable crime in the camps. So I didn't know that woman was 67 years old lady. She was detained just because of she went to Hajj. And since I didn't know, I just shared my food, and I mean, yeah, that the sharing the food was also crime to be punished in the camp.
Diyabet kesili bo'lganligi uchun kindikining ostiga vukul uradigan insulin.
And that lady, because of diabetic, and she had to have insulin.
beshi qiyib, ko'ngli ilishib, uni ichida tamoqqa qusqu to'ymaganligi uchun, mush qusqum to'ygan bo'lsa, mushta bo'lib ketmaydim, mushundalik agashma kasalliklarim bo'lmaydim, mushta biyaram bo'lmaydim degan gapni men degan angladim. Anglagandan keyin men o'zim yeydigan ikki tal mo'mini opashqa berdim. U ichida hamma yerda apparat bo'lganligi uchun ular meni mo'mini berganligimni, boshqalar o'tilganligimni ko'rib qolgan o'xshaydi. Shuning bilan ham bostirib kiriblam, qo'ldagi rezinka kaltak shunda uzunliqdiki. Ashlan bilan ikki saqchi er kishi kirgan paytida kirib, qo'squmga, dumbamga tepib, qattiq oyoqlari bilan ashunda ig'ir urvatdi.
The lady was complaining about she's having kind of dizziness, and she was kind of hoping that if I had more food, I may have not have these complications because of my diabetic condition. And after I hearing that, I just couldn't stand, and then I shared my 2 buns with her.
Okay.
And since there's a cameras inside the camps, they have seen what I have done. So the policeman burst into the cell room and start to beat me with the sticks and also kick me with the heavy shoes that they were wearing.
Thank you for that. Sorry, I will let. Do you want to finish?
Xudo deganligim uchun sen xudoringni topay, xudoringni o'chus, mening oldimdan sen apkasin deb texmeydim tayoqni.
And also, I was beaten even more severely, just as simply said, "Why Khuda," which is, "Oh Allah." Just because simple I said that, and then they said, "Oh, okay, to find your God, go and find your God," and I got even more beaten severely.
Thank you for that. And I'm sure the panel will have further questions about the camp. But my final question now really relates to when you were released and you returned home, but you were paired with a Han Chinese family. And really, I'm just interested in getting whether you know or have more information about this family, their background, their profession, whether they were from Xinjiang or whether they came from further afield.
And the balkim sud mahkamasining boshqalarning savollari bor, lekin mening eng oxir savolim sizni jazo lageridan qo'yib bergandan keyin Xitoy oilasi bilan tupir tuqqan qilib qo'yib qo'ygan shu ahvol haqida bilmoqchi. Shu sizni tuqqan qilib chetib qo'ygan shu Xitoy oilasininki ularning kelib chiqishi qandaqga? Ular o'zi nereden, aşı rayon o'zidanmi? Ular qandaq ishlar bilan nima qiladigan oila ekan? Shular haqida so'zlab bersangiz shu Xitoy tuqqanlaringiz haqida.
Bo'ladi, bizni turmadan chiqqandan keyin har qanday Uyg'urning qo'liga mush bayroq chiqarish bir nimasi berdi. Biz o Xitoylarning qanday Xitoy ekanligini biz tanımaymiz. Aş aholilar komiteti o'zi bizga o'rlashtirdi. Yana qilishganda xotin kishiga er kishiga xotin kishini o'rlashtirdi. Mana bu mening oilamga kelgan, menga tuqqan bo'lgan Xitoy shu.
You know, we don't know. We don't know about the background of that Chinese family. We don't know who they are and where they come from. The local authorities, the suburban local authorities, they just allocate the Chinese family to become the Uyghur family's relatives. This is for every Uyghur family, especially after to be released from the camps. And also, the worst thing is when they allocate a Han Chinese family as a relative, they allocate man to woman, woman to man. They mix like that.
Bir ailege birden emas, bir Uyghur nüfusuga birden. Yani men Xitoyniki şu bizning nüfusta 3 bola men tötimiz bolsa, tötimizning birden hatta 5 yoshga kirgan qizimning Xitoy tuqquni bor.
And that family allocation is really interesting. It's not like, you know, for one Uyghur family is one Han family as a relative, allocated as a relative. It's for one individual Uyghur, for one Chinese family. Like, for example, in my family, even at 5 years old, my daughter has relative, one Chinese family relative.
Mana bu mening 9 şu çağda 10 yaşga kirgan qizim, bu 19 yaşga kirgan. Onun Xitoy tuqqani.
For example, this one in this picture, then my daughter was 10 years old, and that's her Chinese relative, male Chinese relative, 19 years old.
Bula uyda bir ayning ichida cho'qim 15 gün bizning uyda yotadi.
In 1 month, those Chinese relatives stay 15 days. They sleep over in our family for 15 days.
Thank you. I haven't got any more questions.
Rahmat, mening boshqa savolim yo'q.
The panel will ask questions now.
Boshqa mahkamalar boshqa savollar so'raydi.
Okay, good afternoon. Could I start by just asking a couple of background questions? You're married to a man from Pakistan. Could you tell us how you met and where you lived after your marriage?
Siz bir Pakistanlık kişi bilen toy qilibsiz. Sizdan so'ray deydi, shu Pakistanlık kişi bilen qachon toy qildingiz, undan keyin qayerda yashadinglar? Qachon ko'rishdingiz, qachon uchrashgan Pakistanlık yo'lishingiz?
2005-yil to'y qildik. 2006-yili tunji farzandlik bo'ldik. Biz izchil turda Urumchida yashayotgan. Hatto er-ayol ikkimizdan qurgan Urumchida ochgan shirkatimiz bor.
I got married to my husband in 2005, and I had my first child on 2006, and we continuously lived in Urumqi, and both my husband and myself has our own business in Urumqi.
And then your first incident with the police in 2016 arose out of a request that you'd made with your husband to visit the United States. One of the points raised by the police was that you've done a reasonable amount of traveling before. You'd been to Japan and Singapore as well as Pakistan. Could you tell me why you wanted to go to the US in 2016 and what traveling you had done before that date?
Sizniki saqchi bilan uchirganligi masalalaringizda bir masalalarning u yerda o'tirib chiqqan ahvoli sizniki 2016-yili Amerikaga sayohatga berish uchun iltimos qo'yganliginglar, undan keyin sizning burun Yaponiyaga, Singapurga, Pokistonga safar qilganligingiz mushularninkimi sabab bo'lganligi ashlarni deyilgandingiz, deb ekansiz. Mushu haqda bizga deb beramsiz. Bu 2016-yili nimishki Amerikaga kelishga iltimos qo'ygandinglar?
Yo'ldoshim mushu import eksport tijoratini qilib, mushu elektr saymanlarni og'aylari bilan Shenzhenda tijorat qilish jarayonida mushu Amerikaga bir savdo ko'rgazmasiga keldi hamda viza iltimos qilib. Yo'ldoshim 2014 viza iltimos qilib Amerika vizasini olib, bu Amerikaning shunchalik go'zal, bek chiroyli ekanligini deb degandan biz bunda er-ayol sayohatga chiqishni o'ylashgan. Biz Amerikaga ko'chib kelish, yo bo'lmasa Amerikaga ko'chman bo'lish hech qachon o'ylab boqmagan. Chunki biz Urumchida nihoyatim yaxshi egilik tiklab, ashunda hayot kechirayotgan. Shuning bilan 2014 yo'ldoshim viza olib bo'lgandan keyin 2016-yilisi bizning ko'rib beqish maqsadida 2016-yil bolalarim va men Amerika vizasini iltimos qildik. Qilgandan keyin Amerika vizasini
Okay. Yeah, my husband, he had his own import and export business, and in 2014, my husband had his this business, and he was in Shenzhen. While he was in Shenzhen, he had because my husband's business is electronic equipment import-export business, and in 2016, one of the business exhibition has happened in the United States, and at the time he got US visa, and he went to the United States in 2014. And afterwards, he told us that the United States was such a great, beautiful country. And when it came to 2016, after hearing how the United States looks like, and we thought that why don't we just go visit and see. We didn't have our plan of migrating to the United States or living in the United States at all, because we had really good life in Urumqi. We simply just wanted to visit and sightsee, you know, to the US. That was the reason that we applied for US visa in 2016.
Thank you. In that same year, you say in your statement that the Chinese authorities requested Uyghurs to return to their place of origin. Was that a law, and what did it mean for the population?
Onun için yani okşaş 2016 yılda siz yazma materyalınızda depsiz Uygurlarni her kim özünün kelgen jutuga qaytсын dep aşındaq gap boldy dep. O Xitay hökümetinin kanunumiti o kanun aşdaq çıqagan meke.
Uyuqsuzda bir qar boran kelgandek 2016 yılı Ürümçide men aşu yaşap kevatman Ürümçide aşındaq her şehirninkini özünün yurtiga ketsə dep Ürümçi zad qaqasıp qaynıp ketdi. Qashqarga ketsə, yana bir şehirning her qanday şehirning özünün yurtiga ketsə, çoqum özüň turuşluq, nopos turuşluq joy tursa, dep bütün aşu köçmen bolup kelgen, hatta noposunu yotkimay, özü Ürümçide izchil turdi 20-30 yıl yaşayotgan Uyg'urlarni hammasini o'zining shaharlariga ketkizibdi.
That swipe returning or telling people to back to the original place is happened in 2016. It was very sudden, and suddenly this order came in and is saying that everybody has to where they come from. Like for example, if you're from Kashgar and you have to return to Kashgar, to wherever you're coming from, and suddenly the Urumqi became empty. There were even people who's been living in Urumqi for 20 years had to move back to where they come from. And also another saying was that wherever you have had your household registry, that's where you're supposed to be going back. So this is what has happened in 2016.
Okay, then moving forward, 2 years later, you were detained by the authorities. You had in the meantime had a number of items of surveillance equipment put on your phone and other things. But what was the reason that was given for your detention, and what do you think the real reason was that you were detained in March 2018?
Siz depsizde mushu ishlar o'tib ketgandan keyin sizni qo'lg'apti, yana siz so'linibsiz. And o'sha so'langan vaqtda bu 2018 yil 3-oyda sizni rasmiy so'labdi. Ular mushu so'labdi vaqtda albatta sizning telefoningizda ba'zi bir narsalar chiqqan ahvollar bor ekan, lekin haqiqiy sizni mushu 2018 yil 3-oyda so'lgandan keyin sababi, haqiqiy sababi nima? Nima deydi ular? Sabab nima ekan?
Sebepni to'liq demedi. Menimcha bo'lganda bak so'rab ketgan savollari birinchisi Amerika vizasi nima uchun sening pasportingda bor? Ikkinchi sen 3-chi farzandlik bo'lishingga yo'ldoshing sana musulmon davlatda bo'lganligi uchun ko'p farzandlik bo'lishlarning islom dinida bormi? Seni yo'ldoshing zo'lab ko'p balliq bo'lsa sabab bo'ldi yo bo'lmasa sizlarning dinda shunda ko'p bo'ladi deb sana dars o'tganmi? Sen 3-chi farzandni nima uchun tug'ding?
They didn't clearly say what was the reason that I got arrested, but the main questioning and the main suspicion, or I believe the main reason is, number one is I had US visa. Secondly, I had my third child, and my husband is Pakistani, and they will keep saying that because he's a Muslim, did he educate you about the religion, and did he educate you whether have more children in your religion is a good thing? So whether have you been influenced by your husband or by your religion to have more child? I believe this too is a main reason, I think.
Now, while you were in detention, you were severely beaten and suffered serious injuries, including dislocation to your ankles. How long did it take you to recover? Because presumably it was impossible or nearly impossible to walk with dislocated ankles.
Siz aşı solaqtı vaqtыңızda, cezalagerda vaqtыңızda aştaq nayt qattiq tayaq yap, şunda ahvallar bolup ken bolup hatta sizning mavu hoş yo'q demdik, aşı chiqib ketibdi ekan to'q. Mushunda ahvallarda mangmaq nayt qiyin hamda odam mengish. Sizning mush butunlay shu tayaq zarbalaridan aslingizga kelishga qanchalik vaqt ketdi? Qanday qilib aslingiz keldingiz?
Mening mushu men azaldan endi mushundaq simiz etlikdim. Men aşu 62 gün turuş jarayonida 18 kilo o'riqlab ketdim. Belikim, qo'squm, ikki yotamning go'shi xuddi qo'nchoqliq ichida paxtadan avatgandek ashna tushib ketdim. Chiqqandan keyin ilqi kallamni joyida emas. Yo'ldoshim kunda menga mashqlarni qildirdi. Mang piyad deydi, ashna qilib yurib, hozir sal aslimga keldim. Bo'lmasa burunmisimiz adam ichimdagi qo'nchoqning ichidagi paxtani avatgandek ashunda bek sangilib ketgan badallarim.
Yeah, I am recovering still, but after I released from the camp, it was just extraordinary for me. Although I spent 62 days in the camp, I am originally a bit kind of overweight, but I lost 18 kilograms within 62 days in the camps. And after I came out from the camp, my condition wasn't good at all. But my husband supported me a lot, and he kept telling me to exercise and to do many things. And until today, I am recovering.
Thank you. You mentioned that the cell you were in was subject to substantial fluctuations in the number of people there. I think you said between 37 and 20. What was the reason why, do you think, the numbers of people in your cell changed so much? And did any of the people who left the cell come back? Did you see them again?
Deymi siz depsiz mi yazma materialingizda sizninki siz turgan shu kameradagi turmidagi shu turmining uyidagi odam so'langan odamlarning soni kashkicha o'zgarib turadi deb hatto 37 dan 20 ga qadar shunday farq debchi. Shu o'zgarish jarayonida masalan yo'qolib ketgan odamlar keyin yana qaytib keldimi, ko'rdingizmi? Shunday ahvollar bormi? Masalan chiqib ketganlar qaytib kelgan ahvollarni ko'rdingizmi?
Az. Kelganlari bor, lekin az. Ularni yiliqi turmani boshqa bir cho'ng boshqa yerga olib o'tamdi yoki nega ketdi bilmaymiz. Keladi qaytib kelganlari, lekin anglashtirishdagi maqsadi yiliqi birsiniki gaplarini bak bilib ketdi demdiki, yiliqi birsi bilan yiliqi ishora bizni gap qilib qo'ymaydi uning ichida. Shundaqdimi birsimizga ishorat qilib ketida mundaq uni buni qilib turib gap qilishib olamiz azroq. Hatto bir narsa yotmaydigan vaqtlarimizga qilishib olamiz. Shu chaqda endi birsi ishga bak bilib ketdi demdiki, shunga bizni amlaştırıp yana bir kamerdekini biznikini anınga aşında amlaştırdıganlar var. Aşında amlaştırdı. Lekin haqiqiy mındak akşamısı ya keşligi bularni so'roq jarayonida so'roq qilib aytisiga mang deb chiqib ketganlarni uni bilib aql bo'ldi farqlanarlik. Ular chiqib ketdi kelmaydi.
The ones who come back is less. The more won't come back and we don't see. And also, I don't know what's the reason. They just keep change. I'm thinking they may be thinking that we shouldn't get connected too close to each other, because although there are cameras in the cell, but still we somehow find chance to talk to each other, like while we were memorizing or saying something, and we just take chance to talk to each other. Still. Some kind of muted way we do communicate each other. I think to me they try to completely disconnect from one another. That's maybe another reason that they keep changing numbers and the people within the cell. And sometimes it's clear that someone won't be coming back at all, because we can sense that such a person, that like if that person was taken to the interrogation and just taken away for some kind of reason, and we kind of sense and we believe that that person is not going to come back.
And what were the conditions in the cell like, particularly when it was at the top end, when there were 37 women in the cell?
Shu nimaninki kameraninki shu turma uyninki ahvoli qandaq deb bo'libmi u yerda adam jiq vaqtda masalan 37 adam bir kamerada. Ashta vaqtda ahvol qanday?
Echiplar bizni ishtirib kirgazgan vaqtida siz bir hojatxonaga kirgan o'xshayman deb qolasiz. Shunchalik puraqchilik eshikdan kirsangiz hatto bir obernining o'ltirdigan, masalan, nimasi bor? Oberni qildigan yami etik emas. Masalan, bunda tam to'saq emas. Siz obernida hojat qilayotgan vaqtingizda qolgan 37 odam bo'lsa, 36 odam sizning cho'ngini qilyapsiz, kichigini qilyapsiz, hammani ko'rib tura oladi.
When you enter into the cell through the door, you feel like you are into a open toilet. It's just extremely smelly because there is a toilet inside. There is no privacy at all. There is no kind of thing that can divide the toilet from the other people. Like if one person going into toilet, that the rest of the 36 people can see whatever you've been doing. So it's just extreme and smelly, horrific condition.
İşkay turuş jarayonida men bir qatimmi monchaga tushmadim. Ham tushgan odamlarni ko'rmadim.
I stayed in the cell for 2 months, but within 2 months, I didn't take shower at all. And I didn't see anyone else also taking a shower.
Aparatlarda kuzatib tura oladi. Hatto o ichidagi odam emas, aparatdimi saqchilar ichidagi mahbuslarning shu hojatxonadagi ishlaridan tatib ko'rib tura oladi.
And there is a camera inside the cell. The camp officials can monitor every move of the detainees within the cell. Like it includes you are in the toilet.
Now you say that in your statement that you are sure that many other Uyghur women were subjected to rape while they were in the camp. Can you tell me the basis for your believing that?
Siz yazma materialingizda depsiz. Men cho'qim ishonmanki u jazolanganning ichida ayollar bosqinchilik uchraydi deb. Shu ashunda deydigan bir asosingiz bormi?
Akşamız açık gidiyordu kızlarni. Şunçalik chiroyli qizlarni chiqib ketdi, yoshlarni chiqib ketdi. Chiqib ketdi o qizlar kirgandan keyin yo'q, o'lib verishqami bizning qurbitimiz yetmaydi onun ichida. Ya og'amchi yo'q, ya pichoq yo'q. Ular o'zimizni bor bo'lgan qurolimizni o'zimiz ishlatadi shu. Bechalarlar qo'llarini tishlaydi. Ularning ashundaq bir xo'rliq uchirganligi aniq 100% chiqib turdi. Qanchalik o'zlarining mehnat to'p ketganligini ifodalash uchun yuz ko'zlarini tatlaydi, qo'llarini aytidi mashunda qilib. Ham bilaklarini tishlaydi. O ijrilish avolini ko'rganlardan qizlarni bosqinchilik uchirganligini bilalaydi.
I mean, it's very obvious. The most beautiful young girls were taken away during the night, and when they come back, their condition is horrific and unbearable. That anyone who witnessed such a situation, and it's very obvious that those girls were faced rape. Because of the kind of guilt feeling or kind of extreme abuse, those girls, you can see, I witnessed they were biting their arms, hands. It's very obvious that the condition of those girls tells you that they were raped.
Hattoki mush dinga itoat qilgan, burundan tat 5 vaqt namoz o'qigan hadisinglarimizni bir ochimizni ashta qilib ustiga siyib hamda taratala sizlar musulmonlar tarat elib namoz o'taytinglar, u taratala deb tepaga siyibdi. Shuni menga deb berdi.
And the worst insult is the sisters, they were taken and then they were made naked, and then the police urinated on them and told them that, see what, you say you're Muslim, and then, yeah, okay, now you go ahead, take wudu, cleanse yourself. Since you're Muslim, that's what you're supposed to do, aren't you? And they urinated, told them that. And it's just extreme torture.
Now, before you were released, you were forced to confess to having what was called extremist religious ideas. Can you say what those extremist religious ideas were that you confessed to?
Sizni qo'yib o'tishdan burun sizni ashqunliq dini ideyarim ba dep şununğa tövbe kıl depdi. Sizni şunun üçün aştaq tövbe kıl, aştaq nemen boldy dep. Siz bu nima bu aşkın aştaq dini ideya degen nima bu yerda?
Мәсәлән, мені қандай болып ашта болды дегенде, мен ашу бірінші қытым кіргенде Худа деп әттім емесме? Оны ашта кіргізіп алды екен. Бұл машында Худага итаат қылды, Аллаға итаат қылды деп. Бізге дәріс өткен вақытта мы бізге айтты, бұл ислам дini sizlarning din emas. Bu sizlarga kirilgan mikrob yoki bu bir kasallik deb tushuntirdi. Men shu chaqda hamda yan kirganligim uchun aşağıda jazolangan vaqtimda Xudo deb chiqib ketdi og'zimdan. Shuning bilanlar menga shuning ichidan bu meni ashundaq atilib ashundaq yezilib mangdi.
I was accused as a religious extremist just as simply because when I first faced that incident, that torture, and I speak out loudly saying that God, that made me that I am extremist. And also in the teachings, they keep saying that the Islam is a virus. And so the religion is a virus. So I was already classified, or I was already kind of designated that I'm extremist, just as simply saying that the God, that word.
Now, immediately prior to your release, your husband had gone to Beijing to argue for your release from detention. And he spoke to the authorities there, and you say in your statement that the authorities decided to release you. Can you tell me which authorities they were that decided on your release? And you also said that they paid for your air ticket back to Urumqi.
Ondan keyin nima sizning yozmangizni deb siz yo'ldoshingiz Beijingga berib sizning qo'yib berilishiniz haqida xizmat ishlabdi deb. Ondan keyin xizmat ishlagandan keyin sizni hukumat doiralari qo'yibdi deb siz. Shu hukumat doiralari degangiz qaysi hukumat doiralari sizni qo'yibotgan? Ondan keyin shu hukumat doiralari bilet ipadi, qaytish bileti ipadi deb siz. Shu sizga bilet ipaganlar qaysi hukumat doiralari?
To'g'ri, men aşağı kirib ketgandan keyin mening hech bir izdirgimni yo'lishim bilmagan. Hatto qaysi turma, qaysi lager bamiga yeri qilmay oxiri avtonom rayonlik Guangtiang deydi, hamda uni shu Uyg'urchasiga avtonom rayonlik Guangtiang ya'ni tashqi ishlar nazoratidan shu tashqi ishlarning bijilgan yerdimi hatto berib har qitim borganda mening ismimni deb bu ayolim hech qanday bir gunohsiz bunu qo'yib bersanlar, ya hech bo'lmasa menga ya o'g'ri, yanchuqchi, ya bulangchi, ya menga bir narsa beringlar qo'limga. Nima gunohi bor uning deb necha qitim shu organlar borgan. Hatto bizning vatanning ichidagi shu saqchi doiralariga. Men tajib qo'ylarim.
After I was detained, at the beginning my husband didn't know whereabouts of me. So that's why he went to Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Regional Public Security Office, Foreign Affairs Relations Office, and also police stations, a regional police station, and asked about my whereabouts and I told them that I'm completely innocent and why would I be detained or just disappeared.
Nurg'un qitim berib mening izdagimni qilolmagandan keyin bu oxiri o'zininki Beijingdagi, ya'ni Beijingdagi Pokiston konsuliga berib o'zining ayolining begunoh tutib ketilganligini yo'ldoshim emas, yo'ldoshim qatorliq nurg'unlari, masalan biz u yerda bilishimizga masalan Pokiston to'y qilgan ayollarning hammasini degidek bizni ba'zanlarni jiqsini chet elga bog'langan deb amaliyat to'y qildi o'zi bergan Junxo xalq jumuriyatining to'y qiti bilan yashayotgan xalqni chet elga bog'langan deb nurg'un Pokiston ayollarni tutib ketgan. Mendan boshqa yana.
Not only my husband, since my husband, he didn't get any result about my whereabouts and my condition through the local authority in Xinjiang, even the public security office. Then he went to Beijing and met officials in Pakistani embassy. And he told the Pakistani embassy officials that his wife, which is myself, disappeared. And told them that I am innocent. And not only just my husband, and there are many other Pakistani citizens. The wives are legally married to Uyghur women. All went there and asked put pressure on the Pakistani embassy, to asking them to help to release or find those wives who disappeared.
Pakistan konsulunun aldığı bağanda birinci kıtım bağaklı yoluşum ve yoluşum katarlık bir neçisi bağan. Bağanda bular şuna çıralık yakılıp biz Abdunum Raylık Konvantiyon bilen alaqlaşatımız. Sizlerninki ayarlarınlarının hemisinkini koyup birdiğen buldu. Hatırcan bulunlar. Sizler basanlarlam ayarlarınlar çıkıp buldu. Ağmağı dep bularını bir kıtım aldap yolgu sebepke ucaq adam cık beriptike.
The first time they went, not only just my husband, again, few other Pakistani citizens who's looking for the wives, and the Pakistani embassy officials told them nicely and politely said that we have spoken to Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Regional Public Security Office, and they said they're going to release your wives, so please go back to Xinjiang.
Ondan keyin şu bir qıtımlıq berip qaytqandan keyin mo yanala mening izdak so'rg'im bo'lmagan. Ya'ni hech kimning u yo'ldoshim emas, yo'ldoshim qatorliq uningki nurg'un og'illarning mo ayollari qo'yib berilmagan. Shuning bilan yo'ldoshim ikkinchi qitim, ya'ni mening bir oydan ortiq yotgan vaqtimda ondan keyin ikkinchi qitimliq Beijingdagi yana Xitoy konsuliga meni yana hech qanday amali bo'lmaganini qo'yib bermaganligini deb ikkinchi qitim shu.
And after he came back, again, not only just himself with other Pakistani husbands, and still I wasn't released. By that time, I was already in detention for over 1 month. And then my husband went a second time to Beijing to demand my release again.
U yer borgandan keyin yaxshi muomalaga uchirmagan endi u konsulga borgandan keyin qarashamagandek yoki ishga kirgazmagandek ishlar bo'lgandan keyin ashada yo'lishim vaqirab turib men mishada muxbir chaqirman. BBC, CNN ya bo'lmasa Washington Post men mishada muxbir chaqirib men nima ko'rsam ko'rdim, ikki qatim keldim, sizlar meni rad qildinglar, kirgazmadinglar. Men mishada muxbirlarni chaqirib butun ahvolni deyman, beguna ayolimni akirib ketdi deb deyman. Deb u yerda shu azraq varangchurun qilganimdi.
And when my husband went a second time to the embassy didn't welcome him at all, and they were kind of really rude and didn't allow him to in even. And then after that, my husband said that I'm gonna speak to media about my wife's disappearance. I'm gonna call on BBC, CNN, Washington Post. I will give kind of press media coverage about my wife's disappearance.
Xuddi bularning bag'ini shu bilgandek u birdamdan ichida konsuldagilar u bizningki Abdunum Rayli Konvantiyon bilan aloqa qilishib, manda birisi keldi, degan mishadim qilgan ismi palana degandan keyin birdamdan ichida Abdunum Rayli Konvantiyondan yo'ldoshimga telefon kelib, "Sen hech qanday muxbirlik ko'rishma, hech qanday odam bilan ko'rishma. Sening ayoling bugun nereden bo'lmasa yenib kel, atlikka chiqib birimiz gapimizga." Deb yo'ldoshimni
Excuse me interrupting. Can the witness please finish this answer and answer questions shortly?
Deydi, mau javobni bergan vaqtida javob qisqa bo'lsin deydi, uzrab ketmasin deydi. Faqatla biz so'ragan savolimga javob bering.
Bo'ldi. Ondan keyin ikkinchi qatimda shu muxbirlarni ko'rishimiz degan vaqtida shu qo'rqib ketib Abdunum Rayli Konvantiyondan qaytib kelsin deb qaytib borgandan keyin meni chiqarib berdi.
Demek Konvantiyon aldıma amsa yo'ldosh.
Yeah,
Okay, the second time after my husband said that he's going to talk to media, and at that time, just like the Autonomous Regional Public Security Office knew what's going to happen, and they rang directly to my husband and told him that they're going to release me immediately, which is told him that he should come back from Beijing immediately to the region. So the Chinese authority, which is Chinese Public Security, bought tickets for him, and he came back from Beijing to our region.
Thank you. Can I just ask one last question? You were forced then into a sterilization procedure, which was announced by an order being read out. Can you say where that order came from? Which authority issued the order?
Sizni tug'mas qiladigan operatsiya qilish uchrabsiz. Shu operatsiya qilishdan burun sizlarga bir buyruqni o'qib beribdimi, shu buyruq keldi deb. Shu buyruq tug'mas operatsiya qilish buyrug'i nereden keldi? Qaysi hukumat shu buyruqni beribdi?
Abdunum rayonlik hukumat dedi.
The order was coming from the autonomous regional government.
4 short questions.
4 qisqa savol.
In the detention center, with shackles on your feet, you and 80 to 100 others were taken to a hall where there were pictures of Xi Jinping. You were not allowed to move. And you sat there for 4 to 5 hours. Paragraph 16. Did you sit in silence, or were people saying things to you, or was there anything over the loudspeakers?
Sizniki yazma materialingizda depsiz. Sizlarninki putlaringlarga kishanchiliqliq. 80dan 100 ga qadar adam bir zaldek yerga akirib sizlarni 80dak 100dak adamni. U yerda Xi Jinpingning rasmi esiqliq. Uningdan sizlarni undaq u yoq bu yoqqa midirlaydiganga ruxsat qilmagan. Qilmasdan ashada 4-5 soat o'tlardi o'qib ashuna depsiz. Shu o'taga vaqtingda jimjit o'tadinglarmi yoki u yerda mikrofonlarda so'zlayotgan so'zlar bormidi yoki qanday o'tadinglar? Qanday bo'ldi u yerda? Qanday o'tadinglar?
Simonut yerning ustidan yerga yukinib turib o'tag'izdi. O'tag'izga vaqtida shu 100dak adam bir zalda ichib batimiz. O'qituvchini qapazning ichiga solib qo'yib, xuddi biz o'qituvchiga ziyonkashlik qildigandek, o'qituvchini qapazning ichiga o'tag'izib, o'qituvchi bizga dars o'tdi Xitoycha. Anadan keyin Xi Jinping nazariyasi 19-qurultay nimasi degandek ashundaq. Mushundaq hozirgi davatga aqtashliq kitobda deyilganidek abayma deb o'tdim. Uyg'ur millati azaldan islom diniga itoat qilmaydi. Bu bir Uyg'urlar bo'lmagan bir yuqumli kasal degandek. Shu temada dars.
Okay, yeah, it was kind of place. It's cement floor. We sat on the floor. And there was a teacher, but the teacher was separated from the students, and the teacher was in the cage. It's just in the cage-like place. And then in that class, there was a Chinese language teaching, and there was teaching of about Chinese National 19th Congress. And just in the white book, China's white book said, there is all the theories saying that we shouldn't believe in Islam and we shouldn't believe in religion. Yeah, that kind of teachings will happen.
One of the other women who you thought had been assaulted in prison told you that after she had been undressed, the guards had urinated on her. Is that correct?
Sizningki shu yozma materialingizda depsiz. Yana bir raqamdaq ayol haqida, u ayolni jazolagerdagi shu saqchilar, shu bexatarlik odamlari yalang'och qilib, kiyimini silib, undan keyin u ayolning ustiga siyibdi. To'g'ri debsiz. Shu to'g'ri.
Abayda turgan ayol shu. To'g'ri.
The woman that I have mentioned earlier, that's the woman. Yes.
When you had a Han Chinese family living with you, were you obliged to treat them well, including by shopping for them and answering every question they asked of you?
Sizni Xitoy oilasi bilan tuqqan qilib bir uyda qolgan vaqtingizda siz u Xitoy oilasini yaxshi muomala qilishingiz, ularga kerakli narsalarni setib berishingiz, ular so'ragan har qanday gap savolga javob berishingiz shartmidi?
To'g'ri, bizga buni aholilar komitetidan cho'qim ularga yaxshi muomala qilishimizni, yotgan komisiyaning hatto tutishadigan dizdan tortib cho'tkisi hammasini yangidan erishni, ularga yaxshi muomala qilishni, har qatim ular so'rag'a vaqtida javob berishimizni aytdi.
Yes. We have been ordered from the local authorities to do everything for them, including all the questions that you asked. Yes.
My last question of you concerns the death of your father on the 12th of October 2019. When was the last occasion before October the 12th of 2019 that you knew of his being in good health?
Men endi dadınız doğruluq sorayman. Yani dadınız 2019 yılı 10. ayının 12. günü alemden ötüp ketipdi. Eng axırkı qitim sizning dadınızning sağ salamat ekanligini anglagan vaqtingiz yoki salomatligini bilgan vaqtingiz qachon?
Men 2019 yılı Amerikaga kelib 9. ayının 27. günü 23. mü 27. esin qolib. Şu günüsü men New York'ta guvalıq berdim. Men aş New York'a manga vaqtimda ailemdekilerning telefonini topshirib olgan. Gap qilma, hatta ovozim bor shu uydagilarning ki ovozimni ep qo'ygan. Dadam saqchixonada ortiq gap qilma, ukam nima ish qilayotgan bo'lsang to'xtat dedi. Men to'xtamadim. To'xtamay ketdim New York'a. Bo'ldi, hammanglar o'xshash men uchun. Dadammi shu, qarindoshlarimmi shu, butun Uyg'ur xalqi shu. Men guvalıq bermasam bo'lmaydi deb hammasini videodan yuzib chiqarib etdim. Alaqılış app'lerden. 10. ayının 12. günüsü, yani 10 neçik ötkendik Allah'ım. Saqchixonda dadam deb telefonga akılırım. 10. ayının 12'si bir Xitoy xo'jnamdan dadamni o'tib ketganlik xabarini oldim. O Xitoy xo'jnamni iliq qilib, sening dadam turmada shu saqchilarning tarafida o'lib ketdi deb deyildi u.
I don't remember, is it on September 23rd or 27th, 2019, I went to New York for testifying. Just before I traveled into New York, I had the telephone message from my brother saying that, please stop whatever you're doing, whatever you want to do, just stop it now, because my father in police custody. And after 10 days, 12 days, and I have received a phone call from my Chinese neighbor telling me my father passed away in a police station. So that because of the person is Chinese and be able to tell me that my father passed away at police station.
Thank you very much for coming to the tribunal to give evidence.
Köp rahmat mushu mahkamaga kelib shohidlik qilganingizdan.
Madam Interpreter, thank you very much for your assistance.
My pleasure. Thank you very much to you.
Mr. Hamid and your colleagues, the last question, and I'm not going to deal with the detail because we have the answer, related to information known to you that it has been alleged by the PRC, and I quote, that her father died of heart disease after living a normal life, was never interrogated or detained. We'll now take a break. Sorry, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. You've covered those questions in the questioning.
Okay.
Do you want me to translate?
No, don't bother with that. That's fine. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
We're going to take a break, but first, sorry. Yes, Mr. Zamit Border.
A quick note that we have support teams in the office, and any witnesses who may need it will be offered that support, Chair.
In the office there?
Yeah.
Yes, yes. We're going to break now for 15 minutes. I'm sorry we're running late, 4:15, but I think Mr. Vetch wants to say something first.
A very quick bit of housekeeping. I understand from counsel that there will be some potentially distressing images that will be put up on the screen during the next witness's testimony, so please be advised of that. ask you to start straight away.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. We start the afternoon second session. Our next witness is Dr. Tran, who will give evidence remotely. Dr. Zamit Borda would handle this witness.
Testing. Hello. Dr. Tran.
Yes, thank you.
Before we begin this session, I would like to repeat the warning that Mr. Vetch made before we broke for break, that as far as I understand it, your presentation contains photographs with some distressing images. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Yes, so this is a warning for people to either look away or be prepared. Dr. David Tran has been a practicing child and adolescent psychiatrist in the US for the last 25 years. He was previously a clinical assistant professor at the University of Texas Southwestern Medical Center. He's also founding member and vice president of the Vietnam Democracy Center. In this report, he outlines how an overland trek into Southeast Asian countries has been an increasingly common route of escape for Uyghurs fleeing from Xinjiang. Vietnam is one of the chosen routes. However, Chinese authorities, as part of a campaign against the so-called jihad immigration, have responded forcefully to Uyghurs fleeing towards Vietnam. Would you like to begin with your presentation, Dr. Tran?
Yes, sir. I'll give a brief summary. As the Council has spoken, this journey has been increasingly common for Uyghurs to escape from Xinjiang. Between 2011 and 2015, around 15,000 Uyghurs tried to escape via Southeast Asia. Chinese reports also suggested that Southeast Asia is the preferred route out of the country. Vietnam is one of the chosen routes, as the Chinese nationals do not need a passport to cross the border, just a travel permit, which is easy to obtain. Just for a period of 8 months, from May 2014 to January 2015, statistics from China's Ministry of Public Security revealed that Chinese border authorities, in their campaign against the so-called jihadi immigration, quote, have busted 262 human smuggling cases, seized 352 suspects who allegedly organized such activities, and 852 suspects who attempted to cross the border illegally. If I can have the first slide or pictures. On April 18, 2014, Vietnamese border guards and the police, acting on a tip from the Chinese, intercepted and killed 5 Uyghur males. This happened at the border between Vietnam and China, and I think if the pictures would come up, you can see the at the middle circle. This is where it happened. This is the border map between Vietnam and China. Vietnam is in the bottom of the pictures, and China is on the top. At the border gate was where the interception and killing happened. The rest of the group of 16, which included 4 women and 2 children, were handed over to the Chinese authorities within hours. On the same day, Vietnamese authorities arrested another 21 Uyghurs from China after being alerted by the Chinese authority that the group was trying to enter Vietnam by sea. This happened at the second location, if you can see on the right of the photo, at the second red circle on the right. In December 2014, police in Guangxi shot dead one Uyghur and detained a group of 21 people, described in the Chinese state-run media as the, quote, religious extremists, unquote, who had been trying to cross the border in Vietnam at Pingshangs. And this is at the circle on the left. In spite of what the state-run media described the group as the religious extremists, and employees of the detention center reported that the group consisted entirely of women and children. Al Jazeera reported this group consisted of 19 children. In January 2015, Chinese police shot and killed 2 members of the Uyghur ethnic minority trying to flee into Vietnam, and quote, had arrested hundreds of people since the year before in an effort to staunch illegal immigration into Southeast Asia, unquote. The police was seen in pursuit of a third suspect who fled into an area near Guangxi's Pingshan city. Local residents were asked to take part in the security checks, including the manhunt for the third suspect. Chinese authorities are known to encourage the local people in southwestern China to report groups of Uyghurs traveling together. Uyghurs are often placed under much tighter security restrictions than other Chinese citizens, facing delays of several years in getting passports. Desperate to leave China, Uyghurs pay more than 100,000 yuan each, or $15,000 to human smugglers and make their way across the border, where many times they would unknowingly meet a hostile welcome. Despite this, the significant flow of Uyghurs, the UN Refugees Agency, UNHCR, has operated an office in Hanoi, Vietnam for decades, but so far it has not received any Uyghur refugee applications. The repatriation of Uyghurs in Vietnam also happens in other countries, Thailand, Malaysia, Kyrgyzstan, Uzbekistan, Pakistan, Cambodia, Laos, Indonesia, Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates, Egypt, and Turkey. I will stop here for further questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Tran. I've got 3 questions for you, please. In your report, you refer to a campaign of the Chinese authorities against a jihadi immigration. What is this campaign against jihadi immigration?
My understanding is that they believe that these are terrorists, and they have tried to shut down the immigration of the refugees from China into Vietnam and other Southeast Asian countries. I think this an effort that to stop that migration.
Thank you for that. And I'm not sure whether or not you have the information to answer my second question, but I will attempt it anyways. Mm-hmm. Do you know whether there has been any notable increase in the numbers of Uyghurs fleeing Xinjiang since 2017-18, as compared to previous years, for instance?
We I don't have that information, and my belief is that the number of immigration or refugees has increased based on anecdotal evidence, mostly because of the number of illegal immigration has increased recently. There's no description of Chinese nationals since the Vietnamese press has eliminated that description recently. So we don't have the specifics about who's actually tried to immigrate into Vietnam.
Thank you for that. And my third and final question, also, I'm not sure whether you have the information to answer, but I will attempt it anyway. This relates to one of the photos in your report. You have a photo of a group of elderly Uyghur women and children being stopped at the border and being returned to China. And my question to you is, have you got any information on the fate of Uyghurs attempting to flee who are captured and returned to China?
Can I, if I can have the pictures up of that group, and then if I can get into the specific about that incident. This is an incident that happened on April 18, 2014. One group of 16 Uyghurs allegedly escaped detention by the Vietnamese border guards and apparently barricaded themselves in a building on the Vietnam's side of the border. Chinese police officers and Vietnamese border guards surrounded the building and killed on the Uyghur men. The details of the incidents, the best that we can find is that at 5:30 a.m. that day, April 18, 2014, Vietnamese border guards were informed by the Chinese that a group of Chinese nationals were attempting to enter Vietnam illegally. The Vietnamese border guards and the police intercepted the group and detained 16 people, including 10 men, 4 women, and 2 children. The police and guards immediately took the refugees to the border gate, called the Chinese authorities, and waited to hand the refugees over to the Chinese. At about lunch, 1 p.m. or so, according to the official Vietnamese version, the Uyghurs attacked the Vietnamese police. And after that, 5 Uyghurs were killed, most of whom had allegedly committed suicide by leaping from a multi-story building. Again, this is according to the official Vietnamese version. And others were gunned down by Vietnamese police and border guards. The Chinese government, who was also on the scene, has admitted that the refugees involved in this clash with the Vietnamese border guards are from Xinjiang, but did not mention anything about them attacking the Vietnamese police. Other eyewitnesses reported that the deceased Uyghurs were in handcuffs. So it was raising doubts about the Vietnam's official account of this fatal incident. If I can see the next photo of the bodies, again, with disclaimer, this photo shows bodies, apparently male, being stuck on several carts after the incident, and they were getting ready to be transported back to China. The next picture show women and young children being returned to China. If I can see the next pictures. I'm sorry, the one before that. They are being returned to China as the Uyghurs, quote, extremists and terrorists, unquote. Some of the deportees have been sentenced to life imprisonment on reaching China. That's an answer to your question. one person of the group, if I can see the last pictures. Her name is Rizwangun Thurston. She was 18 when this happened, and she would be 25 now. Was one of those women. She has vanished completely in the police custody. Her father broke 3 years silence to ask for information on her whereabouts and condition. He had successfully escaped with his family, with other family members into Turkey the year before. He said that he have not learned anything about the fate of my daughter since the day she was deported to China. And so far, none of my relatives in my hometown have been informed of any charges against her, nor have any of my friends or neighbors, unquote. According to their families, not just in this incident, but other incidents, many of the Uyghurs who were detained by the Vietnam's authorities or returned to China have disappeared while in custody, and nothing have been heard about them.
Thank you, Dr. Tran. That's very helpful. Chair, over to you.
Dr. Tran, you are, I believe, a medical doctor in the United States of Vietnamese heritage. Can I ask? Yes. Can I ask why you, how you came to pursue this line of inquiry about Uyghur migrants into Vietnam?
My organization have been working with groups within Vietnam about to promote democracy for Vietnam, and this came just by accident. Some of the groups that we're working with were given information about the plight of the Uyghur, as we were talking about that. As the investigation of Uyghur genocide was coming into the news.
So your interest related to aspects of democracy in Vietnam?
Yes, ma'am.
And could you tell us more about the sources for the information that you've given us in your now and in your report? What are your sources for this information?
Some are from the contacts we have, and some are from the groups that we're working inside Vietnam. I'm sorry, I'm not at the liberty of giving out their names.
So would you say that this is, that you feel that the facts that you have outlined are thoroughly verified?
Yes, we have verified through a couple sources.
You tell us that a reason that this has become a route out of China is because you just need a travel permit to come across the border into Vietnam. Could you tell us more about how that works, how people obtain a travel permit to come?
I'm sorry, I don't have that information.
And at the border, there's presumably Chinese border authorities checking documents as well as Vietnamese border authorities.
Yes, ma'am.
You provide information in the report about the increase of trafficking. You say hundreds of people are crossing using traffickers. What can you tell us about the traffickers?
I don't have that information for you, ma'am. I know that the activity has have increased within recent years, but I don't have any specific information about that activities.
And how do you know about the amount that that is quoted in the report that has to be paid to traffickers, which I think you say is around $15,000, which I think is perhaps just to get to the Vietnamese border?
Right. That information has been published in the past. I think I have reference for that in my statement. I don't remember the exact publication, but that's one in my references.
So a press report, I think.
A press report, yes.
You talk about the hostile reception at the border that Uyghurs receive at the border, and this incident that you also just telling us about here in the report. You state that it's conflicting evidence about actually what happened.
Yes.
So do you think it is actually possible for us to know what happened, whether people were shot, whether they jumped from the building?
I don't think that we would ever know the true story about what happened. I think there was the Vietnamese report. There's also the Chinese report. There's also reports that we have from the local people. I mean, according to the local villagers, the information that I have is that there was no attack on the Vietnamese police, and then that seemed to be collaborated with the Chinese report, who was also on the scene. The Vietnamese report, the official report, say that the attackers actually, the Uyghurs actually grabbed a gun, an AK-47 assault rifle from one of the Vietnamese border guards and started shooting. That's the only thing we have from the Vietnamese official report.
An aspect of the story is that Chinese police officers were there on the Vietnamese side of the border, as well as Vietnamese border guards. Would that be usual for Chinese police officers to be operating within Vietnam?
I think that would be a politically sensitive question to answer. I think that they should not have been there. But the reports that we have is that they were there on the scene after being called by the Vietnamese side, and they actually assisted in the situation with the detention and eventual killing of the Uyghurs.
Another aspect of the hostile reception you mention is that Vietnamese at the border detain Uyghurs. Do you have any evidence whether other nationals of China are detained at the border with China?
The information we have is that the border is actually very porous between Vietnamese, between the Vietnam and China, and actually not many were detained or arrested. Most of the migration is actually going the other way from Vietnam to China for jobs and other purposes. Is the migration from north to south is a lot more uncommon.
You talk about the Vietnamese press being quick to cover up the 2014 incident. Can you tell us how you know that?
First, we saw initial reports of this in the official news, and those were quickly taken off and is no longer available. If you search for information regarding this incident, it's known as the back function Bordergate incident, and there's no mention of it anywhere on any official websites. We know that Vietnam, like China, they have strict control of the press. So there's thousands of news and press in Vietnam, but they're very similar in the way that they present information. And I think if we search for it now, there's no pictures, no images, no information regarding this, what happened.
Okay. You mentioned in the report that families say that refugees who have been detained have disappeared while in custody, either in Vietnam or once returned to China. How have you heard those allegations?
That has also been reported in the press. There's the references to that question specifically. I don't remember it was the report by the Radio Free Asia or another press agencies, but I can give you that information if you would like.
Thank you. And that those reports specifically say people have disappeared in Vietnam as well as once returned to China.
Yes, ma'am.
So perhaps just as a bit of context, could you tell us a little bit about the relationship between China and Vietnam? You mentioned that you feel that this evidence, the quick return of bodies and the other cooperation suggests that there is a Vietnam-China deal on the Uyghurs, which you say is in contravention of international law. So could you perhaps just tell us what the broader relationship is between Vietnam and China, the economic and political relationship between the two countries?
They're both communist states, and their political structure and are very much similar. Is controlled. Vietnam is controlled by the Vietnamese Communist Party, much like China is controlled by the Chinese Communist Party. I think relationship, especially regarding the internal security, they are very closely connected, and they assisted each other in controlling the population. Vietnam received assistance from China in this aspect, from the technical support to financial support that they don't have. So I spoke about this problem. Because it's in a way is a violation of international human rights and humanitarian and customary law. It prohibits states from transferring or removing individuals from from their jurisdiction or effective control when there are substantial grounds for believing that the person would be at risk of irreparable harm upon the return of that individuals. And that can include persecution, tortures, ill treatment, or other serious human rights violation. And under international human rights law, the prohibition of this refoulement is explicitly included in the Convention Against Tortures and Other Cruel, Inhuman, or Degrading Treatment or Punishment, and also in the International Convention for the Protection of All Persons from Enforced Disappearance. So we see this as a human rights violations of the Uyghur people, and how this policy is being played out in Vietnam and other Southeast Asian countries.
Thank you. If, as you believe, there's a significant flow of Uyghur refugees into Vietnam, why do you think there have been no applications to the UNHCR office in Hanoi?
I think they were stopped from even getting there. I think most Uyghurs somehow was prevented from getting to the agency, most likely by the Vietnamese officials, and I think that also speaks to the collaboration between the two governments.
And do you know if Uyghurs do successfully get into Vietnam, where they may tend to move on to from Vietnam? Do you know anything about that?
It seems like the first migration is to a country like Vietnam or Southeast Asian countries, and then I think they from there they move. They usually don't stay in Vietnam, and they would try to have a second wave of migration to a second country, either Cambodia or a country that doesn't border with China, and then eventually to a place like Turkey. And then finally, many of them would move one last time to United States or another Western countries like the UK.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tran. I have no further questions.
Chair. Oh, sorry.
Dr. Tran, in your statement, it seems that Han Chinese, or I assume it's Han Chinese citizens, only require do not require a passport to cross the border from China into Vietnam, but it seems that Uyghurs do need to pay, as you've stated, up to $15,000. In your view, is that because Uyghurs cannot obtain the pass required, and is there any evidence of a discriminatory policy in that regard?
I think it's difficult to have something of a proof that there's a difference in as far as a document, a policy document. But I think as far as practice, there's been publications about how difficult it is for Uyghurs to obtain passports. And I think that it's also reminded me of the fact that when you talk about this, you also worth noting that China is not pursuing the repatriation of the Han citizens who also illegally immigrated into Vietnam. So there's also a discrepancy there too. So we saw that the killing and the disappearance of the Uyghur refugees, irrespective of age and gender, it illustrates the practice of a much larger policy.
Thank you. My question is related to the last one. Have you any data on the number of travel permits that have been given to the Uyghur population?
I don't have that information. I'm sorry.
There must be some somewhere.
I'm sorry?
So there must be some somewhere, either in Vietnam or...
Right. I'm sure there is, yeah.
And the second question really is, what's China worried about in allowing the Uyghur population to leave China?
I think that they, again, this is just my personal opinion. I think at the beginning, the reason that they stated was because they want to prevent people, the Uyghurs, from taking up the terrorist activities outside of China and trying to regain the independence for East Turkestan. But I think if we begin to see that a lot of the people that they arresting and that deporting back to China are children and women. So it seems like it's and this is not just limited to Vietnam. Is in my statement report, it involved at least 12 other countries. So there's a geographical dimension, and then there's a time dimension of more than a decade of trying to suppress this migration, the refugees. So it seemed to demonstrate an intent, but as far as their specific reason or intent, I don't have the answer to that. I can only speculate.
Can I just ask, sorry, one further question? Are the human traffickers Chinese or Vietnamese?
They're both Chinese and Vietnamese.
Chair, can I ask one supplementary question? Thank you. One very brief question, Dr. Tran, and the question really is why? Why would a Uyghur pay significant sums of money, travel hundreds of kilometers to seek asylum in a country that is run by the Vietnamese Communist Party and, as you said, has very strong and friendly relations with China? Why?
As I answered before, I think the target destination is not Vietnam. The target destination is another country that may, to them, may be more friendly to them, to their people. A country like Pakistan or Turkey, for example. And I think, as you already probably know, I think even that is becoming problematic for the Uyghur people.
Thank you very much.
Dr. Tran, you declined when asked to speculate about the reason. Feel free to give us your opinion, even if it is speculation, because we will be free to disregard it if we don't come to that or a similar conclusion by other means.
Well, so Jeffrey, if I can speak about the Amnesty International report, where recently they collated information from approximately 400 Uyghurs, Kazakhs, Uzbeks, and members of other ethnic groups living in 22 countries about people who live in abroad. And I think what they are doing with the Uyghurs abroad the harassment that they are facing may indicate the reason why the PRC is trying to stop these Uyghurs from leaving China or Xinjiang. Of the 400 people that they interviewed, 181 people were threatened when they tried to speak out. These are the harassment that the Chinese either they're calling these Uyghurs to harass them or having for example, here in Houston, the Houston consulate, the Chinese Houston consulate, when it was still open, actually calling the Uyghurs, people, even with U.S. citizenship, to harass them and threaten them. 26 people of the 400 was also asked to be informants. 39 people receiving intimidating phone calls to obtain personal information about them. 21 people reported that the Chinese authorities had used social messaging apps to track and intimidate them. So the answer that I would speculate is fear of being criticized, fear of information about what happened in Xinjiang being exposed to the world.
Thank you, Dr. Tran. Thank you for making yourself available to give evidence. Please forgive my seeming discourtesy in not being here to welcome you when you started, but unavoidable.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Our next witness is Bu Mariam Rosi, who will be giving evidence remotely. My colleague, Mr. Abraham, will be handling this one.
The witness is a female Chinese national of Uyghur ethnicity. She was forced into an abortion by local birth control authorities and the police, or threatened to be taken to a people's gathering. The witness was 5 months pregnant. She was forcibly driven to a hospital together with 4 other Uyghur women, forced to take a tablet and injected with unknown substances in her stomach. 2 hours later, her dead baby was extracted. In other rooms in the hospital to which the witness was taken, the witness saw women being forced into abortions a few days short of their babies being born. The witness had to pay for the forced abortion. The witness's family has been detained subsequent to her treatment. Her youngest son was detained for allegedly, and I quote, offending politics, and her daughter has been detained because the witness had left for Turkey. Both are held in camps to the witness's knowledge. her brother, who was caring for her children, has also been taken to a camp. Ms. Rosie, thank you for appearing before the tribunal. I have 3 questions before I ask and hand you over to the panel, if I may.
Rahmat bu Meryem Hanım. Guvalık belgenizge. Menin 3 sualım var. Başka sotçularının sualı buluş mümkün. Aldı bilen ben sualımı sonra olayım. Anlayalavatım siz? Sizin avazınız kemmevatıdı, avazınız ne içivetin?
Assalamu alaikum, rahmatullahi ve barakatuhu. Avazım vardı mı?
Avazınızdan aldık ama hazır ben degen gepni anladınız mı? Deydi, sizin guvalık belgenizge rahmet. Menin 3 sualım var, sualını sorap boğandı kim başka sotçularının sualı buluşu mümkün deydi.
Tamam.
Please go ahead. For your question.
Ms. Rosie, you've stated in your witness statement that when you were taken to the hospital for the forced abortion procedure, there were many other Uyghur women. Were all these women being forced into abortions?
Hürmetlik bu Meryem Rozi Hanım, siz özünüzün belgen guvalıqınızda birinci qatam siz balını aldırı düştün doktorga bağında u yerden nurgun Uyghur ayollarının bağlığını doktorxanda depsiz olanın hammasining ballarını aldırı düş üçün doktor akagelligini depsiz.
Evet.
Yes.
You've stated that your family have been detained by the Chinese authorities. Can you provide further details as to why they might be targeted?
Yana sizin aile azalarınızdan Xitay hükümeti tarafından tutuklanğanlığını depsiz. Şu aile azalarınızın tutulgan aile azalarınız hakkında biraz tefsili malumat verelemsiz.
İnşallah verme.
Yes, I can. And that's başla.
Assalamu alaikum, rahmatullahi ve barakatuhu. Şu bu Allah'ın bir dağında şer-şerait, kolaylık yaratıp vergen karındaşlığa Allah razı olsun.
Toxtang, ben tercüme kılı olay. Üzüp sözlen, ben geplerinize hemen tercüme kılı olay. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. Devam kılın.
Ben 2008 hamilda oldum, 5. balığa.
I was pregnant for my 5th child in 2008. Damlaştım.
Bu balam 6 aylık olap 7 ay kadem koyga vaxtıda Çin hükümeti balanı toğmaysa 5. balanı toğmaysa dep tülüp aldı, işkini aldı. Biz
when I was pregnant for 6 to 7 months, the officials from Chinese authorities came to my door and insisted me that don't give a birth for 5th child.
10.000 lira 10.000 koy deyni, 10.000 koy birini mo desek mo balını zada aldırsa dedi aldırmay başka yer gidip tuğay desem ailemizin çok veyran kıldığanlığını işine piçe selip turmağa apırıp solaydıganlığımızını yol dışında 10 yıllık meni 5 yıllık kamaydıganlığa haber geldi. Onun öyle şu yol dışında oldu. Aldırıla dep aldırışka mecbur olduk.
Even we offered to pay 10,000 Chinese money to have this baby be delivered. And the authorities did not agree with us, and we tried to find a way to move different place to give a birth to my child. It was impossible, and we were threatened that our entire house properties be sealed off, and my husband would be given 10 years imprisonment, and I myself would be given 5 years imprisonment because of the threat and the danger we faced. And so my husband agreed to abort my 5th child.
Bunun neyaki balını tuğmaydıqanlıqqa işini aldığı kelip alğandıken emde aldırışqa mecbur bulduk. O balını pul birini desek mi unumidi. Hiç mi qılın desek unumağandıken aldırışqa mecbur bulduk. İşini aldığa Uyghur saqçıdan birisi, Xenso saqçıdan ikkisi maşinini elip geldi. Hədəp maşinaga çıxdım, yoldaşım çıxdı. Başqa mahalleden 5-6 xotunlarını aldı. Qashqar shahar onbonliq saqlash doktorxonasiga etchiydi. O doktorxonasiga bizni 6-7 ayolni ayrim uyga etchiydi. Yarim soatdan sonra bizningki dijitaldan duarni berdi, yedik. Yani yarim soatdan keyin anandikin qo'syiqimizga, kindikimizga okuldan birdan u demdi qag'alini qanday qildi bilmayman. Amina shu kindikimga okulni o'di 1 soatdan keyin bola tushdi, bola yig'lab tushdi.
As I stated in my testimony, after the officials visited us repeatedly and asked to abort the child, and we didn't have any choice. And so 1 Uyghur police and the 2 Han Chinese police came by car, and they took us inside the car, and also they took other Uyghur women in different cars, and we were taken to hospital. And in the hospital in Kashgar, I was given pills and I was injected, and within an hour or so, I aborted my baby. And I don't know too many other information how other women have gone through.
Miss Rosie, forgive me for intervening. I wanted to ask about your family who've been detained. Do you have any further information about why they've been detained by the authorities?
Hürmetlik bu Meryem Rozi Hanım, ben sizden şu aile azalarınız hakkında sorğandım. Bu sualni ma uçurlarının hemmisi sizden guvalıqınızda ba. Yani sizden şu vatanda kelip qalğan aile azalarınızga yakında bir işler boldu mu, ularda bir özgürüş boldu mu, şu hakkında malumatınız bolsa şunu sorğandım deydi.
Tamam. Ben o şu 2016 Türkiye'ye 2016 5. ayına jigimiz keldim. 2017'de bir kızım bilen bir tılpırtımda köreştim. En yağı şu işkini piçe çaplı etkenliki, inimle kampaya ketkenliki, küçük kızımni ana Türkiye'ye gitip de terbiyeleşke etkenliki lan uqtum. Qağanın yağı onda haber deydiğen neme. O ailemden hiç qanday haber yok. Bağ mı yok mu, öldü mü hayat mı bilmeyme. Haber alama. Enen telefon numarasını jüttürüp ettim. Ailemde bulavatqa işlerden hiç qanday habersiz.
I came to Turkey on May 20th, 2016. And after I came to Turkey, my daughter was arrested. And they sealed off our entire property. And one of my brother also taken to the camp. And so since then, I lost all the communication, and I did not communicate with them. I could not able to communicate with them, and I don't know any news about them, whether they are in the camp or somewhere else. I don't have any information new.
Biz onun yağı şu ailemde habermi yok. Şu balın aldığımdan kimse ailem bilen buzulgan, ayrılgan. Andınsa şu 19 yaş balam ne? Sen Türkiye bilen muğdışıpsa, sen çeniqipsa, Ürümçide 3 yıl okugan. Bizge haber qılmay ekketti balam ne? Biz Ürümçide okutumuzda. Ha dedi 3 yıl okudu. Çeniqipsa sen, öz çeniqtu da özü ekketti balam ne? Bizge mi gep qılmay bakalıq okutumuzda. Özü ekitip sen çeniqipsa, sen yani pasport işlep çetine çıkımen dep eçir ketken bitim 13 yıllık kesip etti. Şu balamınki qabılıqda, o iki balanın qabılıqda biz endi şu aileden ayrılıp, buzulup, şunday bayram bolup ketdim. Qalan kızlarım, tuqqanlarım, inillerim, azır bağmı, yok mu, hiç qanday habersiz men. Evet, Allah'ım.
After the abortion has taken place, forceful abortion taken place, and I divorced with my husband. And since then, I left Turkey. My 19 years old child, who studied in Urumqi for 3 years, and he was taken by the authorities. The excuse given for that arrest was my child received some sort of exercise. He exercised, and for that reason, the government took my child and the sentence for 13 years. And another excuse given for this arrest was probably because your mother in Turkey and you would travel abroad to see your mother. And because of these two excuses given, and my son was sentenced for 13 years. And as my one child sentenced and the abortion, because of the two things, our family relationship totally broken. And since then, and about my brothers, sisters, and the others who's left back home, I don't have any information about.
Thank you, Ms. Rosie. The panel have your statement before them, and I imagine they'll have some further questions for you.
Sizge köp rahmet. Sotçularning oldida siz bergan guvohligingiz hammasini oldida bor, bular bundan xabardor. Balkim bularning boshqa savollari bo'lishi mumkin.
Tamam. Ben Türkiye'ye gelgende yağı hiç qanday habersiz, to'lishqlab ko'zlarimni ameliyat qildim. Özüm musiqamni ameliyat qilib. Ötlerimni elbette men hozir hech qanday xabar yo'q. Hech nima yo'q burada. Yalnız yaşap, ya haber yok. Ya gidenme yapmışlar. Çıkmışımcılık yaşamadım.
Since I came to Turkey and I cried a lot and I had eye surgery and also my gallbladder was removed. And because of the pain and the sufferings I have been enduring since I left, and I left alone with my pain and the sufferings here, and no information about my relatives and the others I left behind.
Thank you for joining us today. What did you and your former husband do in Kashgar when you were in Kashgar?
Köp rahmet kelginingizge. Siz ve burunqi yo'ldoshingiz Kashgardagi vaqtinglarda nima ish qilyaptinglar, ya'ni kasbinglar nima edi deb so'rayapti.
Kesbimiz bizlar dehqonda, 20 yil vaqt, ahota ishkelanlar batıq ballar uşaq, hozir turmushga ketgan bolam maktabda, o'zimizlar qilyaptik bu dehqonchilikni.
We used to be peasants, and I and my ex-husband own 20 more land. One more is, I think, 666 square meters. So roughly we can calculate that it is 13,000 square meters land. And I and my husband owned nearly 13,000 square meters land, and we used to cultivate these lands. At that time, my all children were small.
So you left your property and your land behind. That's been taken over.
Şunda bolganda siz mal mülkü uyingizden ve yerlerinizden hemmeden ayrılıp şulan taşlap Türkiye'ye geldiniz mi?
Evet, taşlap Türkiye'ye geldim.
Yes.
And who's taken over your property and land?
Sizning uyingizni ve yerleringizni hazır kim şulaga kim igidachilik qilyapti? Kimning qo'lida hazır? Bilemsiz.
O hazır o yerle, hem de öyle, hem de bir sene tuttu üye gidip anladım, kısındım 2017'de. Hem de o hazır o yerle, öyle kimden kolda, hiç kanama hevesim, alamayım.
In 2017, I heard from my daughter that our house was sealed off, and I don't have any information. It is impossible for me to know who is owning right now our property and the land. I don't have any information about it.
Why did you leave Kashgar, China in 2016?
Siz Kaşgar'dan 2016 yılı nime dep ayrılışqa mecbur boldunuz?
2016 balamni endi 2015 echir ketdi. Bu ailede nima go bularni Xitoyda siyasi deydi ailesi birazını echir ketgan bolsa siyasi ailesi deb o siyasi ailesiga meclis köndü meclis işinin ağrı gepning yomoni qanday bo'lgandan keyin zulmdan qo'rqib zulmdan qochib yana chiqdi. Ammalar doğru olsa mutlak turmuğa echir meni men yo'q deb bo'ldi mutlak.
After my turmağa kirketken oğlunuz mu kızınız mı? Şimdi bir arı olayım.
Oğlum 19 yaş oğlum turguncan mehan.
After 2015, one of my son was detained by the authorities, and I left in 2016 and I came to Turkey because my son was arrested with the offenses that were political nature, and the whole family we have to suffer because our son was detained, so-called, with political crime. And if I stay there, and there were daily meetings and criticism and all kind of humiliation and the tortures, and because of my fear of persecution, further persecution, and I had to leave, and for that reason I came to Turkey.
Did you leave on your own or with other people?
Siz özünüz yalnız çıkıp yattınız mı ya başkaları bilen çıktınız mı?
Ben başka şu 18 adam bilen birlik gelgen 18 adamın hemisi ketdi. Kimisen ailemle solaymaz, çıktığını çiçekleyimiz, ballarından hemen turmağa alımız hep şu tehdit edip ola turmağa şunu kalımız hep biz ola hemen ketdi. Ben ketmedim. Ben basam zaten beni o turmağa solaydı. Sen siyasine anısı ikense, sen ballarına solağılık edip esas solaydı. O yüzden ben korkup ketmedim. Sağalı bağlan turatlam hemen aydorumu dillığına solağalıkını anladım. En yağı min boğalığı benim haberim yok.
I came with along 18 others together, and all other 18 people came with me together. They returned because of fear that their family members further retaliated by the government. And after they forcibly returned, and they were arrested at the airport, that's what I heard. And they simply disappeared, and I don't have any information further about them, whether they're alive or not. And I couldn't dare to go back because my son is already in jail with the offenses the government said in political nature. And if I would go back, I would face the same, even more, because my son was already in jail. For that reason, I couldn't dare to go back, and I am now residing in Turkey in fear.
So where you used to live, how many children were you legally allowed?
You mean in the place where she lives or back home?
In Kashgar.
Okay. Kashgar'da siz qonuniy jihatdan qancha balangizning bo'lishiga qonuniy jihatda ruxsat qilinadi dedi.
Qonun jihatdan shu kadrlığa 2, 3, dehqonlığa 3, asosiy dehqonlığa 3, kadrlığa 2 kadrlığa 2 farzand yo'l qo'yapti. Mening farzandim, og'am farzandim 4, 5-chi bo'lganlik uchun Ben aldırki perzinimden üzüşüp ketken, yol şimdi üzüşüp ketip, kiyinki tekke ədin, hem de toğuzağımda şu ikincisiydi o. Ama yol şimdi ama balsa ki, şuna olan 5. bala, yol şimdi balsam isap kalıp, şu 5. bala bulmaydı o. Dep aldırıp tepmişine aveyran bulap.
As far as I know, for government officials, which she refers as cadres, allowed to have 2 children. For peasants, allowed to have 3 children. And because I have children from my previous marriage, and from my second husband, he has children as well. And for that reason, I couldn't. I was not allowed to have fuller children.
So, with your 4th child, when was your 4th child born?
Sizin 4. balınız kaçan doğuldu dedi?
Benim 4. balam Ayşe Nemide. 5. balam. 5. balam.
4. Başıncı balınız aldık ettiniz mi? 4. balınız neydi?
Benim 4. balam şu nime? Aç turma ketken balam 19 yaşlık balam 4. balam. Bu da Qosqımdan ağız vetkeni 5-siydi.
Şu doğulgan kaçan doğuldu dedi 19 yaşlık balınız?
19 yaşlık balam 95. yılı 5. ayda doğulgan.
My 4th child, the child was taken by the authorities, the 19 years old. He was born in May 1995. 99 mu 95 mu?
95.
And 1995.
Did you pay a fine to get that child certified? The 4th child.
4. balınız hem de çünkü 3 balınca tokunağınız için ceza ödediniz mi dedi.
O 4. balamga ceza ödemedim. O vaqtda da planlıq doğut yoktu. Muş 5. balam qosaq götürüp qıyğandan keyin aşında planlıq doğut çıktı dep dastlapda planlıq doğut çıqqanda men uçurap qaptıkenmen. Men emes aşda planlıq doğut yolu qoygan bitim doktorxanda hemme yerde bütün ayalının qosqırıqı balını aldırış aşo dolqun bulup ketdi. Her qanda doktorxanga çiysek zaten bal aldırış, balın halağa taşlaş, bal aldırış, bal öttüreş, bal düşürüş aşda adam dolqun bulup ketdi.
For my 4th child, I did not pay any fine because it was the period of relatively the relaxed policy at the beginning of the implementation of the birth control policy in 1990s. And after I gave birth to my 4th child, and the policy was tightened, and the abortion became widespread in each and every hospitals, and so it became almost impossible to have any further children because of the tightened policy during those years.
In 2008, you weren't allowed to pay the fine. If you were Han, would you have been allowed to pay a fine?
Mesela 2008 yıllara kelgende şu gapimde otudu. Eğer siz Uygur bolmay, Xitay bolgan bolsanız, Xitay milletinden bolgan bolsanız, navada balı tokan bolsanız, jaza төлep şu balını sıklap kala alamtınız deydi.
Yok, Xitay bolgan bolsa jaza төлmekte Xitaylığa yol koyup etdi. Xitaylar neçin tuğsa kuluydu, neçin tuğdu, Qashqarga kelip neçin tuğdu, Ürümçi kelip neçin tuğdu, aşta qoldap ketdi ya, bizim tuqqan qoymagan bilen. Xitaylığa yol qoyaqlıq.
There was a permission for ethnic and Chinese to have multiple children, and some Chinese they have a number of children in mainland China, and they came to Kashgar and have multiple children. And because of the Chinese government's policy to increase the number of the Chinese population in the area, they basically allow or close their eyes for ethnic and Chinese to have more children.
So who took you away to have your abortion for the 5th child?
Şu 5. balığınızı öldürüp etkende şu kim öldürüp etti sizden şu 5. balığınızı?
Mening 5. balamni Xitoy hukumati shu 5. balam tug'maysiz deb dadiydan qopchikin shu dadiydan Gongshiga dedi. Gongshidan yuqoriga yo'llablar mashinada aldığımız bo'lmaydi deb birini 10,000 koy endi koy hajlaymiz ya da 10,000 koy birini desekmi yo'q, pulga ehtiyojı yo'q. Maqsad balni ammo o'tdamoqchi, yo'qotmoqchi. Balni aldırış unutmuşsanız siz turmada yatısınız, eringiz yatıdı, ailengizga pechat chaplaymiz, yerleringizni musadir qilamiz, ulag'laringizni hammanimizga musadir qilamiz dedi. Amal yo'q. Aldırışga mecbur olduk. Şuna bilan ailemiz buzildi, balalarimiz yetim bo'ldi, mushtar vayron bo'lib ketdi.
And basically, the village officials report to commune centers and one level higher a higher entity, and from the with the communication between village and the higher authorities, and they put maximum pressure for us to abort the child with the direct threat of confiscating our land and the sealing of our properties and the jailing us for various terms. We begged to pay 10,000 yuan to have the 5th child to deliver, but it was not accepted. And for that reason, because of the village and the higher authorities and their communication, so police and they directly came to our door and they took us to hospital and aborted the child.
So which higher authority?
Yani yüzden yukarırak orun deganiniz yani hükümetning qanday o'rni o'daydi?
O'rin endi shu boshqa yani men bilmayman, xotirlayolmadim. Gongshi deymiz, balkim Nay deymiz, endan yuqori viloyat deymiz, shunda o'rinlar.
The lowest level administration is called village. And then one level higher is called Gongshi in Chinese. Another one level higher is county level, and the one level higher is prefecture level. So, and which is the high, where the abortion order that came as a highest level, I don't know, but probably because of the village and the Gongshi, she said, between those administrative organs and their collaboration.
When you got to the hospital, how many other women did you see who were waiting to have an abortion or who had an abortion?
Siz doktorxonaga borganda qanchalik Uyghur ayolni ko'rdingiz, ya'ni bola oldirishga kelgan yoki bolasi oldirilgan shunday ayollardan qanchalik ko'rdingiz dedi.
Men bu doktorxonaga men bilan birga akaga ayolni 6 ayolni keldi. U doktorxonaga chiqsak bekjiq, u oldirayotgan ayollar bekjiq. Doktorxona har qanday chiqsangiz shu bola oldirmoq, bola tushirmak odam jiq u doktorxonada. Har qanday doktorxonaga chiqsa, ammo men vaqtida o'zimning jenim bilan bo'lib, u doktorxonaga nechidan ming baliq sanab bakmadım, ammo men bilan birga kelgan 6 ayolni bilma. Qag'inizada xos o da qaylısa da qas ögün qas doktorxona qaylısa o'shanami Qashqar shahrinami doirasi kengri har qanday doktorxona xos shaxsiy mayli hukumatning doktorxonasi olsun doktorxona e'tiborda zat bola oldirayotgan ishlar hozir qanday olib ketdi, hozir tug'ilganlarni o'ttirib ayrim solab ayndaq qilyapsa.
I came with 6 women whom I knew, and when I was taken to hospital, there are a lot of women they're waiting in the same the unit, and I did not count one by one, and I was in great pain at the same time. And regardless, whichever the hospital you go at that time in Kashgar city, there are a number of hospitals, and there were units for abortion in each hospital, and mostly the Uyghur woman was subjected for that abortion in every hospital in Kashgar.
You say mostly Uyghur women, correct?
Köpleri Uyghur ayalları şundakmı? Bal aldırışlıkta saklap duran.
Uyghur ayallar, evet. Kendisi ayalını sevmeyimiz biz o doktorxanda. Uyghur ayallar.
Yes, we don't see any Chinese women waiting for abortion. All of them, Uyghur women.
My final question is, you say in your statement, I saw aborted babies that were a few days short of being born. How and where did you see these babies?
Siz ma guvalığınızda men bir bavakni tug'ilishga bir qancha qisqa vaqt qolgan bir bavakni o'ldirib etganligini ko'rdim debsiz. Shu nerede ko'rdingiz?
Onu şu Qashqar shahar doktorxonada o 9 oylik bavakkan tug'ilishga 13 gün qaldı. 9 ay 9 gün tug'ildi deydigan gap bor. Shu 10 gün 15 gün qolganini oldirganini ko'rdim.
It was called Kashgar City Hospital, and that baby was almost due for delivery, 9 or 10 or 15 days before delivery. And that baby was aborted in Kashgar City Hospital, where I was in at that time.
Thank you.
It was Mr. Abraham, I think. Nothing else?
Just a short follow-up question, if I may.
Sorry?
Just one follow-up question.
Possibly. Subject matter?
It's just on the numbers of women that the witness saw.
Make it short if you wouldn't mind. She's been giving evidence for a long time, although I will ask her at the very end if she has anything she wants to tell us. But ask your detailed question, please.
Ms. Rossi, I just wanted to check on the numbers. You've stated you obviously didn't count the numbers of women that were in the hospital, but in terms of women in the units, could you tell us whether that's tens of women or hundreds of women or thousands of women that you personally saw?
Siz doktorxonadagi o bal aldırışga kelgan Uyghur ayollarni men sanab bo'lolmadim, qanchalikki dedingiz. Sizning taxmin qilishingizcha siz kirgan shu bo'limda, hamda bal aldırdigan bo'limda onlarca Uyghur varmidi, yüzlerce Uyghur varmidi sizning nimangizda, qanchalik etrafida?
Men siga uyning ichida undimijik, ammo shu men balni aldırıp chiqqandan keyin mening davomliq shu kallam shu tug'ut bala aldırganli bilan, shu bal tushganli bilan falan doktorxonada tushdim, falan yerda tushdim, mancha ayol yotdiq, uncha ayol degan kallamda davomliq shularni mung'lashgandan keyin o 100 minglarcha jiq o bal aldırganli. Dadi shu yerda gungshi doirasi keng ya. Bizning Qashqar, To'qzoq, Avat, Eşkirem degandek o jutdan ağızıp atkanken o ağızıp atkan balı cık milyon. O bir neğe taşlap köydürüp o bir neğe taşlap atkan balı nurgun.
And in the unit where I stayed, there are definitely more than 10 in the room. And after that abortion happened, I engaged with other women, and we talked about the abortion, and we shared our experience. And so I heard a lot of women have gone through the same process. When we say Kashgar, with the neighboring areas, including Tokozak, Awat, Beshkaram, and the others, there are a lot of neighborhood regions surrounding the Kashgar. So after the abortion and having experienced such a pain, and we tend to talk with other women who have gone through the same experience. And from that conversation I had with other women, I could tell you that there are a lot of women who have gone through the same process.
Mr. Abraham, in respect of this witness, the PRC or those apparently working on its behalf or with its approval have produced nothing adverse to this witness?
Not that we're aware of.
Mariam Rozi, thank you very much for coming to the tribunal to give evidence. Our questions are finished, but if there is anything you want to say in addition, you may do so.
Sizge köp rahmet. Belki nimelerinizde bizden sual soraydigan başka suallarımız yok. Eminasını şundaq toluk tapşırıpsız. Demekçi bolgan yoki biz soranmay qalgan yoki özüňizdiň nimengizde burun bergen guwalыңızda çykyp qalgan bir noktalar bolsa, şunu biz anlap baksak.
Tamam. Burunqa çıkıp qalgan anlap çıkıp qalganımda menenki unutulup qalganımda hem de o ballını yaş arlıqqa toşmay hemmesi jiq emas, o planning sirti emas. Yaş arlıqqa toşmay 1 yaş, 2 yaş aralığında çok zat balang 3-ke 4-ke toğsa dep jine dep yol qoýganda wagtda yaş aralığına turuşmaganlaryny aşynda aldyryp atkan. Sen yaş aralığına toşmay uçup tuğupsa pul birinisini unumay onunğa. Ulardan tuğmayman sen juqurdan pul bergendiken ma tövendikiler besim qılıp zat almasaň bolmaydy. Senin maaşyňy tutmaz bize. Seninki emliňiz eýlebitiniz, seninki xizmetinizden baka qılıtymyz digenken tövenler mecbur qılıp juqur uqtymay anda elip aşıraq qılıp etkendi.
And just one thing I would like to emphasize here is that the abortion became a lawless matter, and also it became the incentive for local authorities from the top level. If local authorities pursued more abortions, and there is kind of reward for them for the reason that they have done a good job. And for that incentive, the locals, even within the limit of their 2 child, still we have seen the examples of aborted children. So it became a widespread, and because of the government's incentives, encouraging local officials to pursue more abortions for the Uyghur women. That is, I would like that.
Thank you. Mr. Interpreter, are you interpreting for the next witness?
Yes, I do.
In which case we'll postpone thanking you until after that. Thank you very much for coming to give evidence.
Köp rahmet, yaxşı gol bergeningizge. Sizin golunuzda müşahede.
Köp rahmet.
Thank you so much for everyone.
Mr. Sabi.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Our last witness, who will also be testifying from the same base in Turkey, is Shamsi Nur Abdughaffar. Her testimony appears from page 229 in the book you have. Good afternoon, Mr. Abdughaffar. The witness is a Chinese national of Uyghur heritage. She was educated at university in Uyghur medicine. She then joined the hospital, but because her qualification was in the traditional medicine, she was assigned as a nurse to operating theater. She worked in multiple hospitals and she saw many abortions and sterilizations. She also witnessed the birth of babies who were injected and then died. Not being able to continue with this practice, the witness then established her own clinic in 1994. The witness has also been personally subjected to an abusive surgical procedure to remove her womb. She estimates that about 70% of Uyghur females in the Khotan area had their wombs removed. The witness also testifies to the disappearance of her relatives in China. She left China in December 2010 and she resides in Turkey. Ms. Abdughaffar, thank you for joining us. I have a,
Bizga qatnashganingizga ko'p rahmat.
I have a number of questions.
Bir qancha savolim bor.
You qualified in Uyghur medicine in 1992, and because you were not qualified as a full doctor, you were assigned as a nurse to the operating theater in the hospital. You witnessed... Go on.
Okay, go ahead. Let me translate all of them. Siz 1992-yili o'sha Uyg'ur milliy tibobatini bitirib ekansiz, lekin doktorlikqa shartingiz to'shmaydi deb doktor bo'lolmabsiz.
You witnessed...
Please go ahead.
You witnessed forced abortions and sterilizations during your service in the hospital. Can you tell the tribunal, on average, how many of these forced abortions and sterilizations took place in a week in each of the hospitals that you worked for?
Siz doktorxonada ishlash jarayonida o'sha majburiy bola oldirib o'tish, anandagi ayollarni tug'maslik operatsiyasi qilish qatorliqlarga guvohchi bo'libsiz, shohid bo'libsiz. Siz bizga siz ishlagan doktorxonada har haftasi o'tira hisob bilan qanchalik mushundoq bola oldirib o'tish yoki tug'mas operatsiyasi bo'ladiganligi haqida bir ma'lumot bera olamsiz? Haftasi bu.
Tepkirme inşallah.
Yes, I do.
The question is how many of those abortions and sterilizations per week you estimate has happened?
Sizning taxminingizcha haftada siz ishlayotgan shu doktorxonalarda bir haftada qanchalik majburiy bola oldirib o'tilgan ayollar, qanchalik tug'mas qilingan ayollarning soni haqida bir taxminingiz bormi? Bir haftada qanchasi yuz berdi? Davomlashtiring.
Ben qalam davalantirdim.
Siz deb biring shularni.
Ben bu savollarga javob bersam bo'ladi.
Bo'ldi.
Birinchi doktorxonadagi men avval bu menga bergan bu fursatdan men qilgan bu fursat kollektiviga hammaga mayliga rahmat aytaman. Yerdagi barliq doktor professorlarga, yerdagi advokatlarga hammaga 35 million xalqimizning nimasidan rahmat aytaman. Endi men boshlab ketsam, doktor
siz başlayabilirim
sizga vaqtimizda mana 1992 yilda men shu nimaning Abdumrayliq Uyghur tibobat oliy texnikum bitirdim, ammo men normalda biz bu yerda o'qigan vaqtimizda ham nimalik g'arb tibobat ham nimada o'qiydik, Uyghur tibobat barabar o'qidik. Ammo uningga rağmen ben shu nima kelganda nima doktorxona tahsil bo'lganda meni kasbim maskamaydi deb bu yerda Uyghur tibobat bo'lim bo'lmagancha o zamanda mahkemede ben sestralik qilishga majbur oldum. Meni o doktorluqani qo'ymadi, chunki meni tibobat o'qiganlar.
Bu shu gaplarni men bayatda sizni tanishtirganda bir qo'rdab bo'ldi. Falan tushuntirib bo'ldi-ku. Sizning nimangizda guvohligingizdan bor. Hozir so'ragan savol sizdan. Siz bir qancha doktorxonada ishlabsiz. Shu ishlagan doktorxonalaringizda bir haftada qanchalik ayolning bolasi majbur oldiriladi? Qanchalik ayol majburiy tug'maslik operatsiyasi bo'ladi? Taxminan sizning soningiz. Bir haftada qanchasi yuz berdi?
Mr. Interpreter, I'm sorry to interrupt. Could you just interpret the questions and answers? I think you're having a dialogue with the witness and that gets in the way of our hearing the evidence. So if the questions are short and the answers are short, we'll get there quicker. Has she given the answer to the question how many abortions and procedures there were per week?
She did not answer that question, and instead she starts to talk about her graduation, what she studied, and then I cut her short and I said the question posed to you was how many abortion and sterilization in your estimate happened in the hospitals where you worked? And so I reminded the question and I tried to get answer in short.
Thank you very much. Can you ask her that very short question, how many abortions per week?
Heptede kança bal aldırış, mecburi bal aldırış boldu şu sualdaydı.
Heptede mesela meniki işleyen laskoy aslında taksim boğan laskoy doktorxanda, bazarlık doktorxanda bir haftada en azında bir 20'den 30'a kadar bal alattı. Her günü 4'ten 5'ten 10'a kadar bazen 2-3 tane, bazı 5-6 tane aşında çıkıp kalattı. Bazı 7-8 tane. Yani bulanı hesaplasak 20-30'a ondan çıkılış mümkün. Tahminen.
In my best estimate, in the hospital in Laskoy village, the city where I worked, the weekly from 20 to 30, the abortion took place. And sometimes daily 4-5, it really depends upon that day. Sometimes 5-6, but the weekly I can give my best estimate about 20 to 30 weekly in one hospital called Laskoy Hospital where I worked.
Mr. Interpreter, there's no need to translate this. Mr. Sabi, witnesses are of all kinds and there's no criticism. This witness clearly doesn't like to, but has some difficulty with dealing with short questions. So can you please summarize everything to the bare minimum and we'll hope for a simple answer. Not you, Mr. Interpreter, I'm talking to Mr. Sabi.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Abdelghafar, can you also testify regarding the number of the babies that you saw were born alive and then injected and consequently they died? How many per week?
Yani suallarını kısa cevap versiniz, tekrar suallarını sonra alayımızdaydı. Anadaki yani siz, bu işlevatkan mezgilde, qanchalik bovaq haftada tirik tug'ilib keyin o'ltirilgan bovaqlarning soni haqida bir taxminingiz bormi deydi? Bir haftada.
Ba. Nimada bir haftaning ichida masalan menda bir ish bor. Biz shu yangi o'qil urib al dastlata bu o'ltirib qolgan ekan odamning ichi chidamaydi. Buningga biz davomli qilib ba'zi joyda ularning ko'zini o'tmay turib nim qilganlarimiz bor. Masalan, azroq ravona bir qilganlarimizda bir o'qil soldiganlar bor, uni qarab turamiz. Yoki bo'lmasa boshqa bir o'qilni selib tirik tug'ilganlarimiz bor. Ammo tirik tug'ilganlarni ular yana o'tirib yutadi. Tirik chiqqanini bilib qolsa, shunda bo'lgan chog'da umumo oz emas, 15 dan 20 atrofida chiqadi. U chog'da biz yomonroq tug'dirishga ahamiyat berdik. O'tirib yetishdan amal bor saqlanatdik. Yani
I can say that 15 to 20, and when we say the abortion alive, and I have to mention one aspect, and sometimes as Uyghur doctors, we used to give a little dose of injection to abort. Sometimes we avoided to give the injection. And sometimes we have a baby born alive, and even after baby born alive, the baby was killed by the doctors, other doctors. And so whether aborted or born alive and later on killed, I can say that weekly 15 to 20 babies killed each week.
Thank you.
Ayrıca eklep koy. Eğer de bu vaxtda öp ketip qalgan bolsa, xalizim bilib yoki nim qilib, öy aqtirib tepilib qolsa, u odamni cho'qim yoki ash doktorni ishdan haydaydi, ash odamni o'ylarini tindirib yetadi, masalan, abiyam ayol degan o'xshashlar, uyni tatib oldi yoki uni yiqitdi degandek.
And sometimes when baby born alive and the family took the baby, left the hospital, and the police and the other authorities searched that house and confiscate their properties and put them in prison and apply all kinds of punishments.
In your witness statement, you refer to 4 tragic cases of forced abortions. Can you tell the tribunal that if the procedure would have been different if the mothers were Han Chinese in each case?
Siz ma guvalığınızda Töt dilo hakkında şu mecburi balalar etkiler hakkında nimkimsiz. Menin sizden soraydıgınım. Şu töt xil ahvalda şu balanın tanesi Uyghur emas Xitay bolgan bolsa, bütün şu akıbetler farklı bolun diye, şu balla hayat saklanıp kalam dedi. Xitay bolgan bolsa Uyghur emas.
Elbette Xitay bolgan bolsa, o doktorxanık mükemmeldi, o hatırcam tuğattı. Bunda akıbet yüz vermekti.
If the parent of those cases, 4 cases I mentioned, were Han Chinese, they wouldn't even come to hospital. Doctors would visit them, and they wouldn't face such a hardship. Maybe even they would be rewarded.
Hatta ben bir gapni ekleyeyim. Bizdeki mahallede bir aşıda kaçak gelip poğagan ayaldım. Birisini tutup aldım ben. 5 tane balsı battı. Babalarım açacak senin balan, sen benim balım meslet turaldı. Ama senin balan okşayken o sana birine toğuş ruhsat sama tötünü artık doğup sen kan olsan korkap ketkendi. Biz minipleyle kaçtı balını ben külüp kettim arkasından durup. Stayla toğu öğrettim.
Even I can give you one example, and in my far neighbor there was one Han Chinese, and she had children, and I asked that specific question. And by law, the Han Chinese are allowed to have only one child, and I asked her why you have 5 children. Did not answer.
Sorry, I'm afraid I did not get the answer. Can you repeat what answer she gave to the question?
If in the 4 cases I mentioned, she said, belong to Han Chinese, the consequence would be totally different. And Han Chinese, the mother, the pregnant mother, she wouldn't see this kind of hardship or surgery. She would have that baby alive, born alive, and to keep that baby. That's what she said.
So even if the Han Chinese exceed the 2-child policy, the result would be different compared to an Uyghur woman exceeding the 2-child policy. Can you explain?
Şuna bolganda Xitayla 2'den jok balı toğu dedeyle, endi Uygurla 2'den balı 2 balılıktan alıp ketdi deyle. Şuna bolganda bu yol koyduğun siyasetler tamamen fark tutmu yani Uygurlar bilen Xitayla deydi.
Farklılık. O ya da bir gapni qıvalıdı bula yerlik siyaset divalıdı. Yerlik siyasetde falan bizni aşındak bastırdı. Farklılık. Zaten bir balanın ağırlık bilen bir balanın ağırlıqıdır. Ocak fark bolsa derhal onu evet ödemezler. Bir balısı bir 20 yaşka 2 yaşka kaldı. Yani bir hamildar bu falan onu mu evet ödü. Farklılık hakikaten çok bekçik farkı var.
Yeah, there is a huge difference for Han Chinese who has 3rd child and the Uyghur who has the similar situation. The policy is totally different, and the Chinese government covered up these policies under the name of local policy adjustments. And so the Han Chinese do not go through the same procedure as Uyghurs would go. And they have a special treatment, and they were allowed to have more children.
Thank you. You were personally subjected to an abusive operation. You were scared of cancer, and when they removed your womb, you realized that it was a mistake. What did the translate, please, first.
Sizin özünüzden beşinizde müşündaq işler ötüptüken, mesela baliyat konu evetken, ondan operasyon yapılgan işler bakken. Go ahead, your question.
My question is, can you explain to the tribunal what did the doctor who removed your womb told you when you threatened to sue him?
Sizin baliyat konusuna evetken doktorun hemen sana erz kılımen de nimkığınızda sizge qanday muamelede boldu? Yani nima qildi qanday?
O doktor Uyghur doktordu. Ben onu az qilman dedim. O doktor bana qattiq yalvardı. Men hozir bu yerda master yapyapman. Bu nimamni birkaç qilib atmasam, mening 2 balam bor. Sağ faydası var dedi. Boylap baksam bana hiç faydası yok. Hep boğan balıyordu. Okşaş yere kelmeydi. Yani birisi şu Canıp'tan çıkıdığan, aslında Koten'den Ürümçi'den, Kaşgar'dan çıkıdığan Nurun keseller şu ayalının kodu bilen davalanırdı. Şu an ben bir Uygur'un uyada kep kılışını, milletimiz için faydalı yetkisini oylap bunun dinkin sen bunda kılmasan yaxşı bulat diye. Bunun bana söz ver dedim. O men amal var kılmasına terişimden dedi. Lakin söz vermedi ama şu gaplarını kıldım.
She was the Uyghur doctor with 2 children as well, and she begged me, and she had a master's degree, and she said that I would be in trouble if you sue me, and so I also considered that because she's the Uyghur doctor, and if she could help for other women as well. And I asked her to promise me not to to repeat the same thing again. And she did not actually promise, but at least I thought that to have one doctor in the unit could help for other Uyghur patients down the road. And for that reason, the child is already, whatever happened already happened. For that reason, just I dropped everything there.
Did he say that each doctor has to remove around 2,000 worms a year?
Sizge her bir doktor yılda 2000 ayağına bal yatkusunu ilip etiş gerek degen gapni dedi mi?
Dedi.
Yes.
Bizninki vazifemiz bu dep aşına dedi. Ben söz versem ben nima qilmayman desam, mening vazifam sen uni men söz verdim demeysen çünkü vazifa meni ustimda az qilsam men baribir buni doktorxonaniki buyrug'anligini qilganimga boshqa foydasi yo'q. Doktorxonaning buyrug'ini qildim deb javob bergan.
And when I asked to promise not to repeat the same thing again, at that time I was told that it was his duty to remove 2,000 worms a year. And I was told that this is the order, and to keep my job, I have to do this. And for that reason, I cannot promise. Even I promise, I have to do it.
Thank you. The tribunal may have some more questions for you.
Başka satçılarının sualı buluş mümkün.
Merhaba.
When you worked in the hospital, you came into contact not just with medical staff, but with the planned birth authorities. Can you tell us what you say they have more power than the medical staff? What power does the planned birth authority have in hospitals that you worked in?
Siz doktorxonaga borganda depsiz, o'sha doktorlar qaraganda pilonliq tug'ut ishxonasining kuchi texnik kuchlik, ular doktorlardan majaqroq huquqqa ega depsiz. O'sha pilonliq tug'ut komitetining qanday cho'ng huquqlari bor doktorlar qaraganda deb shuni so'radi.
Bu planlıq tug'ut komiteti odatda bevosita bu hukumat bilan soqchilar bilan barabar ish qiladigan odamlar bo'lg'achqa bularninki huquqi cho'ng qanday chog'da doktorxonaga xohlagancha kirib, xohlagancha tekshirib, xohlagancha kim bor kim yo'q qila oladi. Fuqarolarning uyigacha xohlagancha berib, xohlagancha uninki operasyonni ko'tarib olib, bechorani öy kirib qila ayollarni tekshira oladi. Masalan, soqchiga va tekshirish huquqi buni tekshirish nisbati berildi-ku, ayni tekshiraysa deydigan. Ammo u odamlarning huquqi soqchi bilan o'xshash. Qayerga borsa, xuddi bir jinoyatchi bordikidek, uy kirib, xohlagancha usib kirib, shu shaxsiyatiga hujum qila oladi, bolayotqisini ko'ra oladi. Bizlarni nima qo'ydi? Har qachon bizningki ustimizda nazorat qilib turdi.
They have more power than doctors just because the family planning committee, they work with the police together, and it's the government unit, and for that reason, whenever they like, they can have access to a surgery room, and they can search the households, they can check all the medical records, even x-ray. So they do investigation. And so because they work with the police together and they can visit the householders and monitor the pregnant woman, and they are the ultimate authority to make that decision whether the child should be delivered or aborted.
Hemen birine ekley. Mesela keçilerde mo kilip o ballarının yatkan yerine karab kançı bal gündüzlükte onun benim aprop koysun balını keçide çokum yatkan yerini sanaydı sanap oyununki nupusu bile okşaşım emesin şuna kadar karaydı keçilerde takip tekstüreydi.
Even they visit the households at night time with the police together. For example, by thinking that maybe daytime they can hide the extra children in somewhere, or the families could send to a different place. And so by assuming that nighttime all children should come home and sleep with their families, so they come and they visit the nighttime without permission, and they count every children in the household, and they compare with the household registration whether it is in accordance with the household registration members or not. They have that authority.
Thank you. Do the planned birth authorities report to the Ministry of Health or to some other ministry in Beijing?
O aile planlaş, toğut planlaş ki aile planlaş komitleri bu sahiye ministerliğe doklat kılamdı, kalan hizmetlerini ya başka oralarda doklat kılamdı. Olanı kim başkurdu?
Bir vasıta oralarda doklat kıldı. O sahiye ministerlik bilen münasebet yok. Ayrım doklat kıldı. Bu mahsus devlet bunu ayrım başkurdu.
It is a separate entity, and I don't think they report to the Ministry of Health. They report directly to the government, and it is a separate entity that works with the government directly.
Sakçılarla beraber hareket kıldı bunlar.
More close to police than the Ministry of Health.
Hesapta sakçının yardımcısı yoksa sakçının özüge yardımlaştırdı. Onun digen his kılgını.
The members of family planning committees, they can call, sometimes they can order the police to accompany wherever they go, and so even they can dictate to the police officials as well.
My final question relates not to the hospital but to your personal circumstances, and I would like you to tell me briefly about the case of your 14-year-old brother back in 1993 when he was expelled from school for putting Kashgar as a capital city on a map. What happened? What did he do, and what happened after?
Mening en ahirki sualim doktor Halla bilan münasebetli emas, shaxsiy nimangiz bilan, ailangiz bilan münasebetli. Sizning 14 yoshlik bir qarindoshingiz bor ekan. 1993-yili maktabdan haydalgankan, faqat xaritada o'sha Qashqarni poytaxt deb qo'ygan uchun. Shunga nima bo'ldi? Masalan, nima bo'ldi, shuni so'radim.
O çağda bizden ailemiz bir eğitimlik bir aile boğanken, bizden 49. yıldan tatıp, bizdenki bulavatkan Xitay'daki adam öldürgen, nurluğun tarihlerini öydeki ailemizden anlap, ügenip, çoğun dadılarımızdan körep, çoğun bulduk. Hatta benim işe çıkıp, cesaretli buluşum, şu çoğun dadılarımdan, aşılarınki, evlatlarımızdan, ecdatlarımızdanki bana vergen bir ruh da karayım. Nurluğun adam belki cesaretli çıkamaydı, okudu. Şu ruh, şu inimde bakken, şu inim şu 14 yaş vaxtıda, bir vatan bizden besvagan zeminken, özümüzün ihtiyarı erkin buluşumuz gereken degeni bilgeçke, Qashqarni yazlık paytaxt kılıp, yezip koyganda o 14 yaş vaxtıda qoğulunup ketdi. O qoğulup etken gap. Mektepten qoğulunup ketkenlikin o özlükte izlenip, şunun bilen o tarihçiler bilen aralışıp, tarih ügünüp, texinbek çoğunqırlatıp, özünü aşı ılqabi ağinisiyle birleşip bir bomba yasaydı. Yasagan nemeni ağinisiga berdi. Sınav yapış için. Ağinisi bir masadaki bilimini aslan qo'yibdi. Qo'ygan muddatli şekilde o farklı bir Xitoyning şahmat oynaydigan bir yer ekan aslida. Ashaninki bir Xitoyning azroq zahmi bo'ladi, o'sha o'tirgan Xitoyning. Shuning bilan u onun grupsidagi uni yasab bergichi uning qatnashquchi pilallig'i hammasini akilib mening enimni muddatsiz uning oldidikisini uning qo'yg'ichisini o'lim jazosi eng oxirisini 7 yillik o'lim hukmi 7 yillik qisvatchi hozirga qadar muddatsiz turmadi.
I try to as brief as possible. It is a very long answer. And basically she said that we are a well-educated family and our family has a history of persecution by the Chinese government for that reason. And we used to talk a lot about what has happened to the previous generation. And so that is the partly reason why I'm here, because of that encouragement from the family to testify before you. And my brother was also influenced from my family, and he's grown up with certain level of conscience. And because of that conscience came from the family, and he put the Kashgar as a summer capital of our future independent state. And for that reason, he was expelled from the school. After he expelled from the school and he talked to other historians and knowledgeable people and befriended with the other guys who share the same views. And so he determined to do something. And by knowing that the homeland was occupied by China, and he made the explosive. And so he gave that explosive to his friend, and that explosive was exploded at one of the chess playing ground, and the leg of one Chinese injured because of that explosion. And after that incident happened, my brother sentenced for life, and many of his friends sentenced for lengthy imprisonment as collaborator and a supporter and a kind of charges. So this is the story of my brother.
So a 14-year-old boy was given a life sentence back in 1993. Have you any news of what happened to your brother after that?
Yani sizning 1993 yılda şu 14 yaş kirgan qarindoshimiz mangulik muddatsiz turma jazosiga kesilibdi. Undan keyin nima bo'lganligini bilamsiz qarindoshimizga deydi.
Bilime azraq berib ko'rishib turatok Urumchi baja o'tirmadi edi. Ammo hozir bilmayman. Hozir qat'iy bilmayman. Bu chog'da turmada ashadikilar yordam qilib, qiyralarni nim qilib, qarab degan ishlarni qilib etib ekan. Bir qatam kurashtirgan bo'lgan. Men Urumchida o'qigan vaqtimda kurashganman uning bilan. Ayda bir ko'rishdim, yilda bir qatam kurashtirdi. Aldıda ayda, eşki ayda bir görüştürdü. Keyin yılda bir görüştürdü. Hatta bir olay bir iş çıkmasa hiç görüştürmeydi. Şu bir yılda bir katım görüştürse bir görüşürdü. Ben bir kelgenden oldu, hiç onun da haberi yok hazır.
I don't have any updated information about my brother since I came to Turkey. And he used to be in one of the prison called Bajanghu prison in Urumqi. And when I was in Urumqi, and we were allowed to visit him sometimes once a year and once in a couple of months, depends upon his attitude in the prison. And when I visited and I became known that he helped elderly and he was behaving nicely. But since I left motherland, I don't have any information. I don't know what is going on to him.
Yani bir narsa tushuntirmoqchi istayman. Biz inimga shular debdiki, agar sizlar bir kashfiyot qilsanglar bir narsani, biz sizlarni shunda uyinglarni elib, sizlarni kechirim qilamiz debdikan, u bir sxema sizgan o'xshaydi. Sxemani sizibdi, yasig'il qo'yapti, uni modelini yasatib, ular bir rasmga tortib bo'lib, uni 6 yillik shu turmaning ichida, ya'ni 6 yillik sud turmasidan bu ayrim jazolash nimga akirib 6 yil ashadi. taptıken. Biz hala uzun uç köreşmegen, onun iki ben yegenim çıktım. Bilmeyim kağaçını.
Also, one information I knew about him was when I was in Urumqi, and I was told that because my brother has a brilliant brain, very intelligent young man, and the prison officials told him that if you came up with any inventions or any good ideas, and we could reduce your sentencing. And so basically, he came up with one project and successfully drawn the details of that project. After that, and he additional 6 years put on his sentencing and put in water jail, and that is what I know. And others, except than this, I don't have any information about him.
Mr. Interpreter, your voice is very, very hard to hear, partly because of the quality of transmission, partly because there is feedback from somewhere. If you don't know where the feedback is coming from, it could be that the witness's system should be muted when she is not speaking. It may be quite complicated to get that done, but before I ask Professor Lynch to ask questions, I'm afraid your answers are so hard to hear at the moment, they may be of little real benefit for us. Could you ask the witness if she has a machine that can be muted when she is not speaking? Don't translate it all to us, and just say to her if she wouldn't mind muting her device when she is not speaking, that would help.
Yani kalaymakan sırtın avazlarını kuvatı şunlar siz paranlaşıp gep kılmaganda avazınız nima kuvvetli deydi ama avaz sapasını yukarı götürüş için.
Tamam, ben miyadaki avaz okşaydı bu bina ışıkını aldığı yakınken yolun yanındaki bina.
You can do so.
Professor Lynch.
Hello. In paragraph 13, you suggest that about 70% of Uyghur women have their wombs removed. This is quite major surgery, and for contraceptive purposes, what would more normally be done is tying off the fallopian tubes. Is that what you mean by removal of the womb?
Siz maneminizning guvalıkınızning 13. paragrafta 70% Uyghur ayollarının bu bal yatqusi elinip ketdi, ilvitildi depsiz. Bunu ayti yukarı sanlık malumat. Tuğut çeklaş nimelerde hem de bu xelebi murakkep bir nime bu operasyon. Yani muş san hakkıda, yani muş 70% hakkıda bir gap qilib beralamsiz.
Menenki baliyatqamni Ürümçide elevatgandan keyin men onun 2000 dana adamның baliyatqısını eleş her yılda onun vazifasını bildim. Onun için men Xotanga yenip kelip hatta bundan ökündüm. Şoň bilen men araştırışga başladım. Şäherlik doktorxanda bir ayol bakan Xitay o ayolningki nimesini bilip unutup qaptım hazır ismini. Bu Xitay her qanda bir ayolningki kichkinam ismi olsun, kichkinam binasi olsun, hemmini baliyatqını eletişke borup diken. Öz wagtida keyin o planlyk togutu o boditgan hizmet mümkin azlap ketdi. Hemmeden baliyatqı bolmagan keyin o planlyk togut işleydigan işning nimesi azlap. Asasen ular zirikki baliyatqını alvasaklan boldy eken. Az halk sepaqdi halkın tüpsine balı bolup qaldy. Balını ötürgüle apırıp baxdy, Uygurlar qutquzıp qaldy mesela jixnaslarni. Aşında qılıp öýläge bir süýdük tekşesi başqaның süýdükini yana toğuýady. Bular gelken ahir bulap bütün adamny baliyatqını asaq boldy eken diye yekilip men aşı işlegen özüm doktorxanada hem neme doktorxanlarda men bunu araştırma başladım. Çünkü men tigimden bir vatan süýär bir millet süýär bir adam boğallığım için qançalik adamның evatuluğu bulady. Asasy jähetden hem %70 az kep qalam ki deyme. Keyin bu planlyk toğut hizmetining mo işi qalmagan derejede elbetken baliyatqını. Çık adamlardan keyin asasen şäher içinde, Xotan şäher içinde baliyatqısy qag ayallar ayt az sanda.
My assessment is based upon my own study and research. And after my womb was removed, And after I was told that annually, at least there was a quota, annual quota of the removal of 2,000 women's wombs, then I started to do some dig out and research, and I came to Hotan. And there was one Chinese lady in the Hotan hospital. She was a doctor. And I realized in her record that she just ordered to removal of the womb from the Uyghur woman, whatever the reason of the complaint, regardless the reason of complaint, just she ordered. And also the reason for this is Chinese government tried to promote all contraceptive the measures and implanted rings to the control the birth, and sometimes it didn't work effectively, and from that on the Chinese government shifted their policy to permanently disable the Uyghur women's reproductivity. And so either removal of the womb or just put the IUDs, permanent IUDs. And so if you go to hospital now, and basically you don't see that many Uyghur women in the gynecology unit coming for delivery, because effectively most of the Uyghur women effectively disabled from having a child. And for that reason, I can comfortably say that 70% of the Uyghur women in Hotan, either their womb is removed or put in IUD permanently to prevent their birth, give a birth.
Thank you.
Rahmat.
Did any or many of the doctors or nurses required to do late abortions, very late abortions, or to kill babies born alive object to doing that?
You mean are there any doctors to object for the abortion? I would like to get the question precisely. Can you reframe your question, please?
No, I shall ask it in exactly the same way. It's straightforward.
Okay.
Did any or many of the nurses or doctors who had to do very late abortions or to kill babies born in abortions object to doing what they were instructed to do?
Mushu doktorlardan yoki sistralardan deydi. Mushu tug'ilish qolgan bolalarni, mushu bovoqlarni ilib etishga yoki sistralardan yo doktorlardan mushu tug'ilish qolgan bovoqlarni ilib etishga qarshi turgan doktor yoki shundaq sistralar bormi deydi.
Bor. Karşı turup ona karşılık gösteriş mümkün emas. Karşılık göstersanız işten haydilsiz, öyünüzü yıkıytıdı, kolunuzu boğan malımızı tatıp aldı. Fakat onu kutkuzup, kolunuzun keşke yardım kılalayısınız ama karşı çıkıp onun bir kanda nasıl kılamayımız ama karşı çıkıdı. O %90% karşı çıkımız. Onda olağı yan bastıran biri mi Uygur yok.
For Uyghur doctors, they cannot openly object for government policy. That is the government policy. Instead, there are doctors, at some cases, in their best capacity or find a way to help some of the pregnant women to deliver their baby alive by applying less doses of injection or some other ways. But no one can openly object for that policy.
Was there any ethical standard applying to doctors or nurses that would prohibit killing babies born alive in abortion operations?
Doktor Hallada bir ahlak ölçümü barmı? Mesela balla hayat tuğulganda şunu öldürütüşünü tosaydıgan mındaq bütün doktorxanalarını bir qaydaları var o doktorlarının buna əxlaq nimisi dep koyay men ölçümü. Muşundaq näseler barmı doktorlar?
Ba, ana balalar saqlıqını saqlaş degi punkti aslida balalarninki saqlığını saqlaydigan yer, ötürdigan yer emas. Bu qaydalar ba. Yaqa qağız qarşısıya o daftarda yazıb qo'yib qo'ydi chiroyli obdan qilib. Onun demaqsi. Onun üstüge o doktorxananing ishi emas, filanlıq to'g'itning ishi bo'lgandan keyin u a'lo qildi. Doktorxananing ichidagi faqatlam sog'liqni saqlash u bo'shliq biz mas'ul. Uni o'ltirish Allahning ishi bo'lgandan keyin jallatlar boshqa. Ularninga bu qonun ishlamaydi qachon.
Every hospital there is a certain level of ethical standard. It is written in the book. But for the family, the planning is another government entity with power. So most of the abortion order and those practices are directly imposed by the family planning. So ethical standard could be displayed on the hospital the wall, but it is not for us to apply those standards because it is the dictation by the family planning unit on what to do. And for that reason, all ethical standards, it is just the ink and one piece of paper, nothing else.
Bunun o kanun bilen ölçülen nesni o ahlakını ölçem kılmaydı o çağda. Balanın ki ikinci bal olap kaldı, yakı olmasa balanın arlak küçük bolup kaldı, yakı olmasa halkın tübüdün bolup kaldı. Muş balı bulap kalsa onun ahlak bilen ölçenmeydi. Fakat o kanun muşunda, kanun bilen başkırdıgan devlet, kanun bece bu kanunga üsüp kaldı, kanunga emel kılmadan değil kanka. Bir ayal tuğutqa vakti geldi, bir balsı 5 yaşka 3 yaşını açtı değil. Anda bolgan vaqtida bir halqısını aldırdığı iş bolup qalsa, çoqum doktorxananing 5-6 yerning tekshiruvning nimasidan imzasını elib, pelalıq to'g'itning imzasını elib, bir batman ish qilgandan keyin an tug'ishga ruxsat qilinadi. Hatta tug'ishga ruxsat qilingan ayoldim. Buni halqi shu chog'da elinadi. Bo'lmasa, u bir sağan halqini mumkin emas, elish mumkin emas. Keyin u elayotgan taqdirda shaxsiy doktorxonalarda hozir bolyotqisini evetgan qutuldigan bo'ldi. O ahlak bilan hiç ölçenmeydi olanın. Ahlak degen
Also, it doesn't go with the ethical standard when it comes to abortion. And it goes by the state policy. And that is the state policy that dictated by the family planning committee, and which family should have a children and which family shouldn't. And for example, if you have, for example, the one child and the 3 years old, you want to have another child, and you got already the ring was installed in your womb, and just in order to remove that preventative ring, you have to get the approval of number of government units, including the family planning committee. And you cannot just remove the ring in private hospital. And so whatever the ethical standard written on the hospital wall, it doesn't apply here. It goes with the government policy and the policy of the family planning committee.
Very quick. Under paragraph 14, forced assimilation, you said a teacher went mad because of the self-criticism exercises she had to do. What do you mean by mad? Is that a clinical term?
Sizden guvalığınızdan 14. paragrafta mecburi assimilasiya qilish. You say assimilation or sterilization?
Forced assimilation, paragraph 14.
Ya, şu yer kelgende mesela şu o'qituvchilarning bek xapib kizdiganligini, ranjib kizdiganligini depsiz de. Şu nima demoqchisiz shu yer kelganda deydi.
Ben bununda doktorxanalarda Uyghur Tibbiyot doktorxanası normalda biz başka bilmeslik mümkün. Uyghur Tibbiyot doktorxanası normalda ruh ikisi kasalliklarni jaqroq davolaydigan doktorxana. Bizniki kasbimiz şuna yakın, şu asasen şu işni qılmız. Qıldıgan doktorxan bolgan ki, men o qayta okugan Uyghur tibabetininki üstünlük master okugan nima bunka okugan, toluq kurs okugan vaqtimda ayada 2 yil üstüde okugandı. Şu Uyghur tibabet doktorxanasida praktik qıldım. Aşağıda bir keselninki sarang op qalganligini, to'xtamay so'zlaydiganligini, ashunda uni jim qolmaganligini, buniki tarixini yezish. O'zim o tarixini depagidek hali yo'q. Nemisini so'g'a vaqtimizda tuqqanlardan. Davomli uninki aşağıda nima qildiganligi. Aş bir bu modaga yerdin kapti, bu meniki bir yezi maktabninki o'qituvchisi ekan. Yezi maktabining o'qituvchilari normalda darsdanki o'sha ta'tilda to'xtamay nima yozg'i soldi ekan, ta'tilda kiyim o'tgan ko'plarni olib berib, o'sha maktab yetib qolib ketgan bular. Şoňla aşa 5000 xatlik nimeni yazgan Xitoyning xatlarida 5000 xatlik nimeni o'zini suçlab, partiyani maqtab, Moşunda bir narsa yezip çıkış gereken. O anda onunla toş qozup özüdeki onda günah atıp bulanmagan ki neyse özünden atkan günahıyla durmak gereken var. Şuna boğan ki o günahını atıp bulanma özüge o narsını çıkarıp bulanmay yana apas yana ötme yana apas yüzünü ötme işte kılıvergen onu kıynap aşağı koyavergen ki o ahir psikolojisi bozulup aşağı doktorxanaga kirip kalganlar var. Bir neyse iken bir misal kıldım.
The part of my the practice is the as psychological treatment as well as part of my education and my practice. And there are some patients, they cannot even tell the history, what happened to them, why it happened. And just in that paragraph 14, I was referring one teacher from Guma County. And many Uyghur teachers, they forced to write the self-criticizing letters with the minimum 5,000 characters. And some of them, they could not find to write anything, to criticize themselves. And when they submitted the criticism letter, and it didn't pass by the authorities, and they have to go back. And some of them, when they submit their criticism letter, and they were put in prison, just taken that self-criticism and found out some excuses or element of crimes in their description, and put in prison. And so that teacher, he tried number of times and could not complete the 5,000 character to criticize himself, and for that reason he got the problem, and a psychological problem. That's what I meant.
Ulu nima qilib bo'lmaganlikin o yerda yana yezib o'tmasa yana onunğa ögüniş bar da onunğa to'xtama yanısının kırla azat bo'lmoqda deb to'xtama ögüniş qiladigan gap. Şoňla onu bekor qo'ymaslik maqsad balkida ishlayotgan vaqtida mu haftada çok mümkündü keşikde muqim o'tirib 3 saat shu nimani ögündigan gap. Xitoyning şu siyosatlarini kitoblarini nima o'qisa, siyosiy ögünişlep, shu ögünişlarni qilavergankin, kitap o'tmasa yana qaytadan birini yozadigan gap, yana qayta tarbiyalanadigan gap. Onun için yan yazılaydıgan gap, şu bu adamlar şu anla erişip.
And it was a huge pressure for many Uyghurs, including teachers, because even in their routine working hours, every day they have to spend at least 3 hours to self-criticize, and because there is indoctrination, the lessons everywhere about the Chinese policies and the Chinese constitution and some others. And after they received that the instruction, and they have to go through the self-criticizing process, and they have to write it down with minimum 5,000 characters, and when they could not complete that the limit of the characters, and they have to go through the re-education again. So it is the endless process, and for that reason many people lost their mind and they got the psychological problem.
Mr. Interpreter, please don't interpret the next passage. Mr. Sabi, Shamsuna Abdig-Hafa is not the subject of negative complaint by the PRC.
Not to our knowledge, sir.
No, please don't translate that, otherwise we just might be here a very long time. Shamsuna Abdig-Hafa, thank you very much for coming and giving evidence here. Your evidence is now concluded. Mr. Interpreter, thank you very much for working in circumstances this afternoon that have probably been comparatively taxing of you. So thank you. That's the end of the witnesses' evidence, but a couple of matters for Mr. Sabi before we break. First of all, I haven't been checking this, but have witness statements been posted to the website in the morning of evidence being given or the night before?
I have to check on that. They've been posted. Witness statements have been posted on the website. I'm informed that it has been.
So therefore, once a fact witness has given evidence, or even shortly before, those viewing online or here, if they have devices with them, can read the statements, which may be of value to those who wish to do so, especially when the translation is a little distorted. Second, and I should have mentioned that earlier, and I apologize, ladies and gentlemen, for not doing that. Second, expert witness reports, have they also been posted to the website?
Yes, sir.
On tomorrow and Monday, in each session, morning and afternoon, there are both fact and expert.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
Summary of expert reports have been
but not all of them
posted,
yet.
Not the whole.
But that will happen before long, I hope.
Yes.
So tomorrow and Monday, morning and afternoon, in each case, there is a combination of fact and expert witnesses.
That's right.
There's one witness for whom we don't, I think, have a report, Tyler.
Mr. Tyler is not testifying in this session. He will be testifying in September.
Right, in which case then, do we have full mornings and afternoons tomorrow and Monday?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. That's simply to make sure that those who might want to take one day off know which one it is to be, but they're all the same and they've all got both fact and expert evidence, most of which will be available on the website for you, those who wish to follow tomorrow morning and Monday morning. 9 o'clock tomorrow morning.
9 o'clock.
Thank you very much.